Chapter 41, Not Abandoning, Not Giving Up. Grandmaster glanced at him indifferently. Will you only try to kill your enemy when your spirit power is at its most powerful? Dai Mubai started. Grandmaster's simple sentence left him speechless. Grandmaster continued. You clearly know Oscar can supply mushroom sausages, so why would you give Ma Hongjun the opportunity to eat them? If you blocked him from the start, or as much as possible saved your spirit power, this win should have been yours. Ma Hongjun reached for Oscar's shoulder. A pleasure, truly a pleasure. I didn't expect one day we two would win against Dai Mubai. How exceptionally pleasant. Little Ao, this sausage of yours is truly useful. Oscar smiled mischievously. It's only natural. How about we call ourselves spirit elders too? Grandmaster looked coldly at the pair. Are you proud of yourselves? Ma Hongjun, I ask you, when Oscar's flying mushroom sausage failed, why did you let him fall to the ground? If at this time Dai Mubai still had the strength for one attack, killing him, what would you have done? Ma Hongjun looked dumbstruck at Grandmaster. Grandmaster turned to Oscar. And you? For a food system spirit master, most important in any situation is to as far as possible preserve their life. He didn't take the initiative to help you, so why didn't you grab him to continue floating in the air? If it was a situation where Dai Mubai had sufficient spirit power, the moment you fell you would have been dispatched. If it was the enemy, right now you would already be dead. Spirit Elder? Even if it was a title Douluo level food system spirit master, before a battle spirit master he's still extremely frail. Dai Mubai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked at each other, all of them speechless. Grandmaster's voice was flat and cool, drawing blood with each prick as he pointed out their mistakes. Little San. Grandmaster turned to Tang San. Tang San hastily stepped forward. Teacher, I'm here. Tell me your impressions of the fight with Xiaowu. Tang San's face reddened. Teacher, I messed up. I shouldn't have been careless, getting caught in Xiaowu's second spirit ability demon confusion, to the extent that I sunk into a passive condition. Under conditions where I didn't know her third spirit ability, rashly releasing the spider web, making me sink even deeper into a passive condition. Grandmaster nodded. Knowing your mistakes is good. Your error was the most severe. A lion fighting a rabbit still needs all its strength. You unexpectedly violating this from the start is an unforgivable sin. If the enemy's attack was a bit more severe, you would have died. Remember, a control system spirit master not only has to control the enemy, they also have to control themselves. Finally, Grandmaster looked at Xiaowu. Your third spirit ability should be teleportation. Only with a distance restriction. If my guess is correct, this should be the capability of the lightning rabbit. Your third spirit ring is a 1,000-year lightning rabbit. This kind of teleportation spirit ability, among all spirit abilities, belongs to the very rarest. You've given me a very pleasant surprise. At the same time, teleportation suits your soft skill, your killing power has substantially increased. But why did you conclude it was already your victory once you wrapped around Tang San's neck? If at that time you were a bit careful, when you saw Tang San use spider web restraint for the third time, not anxious for quick results, first teleported away from his attack range and launched again, then you would already have won and not been restrained. Xiaowu quietly stuck out her tongue, but didn't dare utter a word. The look on Grandmaster's stiff face was very unsightly. This is what is called monstrous genius? Your display today left me very disappointed. Each of your errors are unforgivable. Now you must all suffer the punishment. Running. Supervise each other, you may not use spirit power. From the academy run to Douluo City and back before lunch. I would like you to finish the round trip 10 times. When you're done is when you may eat. Tang San, your mistake was the most serious, therefore you run 12 times. Move at once, begin. Tang San was first to run out. Grandmaster's word to him was no different than law. Xiaowu, Dai Mubai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun followed behind. Grandmaster even punished his direct disciple, and furthermore punished him the most seriously. What could they still say? Let alone that the errors Grandmaster pointed out to them were all grave mistakes. At the Academy's entrance rocks are prepared. You will each carry one on your back as you run. You must remember, you are one team. If there is one person who hasn't completed the punishment, then no one can eat. Grandmaster emphasized his words. Although they couldn't use spirit power, they were all spirit masters. Spirit power transformed the body over many years, making them much stronger than ordinary people. Simply running, that couldn't reach Grandmaster's purpose. The distance from the academy to Douluo City couldn't be considered too far, but a roughly 3 to 4 kilometers distance, making the round trip 10 times, that would be roughly 60 to 70 kilometers. Adding in the carried weight, this was in no way an easy task. Seeing the 5 figures run away, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cackle. However, her laughter didn't last for long. Why aren't you running? Grandmaster's cold voice echoed. We have to run too? Ning Rongrong shocked looked at Grandmaster. Grandmaster said. Just now I said. You all have to suffer the punishment. Ning Rongrong was immediately somewhat worried. But this isn't fair, me and Zhu Qing didn't make any errors. Grandmaster calmly said. I ask you, who are they to you? Ning Rongrong looked blank. Fellow students, companions. Grandmaster said. There is a line called, shared delights and common pains, haven't you heard it? You are companions, wanting to become companions you can trust with your back. Do you think you should look at them suffering punishment while you rest? Ning Rongrong was unable to reply, but Zhu Qing was already running out. As the 7 one after another reached the academy gate, they discovered that Grandmaster still discriminated in how he treated their punishment, or in other words, had earlier already prepared well. 7 baskets woven from bamboo were filled with differently sized stones. On each bamboo basket were straps and a name written. Among them, the stones in Tang San, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's baskets were the largest, xiaowu, Zhu Qing and Oscar second, the stones in Ning Rongrong's basket the smallest. As Ning Rongrong saw the stones in the basket, the resentment in her heart reduced somewhat, thinking to herself, this Grandmaster still isn't too unreasonable. Grandmaster, watching the 7 running with bamboo baskets on their backs, couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his rigid face. Forbidden to use spirit power while carrying weight and running long distance, isn't this punishment a bit heavy? That could be several 100 kilometers. Let alone noon, they might not finish before the sky is dark. I didn't expect you would be even fiercer than me. Flender had at some unknown time already arrived next to Grandmaster, speaking somewhat concerned. Grandmaster calmly said, one cannot achieve glory and wealth without suffering trials and tribulations. I carefully calculated their body condition. It won't exhaust them. What's more, you think with their breakfast that good, they could eat without paying? Without going through a stage of shared delights and common hardships, how could they become companions that trust each other with their backs? Flender held up both hands, showing his surrender. All right, I told you. You do as you see fit. I know you care about these children even more than me. However, I have no choice but to once again remind you, the Academy's funds are limited. Grandmaster snorted coldly. Can a living person still hold back their urine until they die? Do you think I am you, the magnificent spirit sage, unable to even manage one Academy's funds? Flender slightly angrily said. Indeed, I don't think to bow and scrape subserviently to others, otherwise, with my strength being wealthy also isn't a difficult matter. I want to see how you'll settle this issue. You whose cheeks are even thinner than mine. Grandmaster gave Flender a sideways look. Then you just wait and see. Bamboo baskets on their backs, Tang San and Dai Mubai took the lead in the mad rush out. Once they started running, they realized this punishment, as expected, was very heavy. If they could use spirit power, a 60 or 70 kilometers distance in half a day's time wasn't any problem to speak of for them, and could even be completed easily. But, under circumstances without spirit power and still carrying weight, that was not something that could easily be accomplished. Mubai, let's first stop a moment. In the middle of running, Tang San suddenly stopped. Right now they hadn't run far, but his forehead already showed traces of sweat. Although the two had previously both consumed spirit power, currently they didn't use spirit power to run. In physical strength, they clearly were the best among Shrek 7 devils. Right now, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were already falling behind several hundred meters. After them, Zhu Zhuqing was already catching up to their steps. Ning Rongrong was last. Little San, why? Dai Mubai also stopped, somewhat puzzled, looking at Tang San. 10 laps isn't short, run at once. Tang San said. Mubai, do you still remember? Just now before we set off, teacher said we are a team. He asked us to complete this time's punishment together. You see, Zhuqing and Rongrong are punished together with us. Apart from my running 12 laps, you also have to finish simultaneously. To my understanding of teacher, he isn't just punishing us, at the same time he's having us exercise. Yesterday teacher told me that the body is a spirit master's foundation. Me being able to surpass my rank to absorb the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring is related to the inner qualities of my body. Even more importantly, this time's punishment is perhaps also teacher's first test for us. What he wants to test is our fellowship. We are a team. Speaking of physical strength, perhaps you and I can manage, but they might not. I see we have to think of some method, seeing how we can let everyone successfully complete the test this time. As Grandmaster's sole disciple, Tang San clearly understood Grandmaster the best. Hearing his words, Dai Mubai gave a slow nod. Perhaps it truly is so. Let's wait for them to approach, we'll talk it over first. Very quickly the 5 people behind caught up, and Tang San explained his point of view of today's punishment. Oscar's brows wrinkled minutely, saying, I think Tang San is right. Grandmaster should be looking to test us. The weights we carry differ to some extent. It should be Grandmaster having calculated the extreme boundary of what our physical strength is capable of. It appears Tang San and Boss Dai's circumstances should be within the limit of what they're able to accomplish, and would even still have strength left over. Also Fatty should be just exactly reaching his limit. Naturally, there are also those exceeding the endurance limit. Only with everyone's cooperation is there a chance for success. Those surpassing the limit of what they can carry, perhaps I am one, and also Rongrong. After speaking, he couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Having run 2 kilometers, he already felt the bamboo basket on his back growing heavier and heavier, sweat visible on his forehead. With such a long distance to go, he realized he certainly wouldn't persevere. Fatima Hongjun casually said, "It would be better for us to cheat. If we secretly eat a bit of little Ao's recovery sausage, is there a need to be afraid?" Cheat? Oscar unhappily glared at Fatty. He was an astute person. He wouldn't do anything foolish. "Fatty, I only ask you one thing. Can you be sure Grandmaster didn't have other teachers supervise us? If by any chance cheating was discovered, I'm afraid the punishment wouldn't be as light as this. Moreover, Grandmaster giving us this kind of punishment certainly is with his deep intent. It will only benefit us. Right now we have to think of a way to as far as possible save strength." Just the opposite, losing the 5-kilogram pressure, Oscar and Ning Rongrong had a kind of transcendent feeling, as if their whole bodies could float lightly, gasping large mouthfuls of breath. Their running immediately became more effortless, not only recovering their original speed, even still with a feeling of doing it skillfully and easily. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 3 laps concluded like this. As the 8th lap began, already 2 double hours had passed. Right now the sun had already wandered by the zenith, noon already passed. Everyone's breathing had become difficult, lungs scorching hot as if set on fire. Each step they took left behind a clear watermark on the ground, that was the sweat flowing from their bodies. From the start of the last lap, the salt water they received at the academy gate already became 2 cups. Furthermore, a brief rest. Grandmaster didn't urge them, still after each time they finished a lap giving them the prepared warm salt water. "Dying, I'm dying." The speaker was Ma Hongjun, staggering, almost falling to the ground. Fatty came to a stop, both hands supporting on his knees, gasping for large mouthfuls of breath. His plump face had already become pale, seemingly each breath was already extremely difficult. Everyone stopped one after the other. This moment, everyone were unexpectedly unable to speak. Looking at each other, they discovered each of their comrades' clothes were already soaked through with sweat. The most impressive would be Zhu Zhuqing. Although she was the youngest of them all, among the 3 girls she was the most developed. Her soaked-through clothes stuck close to her body, drawing the outline of astonishing curves. Unfortunately, right now no one had the energy to pay attention to this scene. Each and everyone stood in their place constantly gasping for breath. Originally Tang San and Dai Mubai shouldn't have been this exhausted, but they carried Ning Rongrong and Oscar's additional weights. Compared to the others their burdens were much greater. Among the 7, the only one appearing relaxed was Xiaowu. Xiaowu had also reached 30th rank, but the weight she carried was the same as Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing. In addition, her own body weight was light. Right now she was still performing skillfully and easily. After panting for a full 5 minutes, everyone gradually calmed. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but say, "In any case we've missed lunch, it would be better for us to slow a bit. I'm dying, keeping on running might wear me to death." Dai Mubai scowled. "Slow? Didn't you notice the salt water Grandmaster gave us was the same temperature each time? But our speed dropped continuously. Clearly, Grandmaster has calculated the condition of our physical strength. Running too slowly, perhaps there will still be additional punishment." Although Grandmaster is a bit strict without training, he is also good to us. We must persevere. Fatty, give me your weight. Ma Hongjun, somewhat shocked, looked at Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, you're still all right? Dai Mubai stuck out his chest. Fatty, remember, a man can't say he's unable. Bring it. When Dai Mubai put Ma Hongjuan's rocks into the basket on his back, Tang San also went beside Zhu Zhuqing. Though he didn't know why Dai Mubai didn't help Zhu Zhuqing split the weight, Tang San's body conditions were similar to Dai Mubai, unlike Zhu Zhuqing, who was silent but obviously consumed. I'll help you, Zhuqing. Tang San grabbed at the basket behind Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing twisted herself, dodging Tang San's hand. No need, I can still keep on going. You will run 2 more laps than us. If you waste all your energy now, how will you continue later on? Tang San looked at Zhu Zhuqing and stared blankly. He suddenly discovered she didn't seem to be that cold after all. The journey started again. This time, everyone slowed down even more. Though Dai Mubai didn't say anything, it was obvious that his steps became heavier, leaving the most sweat with every step. The weight Ma Hongjun gave was 10 kilograms. Increasing his weight to 30 kilograms when he was already past his extreme greatly affected the depletion of his power. After the 8th lap, when Grandmaster gave them the warm salt water, he deliberately looked at everyone's basket but said nothing. During the 9th lap, though without weight, Oscar and Ning Rongrong's strength was bordering their extreme. Ma Hongjun recovered slightly, Xiaowu could still continue, but Zhu Zhuqing's steps were getting slower and slower. But unexpectedly, Tang San seemed to have passed his extreme and didn't look like he was used up. Seeing Suo City in sight, the 9th lap was half finished. Suddenly, Dai Mubai stumbled, his entire body falling forward. If it were before, relying on his own strength, Dai Mubai just needed to straighten up to rebalance himself, but right now his strength consumption was too severe. Tang San was always beside Dai Mubai. Seeing him about to fall, he quickly lunged forward, catching Dai Mubai's shoulder. Dai Mubai's double irises have already combined. Tang San saw this once when they met danger, so it should be a sign of reaching his extreme. Dai Mubai didn't stand up by himself. He leaned his entire body on Tang San's shoulder, his chest like a windbox fiercely going up and down. He looked like he was almost totally dehydrated. Boss Dai, are you okay? Everyone quickly crowded up, asking sincerely. Tang San didn't utter a single word, but took the heaviest 15-kilogram rock from Dai Mubai's basket and put it into his own basket. Little San, you don't need to do that, I can still go on. Dai Mubai barely stood up, eyes revealing unswerving determination. Looking at Tang San, he said, You even withstood the pain from the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring. Why can't I withstand this? I can do this. Brothers, let's continue, no one fall behind. As they talked, Dai Mubai forcefully took the 15-kilogram rock from Tang San's basket back to his own basket. Boss Dai, give me back my own. Ma Hongjun suddenly said. There's only half a lap from finishing the entire punishment. Everyone knows Dai Mubai won't be able to finish. Ning Rongrong suddenly stepped forward. And me, I feel a lot better, I can hold my weight. Tang San said. Rongrong is fine, Fatty, you try to hold it for a while. Ma Hongjuan's own weight fell back into his own basket, decreasing Dai Mubai's weight by 10 kilograms. Under Tang San's persistent request, Ning Rongrong's weight of 5 kilograms in Dai Mubai's basket fell into Tang San's basket as well, increasing his weight to 25 kilograms. The journey continued. Every step was that challenging. Dai Mubai, with 15 less kilograms, with his resilience withstood it all. The 9th lap, under everyone's mutual assist, was finished. Though they were still running, their speed was really not any faster than walking. From the start of the punishment, 3 hours have passed. Gulping down salt water, the 7 people all looked like they just came out of water. Grandmaster still stood aside, not saying anything. Dai Mubai forced his mind to clear. Brothers, we still have one last lap, everyone persevere. Oscar suddenly said, Little San, give my weight back. There's only one last round, I can stand it. Tang San suddenly spoke up. Although teacher had us run with weights and we can't use spirit power, the total weights we 7 carry is so much, only having to bring these rocks to the end of the punishment is naturally possible. Oscar, give your rocks. Oscar looked blank, smiling mischievously. Good brother. However, right now it's still not necessary. I'll be seen as inferior like this. Us 7 will start from now, running at the speed of the slowest. Like this everyone can gather together, and uniformly save the most strength. Once someone is unable to persevere, we will mutually help readjust the weight. Thus, we will as far as possible be able to conserve strength. Right. Ning Rongrong smiled to the side. Little Ao, I didn't notice, but you are extraordinarily astute. On Oscar's face hung an expression like it was only a matter of course. Don't you know, as a child I was called the bright little prince? This is nothing. Dai Mubai was the oldest of everyone. His strength was also the greatest, and as boss he properly took the lead to set an example. Don't speak nonsense. Gossiping is still wasting strength. We'll run and handle it according to what little Ao said. Immediately, the 7 resumed their long-distance running. Without doubt, among the 7, it was naturally as auxiliary system spirit masters Oscar and Ning Rongrong's strength was the weakest, so everyone ran according to their speed. Advancing at the same speed in the direction of Suotua City. The first lap was finished at this kind of speed. Actually running, everyone gradually felt the pressure of the carried weight. If it was only ordinary running, even if it was without using spirit power, this roughly 6-kilometer round trip could not be said to be any burden to them. Spirit power transforming the body gave them stamina far exceeding that of a normal person. Even auxiliary system spirit masters like Oscar and Ning Rongrong were no exception. With the weight, the body clearly became unbalanced. After one round trip, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were already drenched in sweat. The others also showed some weariness. Ning Rongrong doubtless had the most lacking physical strength of everyone. Although Oscar also was an auxiliary system spirit master, he after all had broken through 30th rank. His body had been improved in every kind of attribute by having the 3rd spirit ring. His condition was a lot better than Ning Rongrong. The weights carried by Tang San and Dai Mubai were 15-kilogram rocks. The weights Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun were 10 kilograms. Although Ning Rongrong and Oscar only carried 5 kilograms, right now it felt to them as if they carried mountains. Body growing heavier and heavier, they could only clench their teeth to maintain their velocity. At the academy gate, what made everyone somewhat astonished was Grandmaster standing in the gate looking at them running back from their first lap. Everyone drink a bit of water, then keep going. Grandmaster's words, as always, were precise and comprehensive. In a bucket was warm water with a slightly salty taste, apparently mixed with salt. Under Grandmaster's supervision, everyone was only allowed to drink 1 cup of warm water, then immediately urged them to once again keep on with their punishment run. As time passed, the great sphere of fire overhead gradually drew closer to its zenith, also gradually increasing the temperature. After drinking salt water, everyone's strength recovered a bit. To Tang San and Dai Mubai it was nothing, but Oscar and Ning Rongrong clearly felt themselves regain some strength. Watching the students gradually recede into the distance, Grandmaster stood expressionlessly in place, but watching the 7 return together, in the depths of his expression was clearly displayed a hint of satisfaction. Carrying the bucket, he walked inside the academy. Right now, he wasn't only a teacher instructing students, at the same time he was a senior concerned for them. What he had them do wasn't at all mistreating the students, rather letting them obtain genuine exercise. The 2nd round trip, the 3rd round trip, the 4th. Each time everyone returned to the academy, they would drink the appropriately warmed salt water prepared by Grandmaster. The warm water was easily absorbed, the salt replenishing what was drained by their exertion. Even Ning Rongrong and Oscar both felt themselves somewhat miraculously able to persevere through running the 4th lap. Besides drinking water, they didn't pause anywhere. But, as the 5th lap began, Oscar and Ning Rongrong's speed had already clearly dropped, the scenery before their eyes already starting to become indistinct, both legs heavy like filled with lead, the weight of the bamboo baskets on their backs even more resembling mountains. With uniform speed, the others had still preserved strength. Although right now everyone were already sweating profusely, mentally they were very well preserved. "Little Ao, give me your stone," Tang San said to Oscar. Dai Mubai also simultaneously held out a hand to Ning Rongrong. This time, Oscar and Ning Rongrong didn't object. They clearly understood that their strength was already somewhat overdrawn. Going on like this, perhaps they might not be able to persevere with this lap. Tang San and Dai Mubai's weights went from 15 to 20 kilograms. Inside the bamboo baskets were 2 stones. 5 kilograms didn't seem heavy, but when their physical strength was substantially used up, these simple 5 kilograms already clearly was a burden to the 2. Although they could still maintain the speed, the 2's breathing clearly became rougher. Tang San blanked. He suddenly discovered Oscar's eyes had something more, but looking at his shaking legs, Tang San shook his head. "No, I can still do it." Oscar walked beside Tang San, sweat dripping down his face, but his gaze became more resolute. "If you view me as a brother, then give it back to me. I can do it." Ning Rongrong was already gasping for breath, face white, but when she saw Oscar take the 5-kilogram rock from Tang San's basket, she couldn't help but say, Little Ao, you today really are a man." Oscar was already too tired to laugh, so he stuck out his chest, acting like it should be like that. Shrek's 7 monster are all consumed, but their minds were not at all relaxed. Sometimes, the difference between the talented and the mediocre was their resolute will. Surviving through an extreme means everything will change. The 10th lap of the punishment finally started. This time, everyone really couldn't run anymore, barely shifting their feet, step by step. "Are we not able to do it?" "No, we are, we're all able to do it." Carrying the rocks on their back, taking heavy steps, they slowly walked towards their final goal. Walking 1 kilometer, Oscar almost fainted. The rocks in his basket went back to Tang San's. Walking 2 kilometers, Zhu Zhuqing's weight went into Xiaowu's basket. Walking 3 kilometers, Ning Rongrong fainted. Tang San gave his rocks to Dai Mubai while he carried Ning Rongrong on his back. Coming back 1 kilometer, Oscar fainted. Zhu Zhuqing took back her rocks. Xiaowu's rocks went to Ma Hongjun while Ning Rongrong went on Xiaowu and Tang San picked up Oscar. Coming back 2 kilometers, Zhu Zhuqing fainted. Dai Mubai barely picked her up. Only 500 meters from the finish, the basket in front of Tang San already had Zhu Zhuqing's rock as well as Dai Mubai's 15 kilograms while piggybacking Oscar. Dai Mubai carried Zhu Zhuqing. Xiaowu carried Ning Rongrong. Ma Hongjun carried 20 kilograms of weight. They were almost shifting step by step towards the end. Put me down. Ning Rongrong's weak voice sounded behind Xiaowu. Xiaowu stumbled, almost falling to the ground, and Ning Rongrong also slid off of her back. The two helped each other, slowly walking step by step forward. Oscar also woke up, struggled to fall of Tang San, and with Tang San's lending an arm, they walked forward. Zhu Zhuqing hasn't woke yet. Though she didn't say much, she was way more past her extreme than Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Though Ma Hongjun was fat, his stamina was much better than Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai also helped him carry his weight a distance, so his situation was much better. Of course, Ma Hongjun right now was at his max as well. Grouping up with Tang San and Oscar, the three helped each other forward. If there was only one person punished, with Ning Rongrong or Oscar's strength, they might have already fallen. However, all 7 were punished. Under the help of each other, the determination in their hearts were already aroused. Their sights were already blurred and they could only vaguely see the finish. Their bodies are now only powered by their willpower. Tang San carried heavy rocks, both hands helping out Ma Hongjun and Oscar, helping them split a bit of their body weight. Though he couldn't use spirit power, under the extreme circumstances, the tough aspect of his mysterious heaven skill was starting to exhibit itself. Or else he also wouldn't be able to persist until now. Dai Mubai's back was already curved from pressure, his evil eyes tinted with red. Every step felt like he had millions of tons on him. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Grandmaster's stiff face appeared in front of everyone. Seeing them helping each other slowly shuffle forward, even Grandmaster couldn't help but be moved. They used an entire hour for the last lap, but they finally made it. Putong. All 7 of them fell onto the ground at the same time. Oscar, Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun almost fainted simultaneously. Dai Mubai fell beside Zhu Zhuqing breathing heavily, his entire body slightly shaking. Xiaowu's scorpion braid was already in disorder, sweat dripping unceasingly, her lips trembling. Tang San moved Ma Hongjun and Oscar so they could lie on their own baskets, and he took out all the extra weight. His vision at this moment was also hazy, but some things in his mind still supported him. For others, the punishment or training was completed. But for him, not yet. Holding the table that held water buckets and bearing 15 kilograms of weight, Tang San barely stood up and started walking step by step forwards. Though he didn't need to support others, his steps were already staggering. Brother, I'll accompany you. Xiaowu also stood up by holding the table, but she fell onto the ground before she could take a second step. Though her body conditions were a lot better than Zhu Zhuqing's, she carried Ning Rongrong for quite a distance, so she was also at her extreme. Little San, I'll accompany you too. It was Dai Mubai. Also holding his own weight, Dai Mubai staggered up beside Tang San. The two looked at each other, their pale faces barely squeezing out a strange smile. Almost simultaneously, they grasped each other's right hands. The next moment, the two that withstood the most in the punishment fell onto the ground, taking the path of their other friends. Shrek's 7 monsters, 7 punished, 7 on the ground, fainted. Grandmaster looked at them fall one by one, but never moved. Until Tang San and Dai Mubai both fainted, he finally showed a faint smile. Never abandoning, never giving up. Good, good. Flender, bringing Xiaowu and a few other teachers, quietly appeared beside Grandmaster. Grandmaster, you're good too. Ruthless enough. Grandmaster didn't mind the discontent in Flender's words. Waving his head, he said, "It's time to bring them over there." Including Grandmaster, all the teachers quickly took off the kids' baskets, carrying them towards the academy. When Tang San woke up, he found himself in the dormitory again. Warmness invaded his body from all directions, the comfortable feeling almost making him moan. Composing himself, Tang San found he was naked inside a giant wood cask. The cask was full of gray liquid. Oscar was on the other side, deep in his sleep. Because of the extra 2 casks, the room already felt overcrowded. With a stir of the liquid, a not too pungent medicinal smell wafted into his nose. Tang San wiggled his nose, and he immediately understood vaguely. Coming to this world, though he never detailedly researched about the medicine in this world, he roughly knew a bit. The drug ingredients of this world were very similar to the world he was in. The liquid in the cask should have been boiled from some ingredients that mainly helped with relaxing muscles and reinforcing the fundamentals. That's why after that much exercise, he didn't feel much pain after waking up. Only slight soreness in his 2 legs and a slightly weak body. Later Tang San found out that to keep the casks warm, every once in a while they had to add more hot water. The girls' casks were managed by a few village women they hired. On the side of the cask was a slip of paper with Grandmaster's handwriting. "Come to the cafeteria to eat when you wake up." Seeing "to eat," Tang San suddenly felt his stomach grumble, hunger welling up. Standing up from the water, he discovered that beside the 2 big casks, there were also 2 smaller baskets. Inside had clean water, obviously for them to clean themselves. The water was cold, so when Tang San jumped in he couldn't help but shiver. He instantly felt his mind clear out, and the soreness in his body slowly faded away. Quickly washing off the liquid and changing into a clean outfit, Tang San walked out the dormitory. To his surprise, the skies were already covered in stars. In the silent night, insects chirped occasionally, giving him a tranquil feel. Stretching hard, his entire body started cracking, as if his entire body was fully extended. Breathing in the fresh air in exchange for the stale air inside, he walked towards the cafeteria. Far away you could already see the lights of the cafeteria. When Tang San walked into the cafeteria, he found one person gorging himself. Hearing footsteps, the eating person looked back towards Little San. It was Dai Mubai. His superior spirit power allowed him to wake up faster. "Little San, quickly come eat. It tastes pretty damn good." Dai Mubai's double pupils had already recovered to its normal state. Looking at Tang San, he instantly smiled. They had already shared their joys and sorrows many times, going through trouble and accidents together. This empathetic feeling didn't need any words to express itself. They looked at each other and could already feel each other's friendship. Sitting beside Dai Mubai, he found 6 more servings of food on the table, clearly prepared for the others. On the table were also paper slips, also of Grandmaster's handwriting. When you are done eating, wash the dishes. Dump the water in the casks of your dormitory and clean them. Do not sleep, cultivate until day rise. Meet at early morning for class. Dinner was very sumptuous. A big bowl of fragrant stewed meat, fully 5 big snow-white steamed buns, 1 bowl of thick soup, and a platter of vegetables and fruits. His stomach's rumbling made Tang San have no time for small talk, instantly starting to gorge himself, clearing out all the food in front of him. Good, very good, extremely good. After great amounts of exercise, the replenishment of the food felt like it was instantly absorbed by the body. Dai Mubai was finished eating when Tang San was still gorging himself, leaning on the table and looking at Tang San. Seeing he is about to finish eating, he said, "Little San, Grandmaster sure is ruthless, a lot more fierce than Dean Flender. Seeing Grandmaster's message, I'm afraid our future days will not be pleasant. Is this how Grandmaster taught you before?" Tang San shook his head, saying, "Teacher taught me mostly theoretical knowledge. Training of this type was a first for me as well. However, yesterday teacher told me, as a spirit master, our bodies are our foundations. The fact that I can withstand the beyond extreme man-faced demon spider spirit ring's attack is inseparable from my strong body. Only with a strong body can one withstand more spirit power. That is possibly why teacher wanted us to increase our body's basic training." Dai Mubai laughed bitterly. "This isn't as simple as increasing. Grandmaster's training for us was exactly based on our extremes. If it wasn't for our body qualities, we probably wouldn't be able to even move for days. Although the cask of weird liquid definitely helped. I'm starving to death, where to food?" A figure speedily ran in from outside. Without even greeting Tang San and Dai Mubai, she instantly pounced at the food. It was Xiaowu. Looking at her rosy face, Tang San smiled. Clearly, Xiaowu has also recovered from the extreme exercise. Xiaowu ate and saw the paper slips on the table. She immediately gestured towards Tang San, telling them to talk to her after she's done eating. Waking up from the deep slumber and eating, Tang San felt very lazy and didn't want to move at all. Mimicking Dai Mubai, he also leaned on the table, looking at Xiaowu's unwomanly-like gorging. Other than having only 2 steamed buns, the girls had the same food as them. Though Xiaowu didn't have a big mouth, her eating wasn't impeded by the slightest. The food was demolished in a moment's time. The fourth to come wasn't Oscar, the only other one above rank 30, but Zhu Zhuqing. When Zhu Zhuqing walked in, her face was very calm until she saw Dai Mubai, then she deliberately stiffened her face, but in her eyes Tang San clearly saw no rejection. Zhu Zhuqing's eating pose was a lot more graceful than Xiaowu, chewing carefully. Every motion looked elegant, but behind this elegance was speed. If not for the quickly decreasing food, Tang San really couldn't believe her apparently slow movements could eat so fast. "So comfortable, I've finished eating." With no care at all, Xiaowu lied against Tang San's shoulder. "Little San, did you run the last 2 laps?" Tang San laughed bitterly and shook his head. "No, after you fainted, Dai Mubai and I also fainted. When I woke up, I was in a cask full of medicine liquid." Xiaowu's charming face suddenly reddened. Sitting up straight, she said quietly, "You weren't wearing anything as well?" Tang San's mind blanked, unconsciously nodding his head. Xiaowu stuck out her tongue. In our dormitory there was a paper slip telling us not to worry. Our clothes were taken off by villager women. Come eat at the cafeteria. Tang San chuckled, saying, Xiaowu, you look very cute when your face is red, just like an apple. As he was talking, he caringly pinched her face. Xiaowu only looked at him accusingly but didn't stop him. Dai Mubai said, Oscar and the others haven't woken up, probably too weary. Let's go back to cultivate. We still don't know what sort of devilish training Grandmaster will tell us to do tomorrow. Tang San nodded. Just as he was about to clean up his dishes, Xiaowu stopped him. You can go. Washing dishes isn't something you boys should do. Leave it to us. Tang San smiled faintly, rubbed Xiaowu's head and walked outside. Dai Mubai's gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing hasn't finished eating but she emptied one hand and stacked up Dai Mubai's dishes as well. Though she didn't talk, her actions spoke for her. Dai Mubai was exalted. He obviously knew Zhu Zhuqing was shy, so he didn't say anything and chased Tang San out. When the two walked out of the cafeteria door, Xiaowu spoke again. Washing dishes isn't something you males should do, but we'll leave those giant casks for you to empty and clean. Remember to wake up early to help us. Tang San staggered, almost tripping on the doorframe. He turned around just to see Xiaowu waving at him with a sly smile. A night went by without conversation. When Tang San woke again, it was already daybreak. His biological clock woke him up. Last night's cultivation made him fall into deep sleep. It felt like he was totally immersed in the inner power of the mysterious heaven skill. He didn't even notice when Oscar went to eat. Last night before cultivation he already cleared out his own cask. Now the dormitory was spacey again. Oscar was also cultivating on his bed, his cask clean as well. Silently leaving, cultivating his purple demon eyes and eating. After all this, Tang San went to knock on Xiaowu's door. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were already up and went to eat. Tang San helped them clean up the heavy casks. A familiar clock gong sounded and Shrek's 7 monsters almost immediately rushed to the field. Grandmaster was already standing on the field waiting for them. Looking at Grandmaster's calm and stiff face, other than Tang San, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous, even a bit scared. Very well. Today everyone came quickly. Grandmaster nodded, gaze habitually sweeping over their faces. Yesterday's actions made me very satisfied. Though some people didn't finish their punishments, what made me satisfied was on you. I saw the spirit of not abandoning and not giving up. As buddies, how can you be at ease to give your backs to your friends? What you need is trust. You all did well. The trust in each other let you finish the test yesterday better. Before we start today's lesson, Tang San, go finish your punishment. Yes. Tang San said and turned around to run outside the academy. Little San, I'll accompany you like I said yesterday. Xiaowu skipped happily towards Tang San. Ning Rongrong suddenly said, Let's go too. Aren't we a whole entity? Oscar stretched his arm. Warming up works too. This time it isn't a punishment, it's just accompanying him, so we don't need to carry weights. Fatty, frowning and worried, said, Looks like I really have to lose weight. It wasn't easy for me to get all this fat. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing already ran out. Stop talking, quickly catch up. Whole entity. What a good whole entity. Grandmaster, slightly stunned, looked at the leaving teens. Clenching his fists, Grandmaster silently decided he'll do his best to educate these teens. It was also from that day that Grandmaster let Shrek's 7 monsters fully realize the meaning of a devil. When monsters meet devils, what happens? Grandmaster's training for them was simple. 1 or 2 hours of fighting per day, with every day's situation different. 2 sides of fighting were randomly decided. Sometimes 1v1, sometimes 2v2, sometimes 3v3, and sometimes even 3v4. Everyday Grandmaster would give special restrictions. For example, which spirit abilities they are allowed to use, what they are not allowed to use, and other requests. After fighting training, they would start their physical exercise. Same as the first day during physical training, they can't use their spirit power, and they had to finish it together. Grandmaster had myriads of ways to train them. The simplest was weighted runs. More complicated were weighted hiking and other methods. But no matter which method, it had to make Shrek's 7 monsters reach their limits. After a period of time, they were already used to waking up at night in the medicinal casks. Though this devilish training was hard, there was one thing Grandmaster wasn't miserly about. With eating, he tried his best to change it up all the time to satisfy everyone's desire for food. Because of the dense schedule of training, 3 months passed. Ma Hongjun, possibly because of consuming too much energy in the training, didn't even go once to Suotuo City to settle his evil fire. The forging tools that Tang San ordered were delivered ages ago, but he didn't have time to make hidden weapons. He didn't even have time to assemble the first batch of parts the smithy finished. Tang San, Oscar and Xiaowu officially registered and became spirit elders. To not create a sensation, when they went to register, Grandmaster specially let them wear specially made masks. Though it brought some suspicion, hiding one's appearance was fairly common, and they still successfully received their monthly pay. 3 months of devilish training didn't improve Shrek's 7 monsters' spirit power greatly. In the period, only Ma Hongjuan's spirit power rose by 1 rank. But, after the 3 months of extreme training, their body's qualities underwent a massive change. Now, if Tang San and Dai Mubai did the weighted run like the first day, they would have to shoulder over 50 kilograms and still not reach their extreme. One has to know, if they don't use spirit power, that is already a scary number. Every person's body was improved greatly. Under massive exercise and competent nutrients, the first obvious change was on their stature. Dai Mubai clearly became sturdier, his evil pupils gaining a powerful sheen. His entire body looked like it contained explosive energy. The him now really looked like a fierce tiger coming down a hill. Oscar's change was even more obvious. He became an entire circle skinnier, but if you looked at only the appearance, no one would think he was a support-type spirit master. His strong figure could definitely match most fighting-type spirit masters. Of course, his voice was still that soft, and his giant beard and double peach blossom eyes didn't change. Tang San's appearance barely changed. He still looked so normal, but his entire body looked more reserved. His figure wasn't really thick and strong, but he grew a bit taller. He was like a very normal teen, the sort that you wouldn't notice if he was in a crowd. What's surprising is Tang San's spirit power was already rank 32. This wasn't from the 3 months of training, but from the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring. Possibly because of breaking his limit, the man-faced demon spider brought great pain, but the benefits were also great. Other than the spirit ring and spirit bone, even his spirit power rose to rank 32, making everyone envious. Of course, though they were envious, none of them dared to absorb spirit rings outside of their limits. Ma Hongjun became a full 2 circles skinnier and didn't look as bloated as before. Though still fat, he looked powerful. Spirit power reaching rank 28, it was striding forwards with its head high towards rank 30. His bodily changes made him look a lot more acute. Xiaowu was still her old self and had the least changes appearance-wise. Not even her skin was tanned, and she was always lively and happy. However, during everyday's fighting, she caused quite a lot of suffering. Her third spirit ability, teleportation, appear and disappear unpredictably. Even Dai Mubai and Tang San suffered losses against her. Good thing her teleportation distance is only within 5 meters. Even so, paired up with Waste Bow and Demon Confusion, the 3 spirit abilities' melee fighting capabilities are terrifying. Ning Rongrong, compared to her first few days of coming to the academy, lost almost all her haughtiness. Her face emitted more heroic spirit, and her reserved character made her even more charming. This ignited the hope of Oscar again, who had already given up. Of course, with these 3 months, even if Oscar wanted to woo her, he didn't have the strength. As for Zhu Zhuqing, it has to be said that her willpower isn't any worse than a man's. She did not make a single whine the entire 3 months. Not only did she withstand it all, she sometimes even actively asked for a harder training. Her body was an entire circle skinner, but as her agility system spirit master, her speed, with a stronger body, was also improved. The 3 months of devilish training finally ended yesterday. Grandmaster gave Shrek's 7 monsters 7 days of vacation for them to adjust their conditions. Finally having the chance to rest, Oscar went head first into his bed and slept. Tang San cultivated as usual. Because Zhu Zhuqing insisted on exercising more, Dai Mubai actively requested to accompany her. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong decided to be like Oscar, choosing to use this rare vacation for rest. While listening to Oscar's snoring, Tang San assembled the parts sent from the smithy. He finally had time today. The craftsmanship of the Tai brothers made Tang San very satisfied. So far, the silent sleeve dart, powder shooting shadow, taut back head lowering crossbow, and other weapon parts were already assembled. Only the godly Zhuge crossbow had higher requirements, so he was still working on it. Tang San wanted to, with these days of rest, not only cultivate but also distribute the hidden weapons and teach everyone how to use it. Engrossed in the assembly of hidden weapons, time flew by. Only until Oscar woke up and told him to go eat that Tang San discovered the sunlight outside has become moonlight and a day has passed. The two walked out of the dormitory, walking towards the cafeteria. Just as they were walking, suddenly they saw a person wobbly walking over. The fuck, who is this? Why do they have the head of a pig? Oscar cried out excessively. Tang San focused his gaze. The swaying, walking unsteadily figure was unexpectedly Ma Hongjun, except he looked very ragged. Not only were his clothes very torn, his plump face was swollen by a full circle. His eyes were bruised purple, and the corner of his mouth still had a crimson stain. Fatty, what happened? Tang San quickly rushed forward to support the tottering Ma Hongjun. Oscar skillfully summoned his recovering sausage and passed it over. Ma Hongjun didn't decline, gobbling down the sausage and finally looked a bit better. Fuck, this time was quite embarrassing. Ma Hongjun's eyes were filled with hatred. His face was originally plump and his eyes small. Now that his face was swollen, his eyes were barely visible in all the fat. Who beat you up? Tang San's voice clearly had a chilling edge. 3 months of devilish training had passed with everyone helping each other. They were so much more than classmates. Seeing his brother beaten up, how could Tang San not be angry? Ma Hongjun angrily said, I got beaten up by a vulgar uncle. Embarrassing, really damn embarrassing. Oscar furrowed his brows. Fatty, it wasn't because you were trying to be another person's love rival, is it? Ma Hongjun said furiously. What love rival? Evidently it was I who saw that girl first. That vulgar guy was really shameless. Hearing Ma Hongjun say that, Tang San instantly understood a bit. Clearly, like what Oscar said, Fatty was beaten up when he was trying to settle his evil fire. Tang San patted Ma Hongjun on his shoulder. Let's go eat something at the cafeteria first, we can talk there. With Oscar's recovering sausage's help, Ma Hongjun's body condition was a lot better. Then the three walked into the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, Dai Mubai was sitting there eating furiously, but Zhu Zhuqing wasn't beside him. What the fuck, Fatty, how did you get like this? Seeing Ma Hongjun's unkempt appearance, Dai Mubai was also alarmed. He was a lot more short-tempered, jumping from his seat and his evil pupils shining angrily. Ma Hongjun scowled miserably. Boss Dai, you have to back me up. You see how they beat me up. Even my handsome face is now distorted. How can I get girls in the future? Oscar chuckled. Handsome face my ass, swollen like a pig. What actually happened, tell us first. Ma Hongjun pulled over a chair and sat down and finally started talking. I left this afternoon and decided to go to Suotuo City to resolve my evil fire problems. At the place, I found a really hot girl inside this tiny brothel. Just when I wanted to call her over to resolve my problem, a vulgar uncle came. He looked about 40 with short hair and at first sight he looked trustworthy. However, upon closer inspection, the guy's eyes was full of an obscene gaze. Dai Mubai said, So you fought him? Fatty stuck out his chest and said, Of course, he already bullied me, you think I should endure it? At first I just wanted to chase him out, but he turned out to be a spirit master as well, and a 4-ringed spirit ancestor. In a moment I was beaten up and thrown out of the brothel. What was most intolerable was he flicked my dick and said it was tiny. As a man, this sort of insult wasn't something I could endure. So I got up and fought him again, and I became like this. You guys didn't see his arrogant face. Boss Dai, AO second brother, Tang third brother, you guys have to support me. If not for my strong body from recent training, I might not even be able to come back. Ma Hongjun was obviously beaten up quite bad, especially spiritually. Crying and saying everything, Tang San and the others furrowed their brows. Tang San asked, What is that person's name? Ma Hongjun wiped his face with his sleeve. I heard the brothel keeper call him Bu Lu, but it probably isn't his real name. Bu Lu? Only a spirit ancestor, and he's already bullying my brother? Let's go, Fatty, you lead us. Let's go check him out. Little San, little Ao, are you guys going? Dai Mubai could understand Fatty's mood right now. Fighting over a girl was something he did often before as well, but most of the times he won the fight. Ever since Zhu Zhuqing came, he finally restrained himself. Also, Fatty was beaten up quite badly. Though he didn't suffer damage to bones or tendons, he still lost all his face. Tang San nodded. Let's go check him out together. This sort of stuff can't be resolved with logic. Though one can't say who was right and who was wrong, people are biased towards their own side. If a man's brother was beaten up and he didn't take revenge, then he wasn't a man. Oscar laughed evilly. Of course I have to go. I want to see who can be even more vulgar than Fatty. Even if we can't beat him, with my mushroom sausages, we can still run. The moment Ma Hongjun heard the three were willing to fight with him, he was elated. Good brothers. Let's go now. We might even be able to catch him coming out. Finished talking, he instantly jumped up and ran outside, as if his wounds didn't hurt anymore. Dai Mubai took hold of Ma Hongjun. What's with the rush? You still have to eat first, then you'll have the strength. Also, tell us the guy's spirit. Knowing yourself and the enemy is the key to victory. Fatty, though face full of urgence, had an empty stomach, so he sat down and ate while explaining the fight. The person isn't tall, only about 1.60 meters tall. Dark face, as if he just came out of a coal pit. His spirit was very weird. Not attack, not defense, not speed. It feels like. Fatty's gaze fell onto Tang San. Feels like third brother's spirit, only different in shape. Tang San and Dai Mubai looked at each other, saying simultaneously, Control system spirit master? Fatty nodded. It should be control system. His spirit looked like two pink semicircular covers, about the size of a steamed bun. The moment he summoned his spirit, he wore it on his head. Don't even ask how disgusting that was. He only used 2 spirit abilities when he fought me. The first made the 2 covers big, blocking my phoenix fire wire. The second ability utilized the 2 covers, and with one in front and one behind, they entangled me. The covers felt very soft and flexible. I don't know what material it is, but even my phoenix fire couldn't damage it. After it entangled me, it trapped me like a cocoon, and then I became his punching bag. 2 pink covers? What type of spirit is that? Even with years of studying with Grandmaster, Tang San couldn't figure it out. Tang San said, That means he should still have 2 more spirit abilities that he hasn't used. Fatty said, Third brother, with you 3 spirit elders and I, a rank 27 spirit grandmaster, are you scared of him? Also, you are a control system spirit master as well. He misunderstood Tang San. He thought Tang San was scared. Tang San said, Control system spirit masters are special. Under 1v1 circumstances, control system spirit masters have a great advantage. Fatty, if we meet him, you focus on harassing him from far away. Boss Dai and I will go up front and little Ao will be responsible for replenishments. He definitely won't be able to match us. Control system spirit masters aren't like strength type spirit masters. As long as they can't control everyone, they will lose. If I guessed correctly, his spirit should counter fire naturally, or else your evil fire couldn't have done nothing. When we fight, I will control him. Though my spirit power is lesser than his, I can at least harass him so he can't control us. Control-type spirit masters' close-range capabilities cannot block your attacks, even if he is rank 40. If the difference was under 10 ranks, Tang San had complete confidence he could obstruct the opponent's control capability. Grandmaster once said that the best method to deal with control system spirit masters was precisely with control versus control. If speaking of strength system spirit masters as the core of the team, auxiliary system spirit masters as the team's foundation, agility attack system spirit masters as the team's eyes, then, control system spirit masters were the team's soul. Over these 3 months of devilish training, Tang San had constantly strengthened his body. At the same time, Grandmaster had every evening still specially given him special training, the target of which was the 8 spider lance external spirit bone hidden in his vertebra. This name 8 spider lance was chosen by Grandmaster, since this external spirit bone was obtained from the man-faced demon spider and greatly resembled 8 spider lances. Undergoing this period of training, Tang San went from unsuitable to suitable. By now he was already able to control the movements of the 8 spider lances effectively for attack and defense. At the same time, he was capable of releasing and restraining the poison within the 8 spider lance. Grandmaster said that relying on this external spirit bone, in addition to his control system spirit blue-silver grass, he could completely resist an opponent under roughly 40th rank. The 3 hastily ate dinner. Fatty also ate 2 of Oscar's recovery sausages, before the 4 then quietly slipped out of the academy. Ma Hongjun did not intend to tell the others. After all, this matter of being beaten up in grass nest couldn't be particularly glorious. Just when the 4 walked out of the academy gate, suddenly a dark shadow appeared, obstructing their way. Since Ma Hongjun was beaten, right now he was already somewhat jittery. He had released his spirit in practically the first moment. Red-purple flames lit up the darkness, letting the 4 clearly see who was obstructing their path. Ma Hongjun loosed a breath, withdrawing his phoenix flames. "It's you, must you scare a person to death?" This person suddenly appearing before them was Xiaowu. Xiaowu today wore brown trousers and a simple close-fitting white top. Although her body wasn't as fiery as Zhu Zhuqing, the slender feeling of her body had a different distinct style, especially that astonishing slenderness. Also the extreme flexibility of her small waist, and that lustrous black scorpion braid hanging to her feet behind her, gave her even more of a next-door little sister sense of beauty. A pair of big dark eyes stared skeptically at Tang San's group. "What are you doing sneaking off like evil spirits? Fatty, why is your face so swollen? You let someone beat you up?" Ma Hongjun sighed. Tang San and the others were after all men just like him. He had no taboos with them, but Xiaowu was a girl. Always dissatisfied with his method of settling the evil fire. For a moment he was immediately somewhat unwilling to say he had been beaten. Xiaowu took a few steps forward, in the moonlight clearly seeing the condition of Ma Hongjun's face, immediately hopping with righteous indignation. "Who was this violent? Unexpectedly beating you like this? Boss Dai, it wouldn't be you." Dai Mubai curled his lips. "Would I act so violently against my own brother? Fatty was beaten like this by a love rival. We were just about to go find him. Then what are you waiting for? Count me in. Daring to beat my brother, he can't want to preserve his life." Xiaowu's character was motivated by a desire to see the world in chaos. When just entering the academy, she was somewhat biased towards Fatty, but over this time, with everyone mutually looking out for each other in this devilish training, the bias had faded long ago. Even more, back at Nuoding Academy she was the big sister boss, never short of fights when looking for one. Now ordinarily everyone exchanged pointers according to a plan. Finally, with the opportunity for a fight, she appeared even more anxious than Ma Hongjun. "Fifth sister, you truly are too good. How about I devote my body to you?" Seeing Xiaowu not only didn't stop everyone's revenge, but on the contrary immediately joined in, Fatty was immediately greatly moved. The depression in his heart also immediately disappeared somewhat. The last line clearly held his always vulgar nature. "You would devote your body to who?" Tang San looked at Fatty, his voice somewhat strange. Fatty looked at Tang San, hurriedly smiling awkwardly. I said nothing, third brother, let's hurry. The 4 became 5, taking advantage of the night, again setting foot on the familiar path. The 5 used spirit power, heading towards Suotuo City at lightning speed. In a fraction of an hour. Fatty, is this where you ordinarily settle your evil fire issue? Dai Mubai's eyebrows both scrunched together. Before them right now was a row of single-story houses. This was a remote corner of Suotuo City. The houses in front were only 3 meters tall, looking damaged in many places. In the doorway hung several pink lanterns. Below the lanterns stood several clearly not young prostitutes with heavy makeup and gaudy dress peddling themselves to people passing by. The corners of Oscar's mouth twitched. No wonder you always say grass nests also hold golden phoenixes. This truly is a grass nest, ah. Regarding Ma Hongjuan's tastes, Dai Mubai and Oscar truly didn't dare compliment. For Xiaowu and Tang San it was the first time in this kind of place. Apart from curiosity, they had no special feeling. Fatty only guffawed twice, in a low voice saying, It's really cheap here. Ah, the price is cheap and quantity excessive. 1 silver coin for 1 time, 2 silver coins for 3. The quality to price ratio is high. Moreover, you must believe the principle of grass nests also holding golden phoenixes. This depends on luck. Dai Mubai glared at him. In the future, don't say I know you. Although I knew you aren't picky, I still didn't expect you to go as far as this. Coming to this kind of trashy place, the age of those golden phoenixes of yours could compare to your aunt's. Fatty, somewhat indignantly angry, said, Boss Dai, don't deliberately ridicule me, let's first deal with business. You wait here, I'll go ask if that bastard hasn't left. While speaking, Fatty quickly walked towards the grass nest. Oscar looked around everywhere. This is really remote, it suits the task. I, your father, have a large sausage. I, your father, have a small sausage. I, your father, have a mushroom sausage. Hearing Oscar chant his spirit incantations, starting to prepare for the battle ahead, Xiaowu couldn't refrain from making a light spitting sound, truly worthy of being called Big Sausage Uncle. In a moment, Ma Hongjun animatedly ran back. Perfect, that fellow still hasn't left, he only paid the bill just now. I estimate he'll come out at once. Brothers, for helping me take revenge this time, I'll host you later and invite everyone to eat a good meal. Dai Mubai vigorously waved his hand at him. Don't speak nonsense, I wouldn't dare go to a meal hosted by you. With your tastes like this, just forget about it. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, even Xiaowu couldn't help but nod. She and Tang San had seen the unconstrained twin sisters Dai Mubai had brought. Comparing those top-quality twins with these aunties, before them was practically like heaven and underground. While they talked, one person already walked out of the grass nest. Tang San's group stood in a dark corner across from grass nest. By now the color of the sky was already completely black. From across the street this side was very difficult to see. That's him. Fatty gnashed his teeth. Just like Fatty's description, walking out from grass nest was a 40-something middle-aged man. Dark skin, 1.60 meters tall. On his face a satisfied lascivious smile, right hand wrapped in gauze, wearing large pants with several holes, on his feet a pair of large sandals, looking self-satisfied as he walked down the street. While walking he hummed a little tune. Uncle's mood is good today, ah, the bird came out to stroll. Is it on? Fatty already cracked his fists. Wait a moment. Xiaowu grabbed Fatty's plump shoulder. the other hand throwing back the scorpion braid, on her charming face appearing a harmless smile. "Come out in a moment, watch me." While speaking, Xiaowu took small steps from the side, walking out to that vulgar uncle called Douluo. "What's Xiaowu doing?" Ma Hongjun, somewhat puzzled, looked to Tang San. Who other than Tang San could understand her best? Tang San clapped a hand to his forehead, somewhat helplessly saying, "Just wait and see." Xiaowu didn't look like she walked quickly, but was just right to block that vulgar uncle's path. "Hello, uncle. May I ask, is there a place selling candy nearby?" Douluo had just left Grass Nest, entire person soaked in satisfaction. The sudden voice made him start, raising his head to look towards the source of the voice. Immediately, that appearing straightforward face of his had a kind of particular luster, a certain place on his body immediately stirring. It had to be said, in the night suddenly appearing before him was such a pleasant sight as Xiaowu. Young and tender, fair young face, long black scorpion braid, although not particularly ample, she still had a figure to some extent. In particular, the youth and inexperience on her rosy face was even more attractive to an old pervert like this. Douluo's eyes shone as he saw Xiaowu, saying inwardly, "Such a beautiful and lovely little lowly. Heavens, earth, don't tell me this is your gift for me?" Coughing, Douluo swiftly restrained the obscene light in his eyes, sticking out his chest, assuming a neat posture, changing so quickly that if Xiaowu hadn't kept her eyes on him all along, she might have been tricked. "Little miss, you've still come out to buy candy this late, ah? This is so remote, aren't you worried you'll run into bad people?" When Douluo had a serious face, adding to his simple and honest outward appearance, he still truly had a somewhat dignified appearance. Xiaowu blinked with her beautiful big eyes. "Then uncle, are you a bad person?" Seeing her soft-spoken appearance made Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and Oscar not far away twitch. Was this flirty Xiaowu still the same person who had thrown them around like sandbags in fights? This was even beyond acting. Only Tang San's face expressed a wry smile and no surprise. He had already experienced this kind of scene long ago at Nuoding Academy. In deception, Xiaowu was even better than what Ning Rongrong did when she just arrived at the academy. Especially when assuming that next-door neighbor little sister appearance, practically no man was immune to it. The difference was, proper people seeing her like this would only feel tenderness, but a person like Douluo seeing the current Xiaowu would only drool. Hearing Xiaowu's question, Douluo immediately said, "Of course uncle is a good person. Little miss, what are you called? How old are you, Xiaowu's little face quickly blushed. "I'm Xiaowu, almost 13. Douluo was expressionless, thinking to himself, "Almost 13, in other words 12? His Adam's apple moved vigorously as he swallowed. If he didn't eat this tender morsel delivered to his mouth, he would truly be letting himself down. "You are this tall even at 12, in the future you will certainly be a great beauty. Xiaowu, there's no place here that sells candy, come with uncle, uncle will bring you to buy candy, afterwards I'll see you back home." "All right." Xiaowu smiled, nodding cutely, saying, "Great." Douluo hadn't expected this little miss would be tricked so easily. Seeing her agree to go with him, he was immediately exultant, small eyes looking around, going in the direction of a remote place he remembered. In order to not beat the grass to scare the snake, he resisted grabbing and pulling Xiaowu's little hand. Oscar rubbed his eyes hard, poking Tang San at his side. "Little San, is this really Xiaowu? Why can't I see any resemblance?" Tang San somewhat strangely said, Back at Nuoding Academy, there were girls molested by a strange uncle. Xiaowu used just this maneuver, luring that person into a dark corner. Afterwards came the 8-stage drop. 8-stage drop? What's that? Dai Mubai also couldn't help but be curious. In Tang San's eyes expressed a trace of fear. It's the most violent kind of throw in Xiaowu's soft skill. 8 throws in succession. As long as the first throw succeeds, there is practically no chance to resist. That is Xiaowu's true strength. Therefore, by no means meet her at close range. I expect that this strange uncle called Douluo something might be fortunate enough to taste this great banquet. Let's catch up with them to prevent accidents. Right now Douluo's lascivious heart was greatly stirred, with his 46th rank spirit power. If he was a bit alert like normal, he might discover Tang San and the others following, but right now his heart was entirely focused on this young and fresh little lowly by his side, with none to spare for others. How would he also know that sometimes lowly was interchangeable with demon? Furtively glancing at Xiaowu, her slender waist swaying slightly as she walked, but was not at all large, but her waist was really too slender. That resulting curve made this old pervert Douluo constantly stealthily swallow. Adding to Xiaowu's close to perfection beautiful complexion, a beautiful girl walking beautifully. The evil fire that had previously been dispersed was already rising within. To an old pervert his age, the outside was especially important. How could Xiaowu before him be compared to those free-range chickens in the grass nest? Further and further away, already very few pedestrians could be seen around. Douluo brought Xiaowu around a corner, reaching a secluded and dark little alley. "Uncle, where is the candy store? This is so dark, I'm a little scared." Xiaowu spoke softly, apparently somewhat panicked. Douluo smiled mischievously, saying, "Xiaowu, this late at night, eating candy is no good for the body. Let uncle bring you to see goldfish." "See goldfish? Where is there goldfish?" Xiaowu asked curiously. Douluo stopped walking, stretching out his hand and starting to untie his trousers. "I've got it right here." Xiaowu suddenly smiled. "Uncle, your next line wouldn't be, your father, have a big sausage?" Douluo's hands stiffened, his movements immediately coming to a halt. He looked right into a pair of red-colored eyes brimming with demon confusion, his entire body immediately becoming rigid, and in the next moment before him only remained a smear of purple shadow. Tight around his neck, not waiting for Douluo to release his spirit, that black scorpion braid was already winding around, and in the next moment, Douluo only felt a force at his neck, his entire body involuntarily leaving the ground. If Douluo had been a power-type spirit master, perhaps he still would have had a chance to stabilize himself. Unfortunately, he was a control system spirit master. But if a spirit master couldn't release their spirit, their strength would also be greatly weakened. Adding to his industrious plowing for a whole day, his strength had long ago dropped by more than half. The current Douluo only felt the sky spin and earth go round. The next moment he could only see stars. Gold stars, silver stars, stars of all sizes flickered continuously, the violent shaking making him completely unable to focus his spirit power to release his spirit. His body didn't even feel pain, only a strong numbness. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San and Ma Hongjun had by now already walked out from the darkness. Besides Tang San, the other three without exception stared wide-eyed, looking at that previously still acting soft and immature lovable figure now with incomparably berserk movements. This was also the first time they saw the full set of Xiaowu's 8-stage drop. Using the teleportation ability, when Xiaowu disappeared from in front of Douluo, her long ago already accumulated power meeting the completely mentally unprepared him, Xiaowu's scorpion braid successfully wrapped around Douluo's neck. In the next moment, vulgar strange Uncle Douluo's miserable life had already begun. Binding his neck, Xiaowu's one foot stepped on his lower back, the first spirit ring ability waist bow activating. Neck bending backward, feet moving forward, Douluo's body already flew into the air. The scorpion braid quietly slipping off, Xiaowu jumped after Douluo's body thrown into midair. That waist bow strength of hers was truly terrifying, with 31st ranked spirit power, 120% amplification, she directly threw Douluo 5 meters up. When Douluo's body climbed to its peak was also precisely the moment Xiaowu caught up, both hands grabbing Douluo's waist bow's strength activating once more, with a snap of her slender waist bringing Douluo to spin backwards. Currently Douluo was still bewildered by Xiaowu's demon confusion. Besides the feeling of sky spinning and earth revolving, he could feel nothing. Xiaowu was grabbing the clothes at Douluo's waist, revolving a full 2 turns in midair. As she dropped towards the ground, under the effect of waist bow, Douluo's rapid spinning made a kind of hair-raising whistling sound and smashed into ground. That moment, Tang San's group closed their eyes at practically the same time. They could imagine the kind of strength of being thrown in a spiral from high in the air like this. Xiaowu had also used it when competing against them before, only at that time she had directly thrown them in midair towards the sky, and not like this truly throwing them towards the ground. Today Douluo could be considered having bad luck, meeting Xiaowu, this little baleful star, in addition to his vulgar appearance being what Xiaowu disliked the most. In this fight she basically didn't have any intention of starting off leniently. In Xiaowu's heart, for this kind of strange uncle who didn't intend to let off even a 12-years-old little girl, even killing wasn't too much. However, Douluo was after all a 40-something ranked spirit ancestor. In the 2 rapid rotations, he also finally awoke from Xiaowu's demon confusion. Although there wasn't enough time for him to use his spirit, he still managed to cover his whole body with spirit power, protecting himself. But in the next moment, the violent shock already scattered the spirit power he had gathered. Douluo's body heavily smashed into the ground. Xiaowu had smacked his body flat onto the ground, each part of his body in contact with the ground. There wasn't even enough time for Douluo to scream, blood overflowing from his nose at once. He was completely dumb from the throw. But this was only the beginning. Xiaowu hardly paused, with both hands pressing on Douluo's waist made a backflip, both legs pressing directly on either side of Douluo's head, waist bow activating yet again, throwing Douluo directly forward. The hands had released, but her legs were able to generate even greater force. Under the driving force of Xiaowu's legs, following Xiaowu's backflip, Douluo's entire body flew up to once again smash into the ground. Xiaowu now fully revealed the flexible strength of her waist. With the help of the rebound from this second throw, body flipping over and back, she slammed Douluo back in his previous position. Douluo's body was whirled around by Xiaowu's legs like a burlap sack. Altogether 6 times, around the third, his bones started making snapping sounds. Fuck me, fuck me. Dai Mubai and the other 2's gazes continuously followed Douluo's body thrown around with all of Xiaowu's strength. Each time he was thrown, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm, blood already splashing next to their feet. Finally, as Xiaowu once again threw Douluo's body, it was without again directly throwing him on the ground, and rather throwing him into the air, the 6 continuous throws were considered finished. In addition to that first spiral drop from high in the air, it was already a full 7 drops. Whether it was Dai Mubai, Oscar, or Ma Hongjun, all silently thought, if this was them being dropped 7 times, what would the scene be like? Perhaps even the strongest Dai Mubai would immediately lose consciousness, even if he had already used his white tiger Vajra transformation. When thrown by Xiaowu like this, perhaps his spirit power would come apart from the shock. Xiaowu yet again leapt up, but when Dai Mubai's group thought she would once again use the killing spiral drop from high in the air, Xiaowu didn't make those kinds of movements. The current Bu Lu was already completely in a semi-conscious state. When Xiaowu caught up to him, both her feet once again pressed at his neck. She rotated 1080 degrees at lightning speed, with Bu Li's neck squeezed by her. Naturally, he could only follow along with her turn, his neck constantly making cracking sounds. Even if the vertebra didn't come apart, it still wasn't much better. After the 1080-degree turn, Xiaowu made an elegant backwards somersault, waist bow activating one last time, directly throwing Bu Lu towards the ground. She also made use of the opposite force from throwing Bu Lu to flip several times through the air, landing on the ground. Hong, the vulgar strange Uncle Bu Lu smashed into the ground in a kind of extremely monstrous posture. Apart from his whole body twitching, he didn't make any other movements. Ma Hongjun looked at the slightly panting Xiaowu who had landed not far from him, probingly asking, "Xiaowu, you didn't kill him, right?" Xiaowu gave the twitching body of Bu Lu a glance. "Killing him would dirty my hands. I have propriety. Little San wouldn't let me casually kill people. I only gave him a lesson, that's all. However, I expect he'll be out in bed for 3 months before recovering. By my calculations, several of his joints were dislocated by my drops. For a time, I'm afraid he really will be unable to take care of himself." Dai Mubai somewhat gloomily said, "We came here to fight. When you've thrown him around like this, we have farts to beat." Only, Xiaowu, your 8-stage drop really is powerful," Oscar added. "The key point is that her teleportation is too abnormal. Once within a 5-meter range of her, even running is impossible. Furthermore, Xiaowu, that waist bow ability can be used consecutively? Is there no need to aggregate spirit power between uses?" Xiaowu giggled, as if the impressive feat just now hadn't been accomplished by her. "Previously I had to condense spirit power. Only, after I reached 30th rank, there is no longer any need for time. Besides, even if I had to aggregate spirit power, the interval between each waist bow is already enough." Tang San suddenly said, "Xiaowu, in the future don't use that kind of method to lure the enemy again. It's too dangerous like this." Xiaowu looked blank a moment, looking at Tang San's serious eyes. She stuck out her tongue, but nodded cutely. What Tang San didn't say was that when he watched Xiaowu go to entice Bu Lu, for some reason, his heart was extremely uneasy. Dai Mubai waved his hand, saying, "Fine, we'll leave. Fatty. This fellow is more miserable than you. It counts as your revenge." Ma Hongjun had after all not used his own hands. Right now he still somewhat hadn't resolved his anger. Running up next to Bu Lu, he raised his foot and stepped down several times with an effort. While stomping he hatefully said, "Letting you beat me, letting you beat me. Letting you say my pecker is small. AI, all right." Seeming to suddenly recall something, Ma Hongjun smiled mischievously. "You go ahead first, I'll come right away." Dai Mubai frowned, saying, don't be harsh. Although this fellow beating you isn't any good thing, but it still isn't a deadly crime. You hurry it up. Got it. Watching Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar and Xiaowu turn around the corner and disappear, Ma Hongjuan's face revealed a monstrous smile. Raising his right hand, a red-purple flame appeared in his palm, and his gaze moved to Bu Li's lower body. Strange uncle, didn't you say I had a small pecker? Fine, then I'll let yours become a roast chicken. Ayadsh. Tang San's group still hadn't gone very far. Hearing the unhumanly blood-curdling scream, the four looked face to face, and somewhat helplessly shook their heads. Very quickly, Fatty already animatedly chased after them, without waiting for any questions, immediately took the initiative to say, "Be at ease, I did nothing like that. I wouldn't let him die. Xiaowu was right, killing him would dirty our hands. Fifth sister, many thanks for today. If there is anything you have need of this fatty for, then don't hesitate to ask. As long as I can get it, I won't decline." Xiaowu cackled. No need for repayment. That throwing just now was very invigorating. It's been quite a while without something so pleasurable. Tang San, seeming to ponder something, said, "Actually, what we did was no good." No good? Little San, you wouldn't be soft-hearted, right? Dai Mubai, somewhat puzzled, looked at Tang San. Although Tang San was ordinarily very calm, he didn't seem like a soft-hearted person. He could still clearly remember the appearance of Tang San fully using his hidden weapons. Even Zhao Wuji suffered a small loss. Tang San shook his head, saying, "I'm saying, cutting grass without rooting it out, once the spring wind blows it grows again." Ah! The others' gazes at Tang San immediately changed somewhat. Although they were all genius spirit masters, they were after all only teenagers. With regard to murder, perhaps only Dai Mubai could accept it. Nobody expected Tang San would say something like this. Tang San never forgot the guiding principles written in Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record. Tang Sect Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record General Principles, third item. Ascertain the opponent is an enemy as long as they chose the path of killing, never hesitate, otherwise one's worries will only increase. That vulgar strange Uncle Bu Lu didn't die this time, perhaps the matter will stay at that. But in the end he has more than 40th ranked spirit power. If he musters a group of friends for revenge, you be careful, Fatty. Although who beat him was unclear, by hearing alone, adding to his clash with you in the daytime, he will certainly guess it was you who brought people in. If previously Dai Mubai didn't say Bu Li's sins weren't worthy of death, Tang San already would have acted. Right now he was only reminding Ma Hongjun so he wouldn't later come to grief. Ma Hongjun swallowed. I didn't expect it would be little San who was the fiercest. Apparently, if one offends somebody it shouldn't be you. Tang San showed a smile. As we came here you didn't seem to address me like that. Fine, big brother San, and little sister Xiaowu as well. Many thanks for the matter this time. I would still ask you brothers to help keep this a secret. Dai Mubai raised his hand to lightly pat the top of Fatty's swollen head. Our own brother, why are you saying such nonsense? Let's go back quickly. We can't let Grandmaster discover we were out so late, unless you want more devilish training. Shrek Academy, Dean's Office. Xiao Gang, I don't want to disturb your teaching of those little monsters of ours, but I have no choice but to regretfully inform you, the Academy's little bit of money has already been spent by you. Somewhat helplessly saying this, Flender had a sad expression. As a formidable spirit sage, but whose arrogance kept him from wealth, what kind of sorrow was this? According to normal expenses, the tuition the students paid would be sufficient for the expenditures of one academic year. There would even be a bit left over. But Grandmaster's education plan was in another class. Not only did food expenses go up considerably, but along with the food, the medicines mixed into the students' baths every day were even more frightfully expensive. Over these past 3 months of this year's tuition for Shrek Academy, there was already nothing left. Grandmaster nodded, as always with that rigid face, and said indifferently, "Got it." Flender said with a wry smile, "You got it, then propose a solution." Grandmaster said, "Once these 7 days of rest are over, I will bring them to undergo the second stage of training. You needn't worry, I will settle the issue of expenses." Flender sighed, saying, "Were it not for these children being so outstanding, I truly wouldn't think to go on. It's still the days we together traveled the continent that moved me the most." Grandmaster showed a brief despondency. "Perhaps there will be a day we can repeat that happiness." Flender couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Gang, how are you planning to teach these children in the next stage? Wouldn't it be taking it easy for a bit? In these 3 months they have suffered bitterly. They're after all just teenagers. As they say, excessive hardness leads to an easy break. Don't be too excessive." Grandmaster's expression again recovered to its normal state. "Since you gave these children to me to teach, you can only place your full trust in me. I have measured it out." Limp on the ground, Douluo was still constantly twitching, but by now he had already woken from unconsciousness. This was already the 3rd time he had awoken. The first 2 times he woke up, the incomparable pain all over his body had instantly brought him back into the darkness. Clenching his teeth to resist the pain, Douluo forced his eyes open. A scorched smell constantly assaulted his sense of smell, but what made him despair the most was the complete lack of sensation in his lower body. He knew that his whole life might be over. He wanted to move, but could only barely squirm. His 4 limbs were completely dislocated, even his elbows and knees were separated. At least 5 ribs were broken. Of his cervical vertebra, at least 2 were displaced. But all this was still on the basis of xiaowu going easy. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be simple dislocations. Although xiaowu's spirit power still wasn't pure, it was at a level where it could break every bone in his body without killing him, but the pain of the dislocations was even more unbearable. Even after recovering, it would still leave lasting damage. Just then, successive footsteps echoed, gradually approaching. "That chicken nest, madame," said Douluo, "brought a young miss in this direction. This fellow, it wouldn't be that he encountered some top-quality morsel and was going to eat it alone?" The speaker had a very magnetic and deep voice, the gold standard for baritone. If one only heard his voice, perhaps to 30 years or older women, he would have an irresistible attraction. "This fellow absolutely acts on his own. Right now he still has us come look for him. Lao E. The place you brought me to today was excellent, especially that pantyhose little sister. Just looking would make people drool." If speaking of the first voice as incomparably pleasant, then this second voice was another extreme, hoarse like a duck's call. Adding the vulgar content, it immediately gave people a kind of nauseating feeling like falling into a pile of flies. Hearing these 2 voices, Douluo suddenly roused from semi-consciousness. Fortunately, his jaw hadn't been dislocated. With difficulty he condensed a bit of spirit power, rousing his mind to yell, "Lao E Tianya! I'm here!" Those just gossiping voices suddenly paused, followed by the sound of urgent footsteps. Very quickly, 2 figures arrived before Douluo. Are you Douluo? The pleasant baritone didn't dare speak confidently. Seen clearly by moonlight, this person was tall, with wide and solid shoulders. Although his long hair was disheveled, it brought a somewhat wild atmosphere, but most eye-catching were his eyes, a pair of small, extremely narrow eyes, seemingly only small cracks. If viewed from the front, it would be very difficult to tell whether they were open or closed. Adding the effect of his puffy and swollen eyes, it was even easier to overlook those thin slits. Just this bit perfectly destroyed the impression from his baritone voice. Douluo, how did you end up like this? The other person swiftly squatted at Douluo's side. Although his face had a concentrated expression, his appearance was even more wretched than Douluo and baritone's. Put succinctly, besides the hair that could still be considered ordinary, there was basically nothing normal about him. His entire body was so thin it was like only the skeleton was left. His eyes were unexpectedly very large but yellow, twinkling with a cloudy light. A pair of rat whiskers trembled as he spoke. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes looked capable of simultaneously crushing a group of flies to death. These two now appearing before Douluo looked about the same age as him. Now the two had already shed their amused expressions, having serious faces. The slightly built man's both hands quickly felt all over Douluo's body, from time to time cursing. In his yellow eyes were already a bit of red. Really mistreated severely. This time Douluo is wretched. The 4 limbs are dislocated without doubt. 5 ribs and 4 bones are also broken. 3 cervical vertebrae are displaced and cracked. He won't recover in several months. Most important, Douluo's thing is cooked. Cooked? Tianya, what are you calling cooked? The baritone called Lao Yi was shocked. The wretched little man Tianya smiled wryly. Can't you smell that roast chicken? This time Douluo's loss was too great. The bones can recover, but this roast chicken. While speaking, Tianya raised his right hand, along with a beautiful green light flickering. A sharp blade had already appeared in his hand. At the same time as it appeared, there were also a full 5 spirit rings. 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple. Although the spirit ring's attributes were common, he was a true spirit elder with more than 50th rank spirit power. The sharp blade in his hands was a broken blade, seemingly broken evenly with the waist. The knife blade was approximately 4 fingers wide, from the handle to the break 1 chi 2 cun long. The knife handle was 8 cun long. In the flickering green light, it was a grand tool spirit of a battle spirit master. Douluo, we let you down. If we didn't come to find you at once, perhaps it would be even worse. In the green light, the hand swung the blade. With a small sound, something seemed to fall to the ground. Strangely, Douluo didn't make a sound, but his eyes overflowed with humiliated and baleful tears. I must have revenge. I must have revenge. I must make their lives worse than death. The 7 days of rest passed very quickly, and the day finally came when classes started again. Since the day several of them snuck out to suppress the vulgar strange Uncle Douluo, several days had passed, and gradually this matter had faded from memory. Besides Ma Hongjun, the others were all unaware of Douluo's roasted chicken. Ma Hongjun was also very restrained because of this matter. For these several days of rest he hadn't again gone to Sutuo City. The evil fire's outbreaks seemed to be suppressed by the intense exercise. After eating breakfast, as the familiar start of class bell rung, Tang San and the others punctually arrived on the grounds. Today's sunshine was especially bright, the blue sky without clouds as far as the eye could see. Although it was still early, the sunlight already burned somewhat. Grandmaster's shadow was lengthened by the sunlight, standing there with both hands folded across his chest, waiting for the 7 to line up. From when I came here and started teaching you until now it has been 3 months. Under the supervision and aid of the teachers, your bodies already have some foundation. But if you want to become outstanding spirit masters, this is still far from sufficient. It was worth mentioning that in the previous 3 months of demonic training, the other teachers hadn't stayed idle. The first time Ma Hongjun slacked off, they had learned that the teachers had secretly supervised them along their training route. The consequences of Ma Hongjun slacking off that time directly led to everyone training 50% harder for 3 days. Grandmaster had all along implemented a policy of collective punishment. One person erred, all suffered. The broom was one entity. Consequently, starting from today, I will advance you to the 2nd stage of your education. According to Flender, you have already gone to Suotuo Great Spirit Arena, and that is where you will receive your education for some time. This time the education doesn't have a time limit. Whenever you've obtained a Silver Spirit Fighter badge is when the training ends. For this time I will arrange for you to stay at the inn closest to the Great Spirit Arena. You will provide lodging and board yourselves. As long as you have the ability, your income from Great Spirit Arena should be considerable. Hearing Grandmaster's words, the students simultaneously loosed a breath. Going to Great Spirit Arena would always be more relaxed than Grandmaster's demonic training. But, you must remember, obtaining a Silver Spirit Fighter badge is not limited to 1 versus 1 spirit battles. You must simultaneously obtain a Silver Spirit Fighter badge in group spirit battles. You will fight as Shrek 7 Devils. Group fights can not only let everyone receive personal points, at the same time they will grant team points. This is something 2 versus 2 fights do not have. Of course, if you want to obtain the Silver Spirit Fighter title even faster, I'll not object to you freely forming combinations to enter 2 versus 2 fights. But I have a few restrictions you must keep in mind. First, you may not reveal your faces or names to your opponents in spirit fights. Everyone has to fight under code names. Second, including Tang San, no one may use hidden weapons. Third, whether you win or lose, every day each person must fight at least twice. Oscar, somewhat grumbling, said, Grandmaster, me and Ning Rongrong are auxiliary system spirit masters. Must we also get Silver Spirit Fighter badges? Grandmaster calmly said, maybe. You can choose the kind of training you did before, until the others have Silver Spirit Fighting badges. Grandmaster, I suddenly realize your decision to have us go compete at Great Spirit Arena for actual combat experience is brilliant. Take it as I said nothing just now. Ning Rongrong originally thought to raise the same issue. Seeing Oscar choke on it, she couldn't help but inwardly rejoice, cackling to the side. Grandmaster always passed like thunder and moved like the wind. After letting all the students simply put their things in order, he immediately brought them out, leaving for Suotuor Academy. Journeying together with them were still old acquaintances of the students, the Academy's original 2 deans, Four-Eyed Owl Flender and Motionless Bright King Xiaowu. The other 3 teachers stayed behind to take care of the Academy. Flender couldn't help but greatly admire Grandmaster's decision. Having the students living in Suotuo City, taking care of their own expenses, the Academy naturally wouldn't suffer any pressure. But he with Xiaowu and Grandmaster could live at his shop, and supervise the students' daily combat progress. Great Spirit Arena bouts were all conducted in the evening. A party arriving in Suotuo City would first find a common inn to stay at near the Great Spirit Arena. As a result of being near the Great Spirit Arena, although these counted as common, the price would still be twice that of other places. Of course, to the students with a monthly income of at least 10 gold coins, or even 100 gold coins, this was still no burden. After all, there were still not many places as expensive as that Rose Hotel. After arranging the lodgings for the students, Grandmaster called all 7 to Tang San's room. At present you may team up freely and choose to participate in any kind of spirit contest. The Great Spirit Arena's 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2 bouts start first. Although team battles are separate from the other two, they start comparatively late, and also attract the most spectators in Great Spirit Arena. With the staggered starting times, they can also sell even more tickets. Every day you must participate in one team battle, for the other bout you can choose freely on your own. I also won't object if you want to participate in 3. The precondition is that you properly understand your own spirit power condition. As Grandmaster stopped speaking, Oscar immediately looked towards Dai Mubai with a pitiful appearance. Boss Dai, it would be better for us to participate in 2 versus 2 together, how about it? Although I just reached 30th rank, my auxiliary capabilities should be able to assist you. Otherwise, I don't know how I'll scrape together enough points for a Silver Spirit Fighter badge in all my life. Dai Mubai looked distracted. His original intention was to participate in 2 versus 2 spirit battles with Zhu Zhuqing, or perhaps join 1 versus 1 on his own. Seeing Oscar's pleading gaze, after thinking it over, he still gave a nod. All right. Discussing fighting strength among the 7, clearly Dai Mubai and Tang San were the strongest. Oscar had at once approached Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong's gaze immediately turned to Tang San. In an intimate tone, "Third brother, do you want to help me?" Tang San looked distracted a moment, "But I've already formed the 3-5 combination with xiaowu." On the side, Ma Hongjun hurriedly moved closer. "Rongrong, how about me? I want to join 2 versus 2 with you." "You? Just forget about it." Ning Rongrong unhappily glared at Fatty. "You're too busy looking after yourself, how would you still have time for me?" Grandmaster suddenly spoke up. "No. I propose you indeed should form a combination for 2 versus 2 with Ma Hongjun." Ning Rongrong puzzled asked. "Why?" Grandmaster calmly said, "Because you and Tang San's levels are different. When participating in 2 versus 2, if one spirit master has reached a higher level, then he must participate in a higher level contest. Tang San has already reached 30th rank, but you are still on the 20th rank level. If you cooperated to participate in 2 versus 2, then you would have to participate in 30th rank bouts. Generally speaking, for spirit masters coming to Great Spirit Arena to fight, only if their confidence is extremely high or their spirit has a large advantage would they participate in bouts higher than their level. 30th ranked bouts are naturally the same. Although Tang San's spirit is extraordinary, participating in 1 versus 1 fights might barely be possible, but if adding you, although your 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda spirit is the most powerful auxiliary type spirit, right now it still isn't sufficient to make up for the gap between him and 2 over 35th ranked opponents. But you and Ma Hongjun participating together is different. He's already 28th rank, his spirit advantage is also not insignificant. Adding your support, the odds of victory can reach more than 70%. Although Ning Rongrong in her heart was unwilling, she had no choice but to admit Grandmaster was right. But in the end she still didn't pick Ma Hongjun, and her gaze turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Seventh sister, let us cooperate. How about it? Sure. Zhu Zhuqing still replied very simply. To Ning Rongrong's eye, although Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power was one rank lower than Ma Hongjuan's, their cooperation was clearly much better than with someone whose evil fire pressure was constantly rising. When fighting in 2 versus 2, she didn't want to be flirting with the comrade in arms next to her. Ma Hongjun rumbled. Rongrong, you're still discriminating against me. I protest. Ning Rongrong giggled, employing her gentle and soft strategy. Fourth brother, you're so strong, wouldn't it be a pity to join with me in 2 versus 2? Anyway, you're certain to win in 1 versus 1, right? Ma Hongjuan's immunity to beautiful women was originally very low. Seeing the tender smile on Ning Rongrong's face, how could he object and could only accept reality? How you choose to participate is up to you. I'll give you these, unless there are no people around, wear them when in spirit battles. At the same time, when speaking on stage, you must not let the opponent know your age. While speaking, Grandmaster pulled out 7 long ago prepared masks from within his spirit tool bracelet. The masks were very familiar to everyone. Exactly the symbol of Shrek Academy, the image of the green monster Shrek. Dai Mubai took and put the mask over his face. Although the craftsmanship was ordinary, after it was fitted to the face it only revealed the eyes, mouth and nose, and was not hindrance at all. When participating in team battles, you will do so as the Shrek 7 Devils team. When participating in your own bouts, you can name your 2 versus 2 combinations yourselves. For 1 versus 1, I will give each of you a name. Use this nickname to compete. As long as you explain it when signing up, your real names won't appear in the spirit arena. Everyone could understand Grandmaster's intention. They were after all too young, especially 12-year-olds like Tang San and Xiaowu who had already reached the 30th ranked spirit elder state. Casually revealing this to the whole spirit master world would be universally shocking. Especially when becoming well known at Great Spirit Arena, perhaps Spirit Hall would first come call on them. Oscar curiously asked, "Then what names will we use?" Grandmaster said, "Mubai uses his original evil eye white tiger, you are still that sausage monopoly. As for Little San, use Thousand Hands silver grass. What do you think?" "This is no good." "Change it," Xiaowu rushed to say. "It's not stylish anywhere. Silver grass is too unpleasant to hear." Grandmaster looked at Tang San, seeing he didn't express any opinion. On his face couldn't help but reveal a smile. Regarding this disciple of his, Grandmaster was always extremely pleased. "Then you say it, just what name would be good?" Dai Mubai said. "Although Little San ordinarily seems sincere, he can really flip out, with a killing instinct heavier than all of us. I say, calling him Thousand Hands Azura is good. Azura has the meaning of a devil of massacre. It could also have a certain intimidating effect on the opponent." Grandmaster said to Tang San, "What do you think?" Tang San said, "It doesn't matter to me, you decide, teacher." Grandmaster said, "Then we'll call you Thousand Hands Azura." "Ma Hongjun, I'll also help you pick a good name. How about calling you Evil Fire Phoenix?" Fatty smiled mischievously. "Many thanks, Grandmaster, this is good. How to say, I'm also a phoenix." To the side Oscar mumbled, "It's a phoenix, only, I think calling it Brothel Phoenix is even better." Fatty said indignantly, Little Ao, are you deliberately undermining me? Xiaowu had now already stepped before Grandmaster, assuming a pitiful appearance. Grandmaster, then what am I called? You must give me something that sounds pleasant, Grandmaster said with a smile. When you use the soft skill, your whole body is soft as if boneless. Adding your rabbit spirit and demon confusion ability, it would be best to call you Soft Bones Demon Rabbit. It sounds pretty good. Xiaowu immediately smiled happily. Rongrong's spirit is 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. There's nothing that describes you better than 7 treasures glazed tile. At the same time, it can also mask you a bit. After all, this is the spirit of direct disciples of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. As for Zhu Qing, using her spirit as a name is most suitable. Hell Civet is on its own a pretty good name. At that moment, the Shrek 7 devils had their own names. Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai. Sausage Monopoly Oscar. Thousand Hands Azura Tang San. Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun. Soft Bones Demon Rabbit Xiaowu. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Ning Rongrong. Hell Civet Zhu Qing. None of them would have thought that the names they chose in this common inn would not only follow them for a lifetime, but also resound across the continent. The Team Shrek 7 Devils could be considered truly formed starting on this day. In order to maintain peak condition, everyone remained in the inn to cultivate their spirit power, waiting for nightfall. Right now the 7 were all on the Iron Spirit fight level. Among them Dai Mubai had 3 points, Oscar had 0, Tang San because of participating with Xiaowu in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 bouts, consequently had 2 points. Ma Hongjun also prevailed over his opponent last time, with the most points of everyone, already reaching 10. Moreover, he had 3 consecutive victories. Xiaowu, just like Tang San, had 2 points. Ning Rongrong had 0. Last time Zhu Qing's opponent was Little San, and since she lost the contest she had no points. Going from Iron Spirit fights to Copper Spirit fights required 100 points, advancing to Silver Spirit fights were 1000 points. Their distance to the goal of this second stage special training was still a very long road. Because Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Qing were all already classified as high level within their classes, adding to their own outstanding spirits, they decided to first participate in a 1 versus 1 spirit fight, afterwards again participating in 2 versus 2. This kind of time was enough for Oscar's effect to appear clearly. With a supply of his big sausages, everyone's spirit power and physical strength could be effectively resupplied. Compared to ordinary spirit masters joining spirit battles, it was an even greater advantage. Therefore, even participating in 3 spirit battles wasn't impossible, provided they didn't waste too much spirit power in the first fights. Tang San and Xiaowu's 3rd spirit abilities could both be said to be top-quality spirit abilities. Therefore, although they both had only just broken through the 30th rank, they still decided to participate in 1 versus 1 spirit battles. Tang San had previously already defeated Dai Mubai, so naturally he held a lot of confidence. And for Xiaowu, who as long as she got in close to the opponent was very difficult to resist, also had complete confidence. Xiaowu's weak points and advantages were both extremely clear. Her advantage was being unrivaled when in close to a similarly ranked opponent, but her weak point was that she could only deal with one opponent. When the opponents were numerous, it was very difficult to use her strength, and when the opponent's physical strength exceeded the power of her waist bow, her ability would become completely useless. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, They could only wait until after everyone had participated in one-on-one spirit battles to again join with them in 2 versus 2 bouts. At nightfall, Suotuo Great Spirit Arena bustled with noise and excitement like every day. A restless crowd began to gather from all directions. As in most of history, it was also the most oppressed masses who enjoyed the entertainment. Every day this place would gather numerous spectators. The wealthy could obtain the ultimate entertainment here. Even if it was penniless commoners, they were still equally capable of watching spirit masters compete. As a result of Great Spirit Arena having some tickets specially aimed at commoners, extremely affordable, as long as people could afford food and clothing, they also wanted to come here to watch spirit master competitions. After all, just seeing a spirit master was enough to satisfy the majority of common people. Of course, with the ticket price so cheap, what they could see was only some ordinary spirit fights, that's all. The truly marvelous spirit fights were prohibitively expensive. But Suotuo City had never lacked wealthy people willing to throw money away. Adding the betting hosted by the Great Spirit Arena, these spirit fights were the scene of secret battles between the wealthy and lords. Right now it was already very close to the starting time for Great Spirit Arena's bouts. Not long after, the 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2 spirit fights would begin. Once these 2 spirit fights ended, the most marvelous team battles would take the stage. At just this time, a group of 10 people attracted the gazes of the people preparing to enter the Great Spirit Arena. Because, among these 10, 7 wore identical masks. The green masks looked somewhat funny. Their clothes had nothing in common, both gorgeous and plain. This group was precisely Shrek Academy's 7 students as well as 2 deans and grandmaster. This time they arrived at Spirit Arena 13. According to their original plan, everyone would one after another use their iron spirit badges to sign up. Under Grandmaster's directions, the 5 people simultaneously participating in 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2 fights signed up in 2 areas, and at the same time explained they must participate in 2 bouts. The staff arranged for them to fight at certain times so as not to have 2 fights overlap. At the same time, everyone separately altered the names on the iron spirit badges, from their true names to nicknames, using the names they agreed on in the day. Just altering a name cost each of them 10 gold spirit coins. However, because this time they didn't need to enroll again, the expense was only so much. As long as they managed 1 spirit fight victory, they could earn back the expense. Tang San and Xiaowu chose to first participate in 2 versus 2, after that again joining 1 versus 1, naturally separating from the other 5. Oscar and Ning Rongrong had to wait for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing to finish their 1 versus 1 bouts, therefore they also first went to 1 area. Flender and Zhao Wuji followed the largest party to enter the 1 versus 1 spirit fighting area. Grandmaster followed Tang San and Xiaowu to the 2 versus 2 spirit fighting area. Since they would still battle later, 3-5 combinations 2 versus 2 spirit fight was planned as the second bout in the Spirit Arena 13's 2 versus 2 area. Very quickly, it became the pair's turn. Grandmaster sat in the stands, together with numerous spectators. To ordinary people today was a weekend, therefore there were especially many spectators at the Great Spirit Arena. These spirit arenas had even more common people. Right now the first spirit battle had already evoked excitement, and shouts fell and rose in succession. Tang San and Xiaowu naturally didn't have any fame. When they walked on stage at the announcer's declaration, they earned no applause at all. Next, let us invite 3-5 combinations opponents. already having obtained 4 successive victories in 2 versus 2 spirit fights, cat-rat combination. Relying on the most formidable strength, competing among spirit elders, they have obtained unprecedented success. If they are able to prevail over the opposing 3-5 combination today, then they will have accomplished 5 successive victories. Perhaps when they next appear at Sutuo Great Spirit Arena, they will enter the central spirit fighting area. That is a tremendous honor for spirit fighters. Cat-rat combination? Hearing these words, Tang San and Xiaowu looked face to face. Although they were unable to see each other's expression under the masks, from the expression in the other's eyes, they still saw hints of a smile. Judging by the other side's combination name, today's opponent would be an agility attack system spirit master. Whether it was cat or rat, speed was the forte of both. But Tang San as a control system spirit master was just the nemesis of agility attack system spirit masters. Under circumstances where the opponent's rank didn't exceed his by 10 ranks, the two already had a certain confidence. Very quickly, in a burst of enthusiastic applause, 3-5 combinations opponents climbed onto the spirit fighting ring. The arriving 2 spirit masters were 1 man and 1 woman. The woman was slender and tall, looking about 20-something years old, with a head of extremely attention-grabbing fiery red short hair, a sharp expression, the 10 fingers of both hands constantly moving rhythmically. Looking at her movements, Tang San immediately determined that this woman should be the cat of the cat-rat combination, since Dai Mubai once told him that the 10 fingers moving rhythmically was a common trait of all of the cat family type spirits. That man was built short and small, but contrary to what Tang San and Xiaowu anticipated, he was unexpectedly rather fat. Even compared to Ma Hongjun, his stature was excessive, his body appearing like an enormous ball. Whether it was his head or body, both were perfectly round. Only a pair of small and narrow little eyes gave people the feeling of a rat. The thin cat and fat rat gave people a somewhat ridiculous feeling. The cat-rat combination mounting the stage naturally also observed Tang San and Xiaowu across from them. As they saw the masks Tang San and Xiaowu wore, they couldn't help but stare blankly. Although spirit masters participating in spirit fights would somewhat cover up their identities, wearing masks like this was still quite rare. The thin cat young lady snorted disdainfully, hiding the head and showing the tail, feigning mystery. As the spirit fight was about to begin, the mood of the surrounding spectators was already stirred. In such an enthusiastic atmosphere, the announcer didn't dare delay, immediately declaring Spirit Arena 13th Second 2 versus 2 spirit fight started. Along with the announcer declaring the start, the cat-rat combination simultaneously used their spirit power, their bodies rapidly changing. After reaching 30th rank, as beast spirit masters conducted spirit body enhancement, their bodies changed even more than before. Just like what Tang San anticipated, the young woman's spirit was cat. Sharp blades instantly ejecting between her fingers, on her head several locks of red hair brightened to silver, pupils becoming vertical. The upper part of the body crouching forward, ears slightly erect, on the arms appeared a layer of silvery fur. 1 white, 1 yellow and 1 purple spirit ring twinkled simultaneously, 3 spirit abilities capable of reaching the 1000-year level. Clearly the spirit abilities of this young woman's spirit rings weren't common. As for that fat rat's transformation, it appeared somewhat ridiculous. Mouth protruding, becoming pointed, producing several rat whiskers, under his upper lip 2 enormous buck teeth protruded. The small eyes went from small cracks to perfectly round. The round body equally crouching. forearms becoming slender, black sharp claws ejecting from the fingertips. His 3 spirit rings were equally one white, one yellow and one purple. Seeing the other side suddenly reveal their spirits, Tang San and Xiaowu also didn't hesitate. Xiaowu leapt into the air, standing firmly with one foot on Tang San's shoulder. The pair simultaneously released their spirits. Growing long rabbit ears with white fur, even more slender legs in addition to 2 red eyes, those were all the characteristics of Xiaowu. Compared to before, her arms also had some soft fur, but much finer than the other side's thin cat. Equally 2 yellow and 1 purple, altogether 6 spirit rings abruptly appeared over the 3-5 combination, immediately causing a commotion in the audience. These spectators frequently watching spirit fights were naturally extremely familiar with the spirit ring levels of spirit masters. 200-year and 1000-year, in spirit rings, the 3-5 combination was clearly ahead of the opposing cat-rat combination. The previously extremely optimistic spectators on the cat-rat combination's side immediately changed somewhat. But the atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. The more evenly matched the competitors, the better the show. The audience saw the power of the 3-5 combination's spirit rings, so how could the cat-rat combination not see the same? But the spirit fight had already begun. They had no choice but to launch the arrow already on the bowstring. The thin cat young lady sprung into action, both legs moving rapidly, the whole person like a whirlwind close to ground, sweeping towards Tang San and Xiaowu, 2 spirit rings over her body flaring simultaneously. The sharp claws on her hands swung criss-cross, 10 bright silver claw traces splitting the air, simultaneously attacking both parts of the 3-5 combination. Simultaneously, her speed reached a kind of terrifying degree. The pressure of her spirit power instantly reached its peak. Of the 2 spirit abilities, one was speed, one was sharp claw attack. Although he didn't know the names, Tang San already judged correctly. Shrugging his shoulder, Xiaowu on his shoulder used the power to leap up, soaring into the air, pouncing directly at the fat rat in the back. But Tang San circled both hands in front of his body, feet using ghost shadow perplexing track, hands directly employing controlling crane catching dragon. He wanted to test just how strong the opponent's spirit power actually was. Light and shadow flashed past. Tang San's body was brought to stagger and he was secretly aghast. It was no wonder the cat-rat combination was able to gain 4 successive victories. This thin cat young woman's spirit power had perhaps not reached any less than Dai Mubai's level. Fortunately, Tang San had used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track along with Controlling Crane Catching Dragon, not only getting out of the way, but still relying on his mysterious heaven skill internal power to deflect the opponent's attack. The thin cat young lady clearly did not hope to beat the enemy with her first attack. Just when Tang San diverted her silver claw flurry, she already pushed close to Tang San, her 3rd spirit ring lighting up. On the other side, Xiaowu pounced from above, straight towards the fat rat. The fat rat also looked upwards to see her but wasn't panicked. His spherical body suddenly bounced upwards, his first 2 spirit rings simultaneously lighting up, his claws popping out. With a speed unlike his size, he approached Xiaowu. His speed was surprisingly even faster than the thin cat. Fat rat's stature was confusing to any type of enemy. Tang San's first guess was right, they were both agility system spirit masters. However, thin cat's first spirit ring was speed boost, and that was a 10-year spirit ring. Fat rat's second spirit ring was speed boost. 100-year spirit rings cannot be compared to 10-year spirit rings, so actually Fat Rat's speed was even faster than Thin Cat's, but his strength was weaker than Skinny Cat's in the first 2 spirit rings. The 2 sides both started their confrontations. The flames of spirit fighting were also released at this moment. When Thin Cat pushed near Tang San's body, her 3rd spirit ring had already released its ability. Her goal was to take down Tang San with the speed of 10,000 tons of lightning and then go back to help Fat Rat. When seeing Tang San and Xiaowu with superior spirit rings, the experienced Thin Cat already decided to use this extreme method to fight. In normal fights, both sides do a bit of probing to find out the enemy's spirit abilities before going all in. She did this because she was forced by their strong spirit rings. If she succeeded, the win would be theirs. 4 wins in a row isn't easy to get, and they don't want to waste the 5-win streak. If that happens, the points and the money earned are tenfold. Meow! A shrill meow suddenly sounded. Thin Cat young lady's body changed in midair, her claws suddenly becoming 10 times longer, changing into 10 sharp swords aiming for Tang San. The spirit power on the claws made whistled through the air. The very air bended as it went through. This obviously wasn't her own strength anymore, but the powers that come with her 3rd spirit abilities. Now she was already right in front of Tang San, the elongated claws thrusted for many spots on Tang San. Her attack was also doubled by her 1,000-year spirit ring, and was now undefendable for a same-ranked spirit master. If the enemy was any other spirit master, they might have actually been defeated by the courageous advancements of her. Locking down their front, the only option was to back off to dodge her attack, but Tang San had already backed off slightly, so he was very near the spirit fighting stage's edge. If he backed up right now, Thin Cat was sure she could push him off the stage. Unfortunately, Thin Cat's plans failed. Her enemy Tang San once went through a life and death situation. How would he be easily beaten back? As the sharp claws almost pierced through his body, suddenly Tang San's upper body disappeared without any warning. Thin Cat young lady blanked a little. Her movements were way too quick, so even she didn't see how Tang San did it. In reality, Tang San's actions were simple. All he did was bend backwards, letting his entire upper body fall back. Though he wasn't as flexible as Xiaowu, doing this was still within his ability. However, because Thin Cat young lady was in front of him, doing this was exposing his chest. Though the Thin Cat young lady blanked, she immediately found Tang San's seemingly wrong actions. All she has to do is flick her wrist downwards to win this fight. Victory was imminent, and Thin Cat young lady couldn't help but feel joy. Flicking her wrist was such an easy move for her. Thinking in her mind, she thought, this guy with a mask has decent spirit rings, but his real combat experience is horrible. He used this weakness exposing tactic to solve my previous attack. However, she also forgot something. She forgot about Tang San's spirit. Thin Cat young lady's joy only lasted a split second. The next moment, she found that she couldn't move her body at all, not even to flick her wrist downwards. Tang San already released his blue-silver grass earlier when Xiaowu jumped from his shoulders. Only his blue-silver grass was summoned along the ground. When Thin Cat young lady attacked, her body stopped for a split second and the dexterous blue-silver grass entangled her. If not for the blue-silver grass's entanglement, though she was very fast, how would Tang San expose his weakness in front of her? After the bending back, Tang San somersaulted backwards, both legs kicking out onto the enemy's wrists. Thin Cat young lady suddenly discovered she couldn't move. Just when she wanted to struggle, Tang San's 2 kicks came, and a big force sent her flying backwards. At the same time, the spikes on the blue-silver grass popped out, paralyzing her entire body, forcing her to concentrate all her spirit power to defend against it. In a real combat situation, the advantage of the painfully obtained man-faced demon spider spirit ring was shown. Not only was blue-silver grass extremely tough, the poison was also increased greatly. Binding looked like Tang San's first spirit ability, but blue-silver grass was the main body of Tang San's spirit, so every spirit ring would augment the blue-silver grass. This was the advantage of a tool spirit versus a beast spirit. Tool spirit masters, though their bodies couldn't be augmented by the spirit, their spirit grew stronger consistently. Though Thin Cat Young Lady struggled with all her might, her spirit power wasn't even as strong as Dai Mubai's or as intense, so how could she escape the blue-silver grass? Under the paralyzing poison, she was absolutely controlled by Tang San. Tang San walked his ghost shadow perplexing track. With one step, he came to Thin Cat Young Lady's side. Flipping her with the tips of his toes, her body fell off the spirit fighting stage. According to the rules, the moment they fell off the stage, they were out. At the same time as the Thin Cat Young Lady fell off the platform, Fat Rat was also thrown off on the other side. As it turned out, Xiaowu, who was dashing towards Fat Rat, without hesitation activated her teleportation, flashing behind Fat Rat. Her scorpion braid whipping out, trapping the enemy's neck, right leg kicking, throwing Fat Rat off the platform. If it was a life-and-death situation, the thrown-out Fat Rat would obviously still have fighting power. Xiaowu, though she activated her waist bow, didn't give the enemy a major injury. After all, beast-type spirit masters all had very strong bodies, plus the enemy was prepared for it, unlike the ambushed vulgar Uncle Bulu, who didn't even release his spirit power. In this fight, Fat Rat's spirit wasn't a flying-type spirit, so how could he control his body in midair? He was thrown off at almost the same time as Thin Cat. The fight started fast and ended faster. In the fight, in only the blink of an eye, the match was decided. In the audience, those spectators cheering for the cat-rat combination instantly became quiet as mice, as Tang San and Xiaowu settled on the spirit fighting stage and smiled at each other. Even they hadn't thought today would be this easy. In their mind, they thought it was because of countering spirits. Tang San's control system and Xiaowu's close combat were both counters of agility system spirit masters. Originally Xiaowu should be countered by agility system spirit masters, but now that she had teleportation, it greatly reduced her own weaknesses. Under unprepared circumstances, the Fat Rat didn't even activate his 1,000-year spirit ring before he was sent flying by her. Grandmaster, sitting in the stands, nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with Tang San and Xiaowu's performance. As a spectator, he saw even clearer than everyone else. In the few moments of fighting, Tang San's reaction time and his synergy with his own spirit were all perfect. Easily beating a team with higher spirit power wasn't only because of countering spirits. The months of real combat training under his direction were starting to show results. Under the announcement of the host, 3-5 combination received a good score of 2 consecutive wins, and their points rose to 3. Only now did the crowds around the stage finally start cheering. Though this fight was short, both Tang San's blue-silver grass and Xiaowu's teleportation opened their minds. The crowds were fair and wouldn't be miserly with their applause. The 3-5 combination, under the crowd's cheers, silently left the stage. What awaited them still were a 1-versus-1 battle each. Perhaps today was a lucky day for Shrek 7 Devils. In all the 1-versus-1 and 2-versus-2 spirit fights, everyone obtained victory. Among them Oscar and Dai Mubai named their combination dual-winged white tiger, referring to how under little Ao's assistance, the evil eye white tiger was like a tiger that had grown wings. They faced an attack and defense system spirit master combination, Dai Mubai under the effect of Oscar's mushroom sausage, with speed fully compensating for his weaknesses, adding the flying capability, with a power not short of a thunderbolt. He delivered one of the opponents outside the ring, after which the contest naturally held no suspense. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing named their combination 7 Treasures Civet, and as the opponents saw Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, their fighting spirit already dropped greatly. When facing a combination with an auxiliary system spirit master, one should first attack the auxiliary system spirit master, but common spirit masters couldn't want to offend the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School as one of the 7 great sections. Therefore, both 20th ranked spirit masters had to confront Zhu Zhuqing with speed and strength boosted by 30%. Under the assistance of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, the current Zhu Zhuqing, apart from not having a 3rd spirit ability, already had strength surpassing the 30th ranked level, and relying on lightning-like speed she settled the opponents without wasting too much effort. 5 1-versus-1 bouts and 3 2-versus-2 bouts ended in complete victory. For the opening of the Shrek 7 Devils spirit fight journey, it was a perfect start. Of course, they still hadn't finished the spirit fights today. There was still one last bout waiting for them. Successively eating 2 of his own sausages, then giving the others 1 recovery sausage each, Oscar's face was proud. Obtaining a point the first time he took part in a fight, how could he be unhappy, especially since apart from using some of his spirit power to give Dai Mubai a mushroom sausage, he basically did nothing. He had not even needed to use his plan to escape the opponent's attacks in the ring. Grandmaster Flender and Xiaowu, looking at the 7 disciples before them, couldn't help but nod inwardly. How could they be dissatisfied when these less than 15-year-olds were able to obtain this kind of success in the spirit arena? Grandmaster said, "We should go join the team battles. As a result of signing up for late bouts, you should be competing close to last. Remember, what you will confront is a team over 30th rank. Team battles are different from 1-versus-1 and 2-versus-2. The teamwork between each other is far more important than individual fighting strength. Since the counterpart fights as a team, they will not lack any type of spirit master. As for tactics, it depends on how they are arranged." Dai Mubai said, "Grandmaster, don't say you're still not happy with our teamwork? Little San, you are a control system spirit master. When we're fighting later, you take command. All of us will listen to you." Tang San didn't object. As the soul of the team, this was his duty. "Well, later Mubai, Xiaowu, Zhuqing, you 3 are our main assault, Mubai in the middle, Xiaowu and Zhuqing supporting on the side. I'll be in the middle to as far as possible restrain the opponents and support your attack. Fatty, you stay in the rear. Use your Phoenix Fire Wire to perform ranged attacks and protect Little Ao and Rongrong. Little Ao, begin preparing now. Get everyone one of each of your 3 sausages. Any problems?" Oscar said, "No problem, my spirit power is still sufficient." Tang San last turned to Ning Rongrong. "Pay attention to your safety. You and Little Ao mustn't be far from Fatty's side. If the opponents launch an attack towards you, there's no need to be nervous. Me and Fatty will work together to protect you." Ning Rongrong giggled. "What, nervous? It doesn't seem like I can even feel that." Dai Mubai said. Good. Let's go. The team battle arena obviously had to be much larger than for 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2, and the contestants' lobby appeared especially bustling. At least 30 spirit masters waited here. One must know, in all of Balak Kingdom, there were only 2 spirit arenas on the scale of Suotuo Great Spirit Arena. One was here, the other was Balak Great Spirit Arena in Balak Kingdom's capital. One might say that spirit masters wanting to join in spirit fights in Balak Kingdom practically had to gather in these 2 cities, otherwise there wouldn't be this many spirit masters here. According to Spirit Hall's statistics, in the whole continent there were no more than 100,000 spirit masters. Of them, the spirit masters residing in Balak Kingdom were only 2,000 or so, that's all. From this, Great Spirit Arena could attract an amount of spirit masters. Even if it was spirit masters on the level of Flender and xiaowu, there were still many participating in big spirit fights. Because of the high level and powerful strength, the earnings they could obtain from Great Spirit Arena were considerable. Were it not for xiaowu's numerous enemies and Flender's arrogance, with the Academy's finances in a slump, maybe they also would have participated in spirit fights. Sure enough, like what Grandmaster said, Tang San's group would be second from last to appear. They couldn't go see the fights outside, and among the 7 were 4 who had experienced 2 spirit fights and all had used some spirit power. Even though they had the assistance of Oscar's recovery sausage, spirit power couldn't recover completely in such a short time. So taking advantage of the time before they had to appear, the 7 sat down in a corner meditating to aggregate spirit power, preparing for the fight later. If only one person wore a mask, perhaps they wouldn't draw too much attention, but when 7 people wore the same mask, as they entered this team battle lobby, they couldn't avoid drawing the attention of others. The majority of spirit masters on seeing Tang San's party revealed alert expressions. Although they couldn't see the faces of the Shrek 7 devils, from their stature and clothing, they could still make out that they consisted of 3 women and 4 men. Among spirit master teams, female spirit masters were only 1/5 as many as the male spirit masters, so this kind of team was already somewhat odd. As Tang San's 7 were quietly cultivating and waiting to enter, a more than 2 meters tall, extremely sturdy large man suddenly walked in their direction. From his appearance he was over 30 years old, with a naked torso exposing exaggerated suntanned muscles. No need to ask, he was another strength model spirit master. "Hey, little miss, with your figure, what are you doing covering your face? Let Big Brother have a look." He spoke to the one among the 3 girls of the Shrek 7 devils with the most fiery figure, Zhu Zhuqing. Although Zhu Zhuqing was the youngest, her degree of development constantly made Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong envious. Right now, with face covered by a mask, there was basically no indication she was just a 12-year-old girl. "Get lost." Her reply was very consistent with her usual personality, only one cold utterance. "Is it that your face is shameful? Little girl, don't you know who I am? You dare talk to me that way?" As he spoke, he already raised his big hand. "She told you to get lost, didn't you hear?" Dai Mubai stood up sharply, stepping in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Although he was a size smaller than the opponent, the sudden eruption of his imposing manner made the opponent pause. Looking to die. The big man fiercely widened his eyes, right hand suddenly swinging, swatting down at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai snorted coldly, his right fist swinging up to meet the opponent's palm. With a muffled pang, the big man's body swayed once, but Dai Mubai took 2 steps back, a cold light flashing in the 4 pupils of his evil eyes. intense killing intent immediately exploding out from the oldest of the Shrek 7 devils, the evil eye white tiger. The Shrek 7 devils to the side naturally saw Dai Mubai get the worst of it. As a power-type spirit master, although Dai Mubai hadn't used his spirit power could affect his attack. By him being sent back 2 steps, it could clearly be seen that the opponent's spirit power was higher than his. One must know that currently Dai Mubai was already a 37th ranked spirit elder, moreover about to enter the 38th rank. Being beaten back by the counterpart under these kinds of circumstances, then, this robust large man before them very possibly was 38th ranked, or even 39th ranked spirit elder. In the 30th rank, his spirit power was already a top-level existence. Stop fighting! When both sides stood with swords drawn and bows bent, on the verge of a large fight, a neutral voice suddenly interposed itself. A seeming like a 40-something years old middle-aged man approached with large strides. He didn't seem to use any power, but with only 2 steps appeared between Dai Mubai and the large man. Don't you know you can't have personal fights in the spirit arena waiting area? These are the rules of the Great Spirit Arena. If you must fight, go do so on the spirit arena stage. Seeing this middle-aged man, that previously bristling with anger big man unexpectedly immediately changed complexion. Manager A.O. my bad, I briefly didn't hold back. The middle-aged man called Manager A.O. gazed at the Shrek 7 devils. You must be that newly registered Team Shrek 7 devils. All right, you don't need to argue here. As it happens, today you will be each other's opponents in the spirit arena. Whatever your grievances, settle them yourselves in the arena. Madshi, the next time you let me catch you causing trouble, don't blame me for being rude. This is the last time I'll warn you, remember it. Yes, no need to repeat it, no need to repeat it. Madshi's strong body and that ridiculous expression on his face seemed extremely unharmonious, but as his gaze changed direction to Dai Mubai, it immediately became cold, extending a finger to point at Dai Mubai. Kid, just wait till later. I'll beat you till your mama won't recognize you, or my name isn't Madshi. Finished speaking, Madshi turned around and left. That Manager A.O. cast a glance at Dai Mubai, indifferently saying, Don't be deceived by appearances. Madshi is the captain of Mad Battle Team. All their members are over 35th rank spirit power. In the 7 days since they registered at the Spirit Arena, their team has already obtained 7 successive victories on the Spirit Elder rank. If they can accomplish 10 successive victories, they will be directly advanced to Copper Spirit fights. With their strength, they could be counted as first class among the 30th ranked Copper Spirit fighter teams. They would even be outstanding. You're on your own. If you admit your strength is insufficient, after going on stage, immediately admit defeat. If Mad Battle Team acts, you'll end up wounded or dead. Manager A.O. didn't speak loudly, just enough to let all the Shrek 7 devils hear him, then turned around and left. But after the other spirit masters saw Manager A.O., they didn't look in their direction again. Dai Mubai curled his lips. I didn't expect that the first time we climb onto the spirit fighting stage we would encounter a bone so difficult to chew. Wounded or dead. I want to see who really ends up wounded or dead. That Madshi isn't simple, Oscar said. Boss Dai, remember the first thing this manager said, don't be deceived by appearances. He gave us a hint, Madshi isn't as boorish as he appears. Able to become a team captain, leading his team to 7 successive victories, frightening the other teams, that can't be accomplished by strength alone. This fellow might be specially probing our strength. Dai Mubai nodded. Very possible. If it's like this, we must be cautious. Everyone listen up. If the situations turn for the worse, don't force it. Immediately use little Ao's mushroom sausage and escape the ring. Everyone's safety must be the first priority. As the captain of the Shrek 7 Devils team, Dai Mubai wasn't a person that would let emotions affect his decisions, but he also wouldn't helplessly watch his girl be insulted. Of course, the words his girl were only recognized by him alone. Zhu Zhuqing absolutely wouldn't acknowledge them. Tang San said, the opponents have the advantage in rank. Since that mad she is written 11, his spirit should be rhinoceros. A spirit master inclined towards the defensive physical strength type. When attacking, we should as much as possible refrain from clashing with him. First attack the opponent's lower-ranked spirit masters. Leave this mad she to me. I'll restrain him as far as possible. The 13th Spirit Arena altogether had 5 rings. Before the third match, the Shrek 7 Devils had an hour of rest. Finally, it was their turn. Shrek 7 Devils left the Spirit Master resting area at the same time as Mad Battle Team. Now, they finally saw all the members of the Mad Battle Team. The imposingly large Mad she walked ahead of them. Following closely behind were 2 middle-aged men of around the same age. The two had a somewhat similar appearance, and should be a pair of brothers, with ordinary builds and gloomy complexions. Further in the rear was a glamorous woman, the only female in the Mad Battle Team. Through the heavy makeup her age couldn't be made out, but by her figure she should be over 20. Her clothes were also extremely revealing. On her upper body she only wore cloth wrapped around her chest, and although she wore a skirt it was thin as gauze, and her skin could be faintly seen through it. The flirtatious woman threw Dai Mubai, walking first of the Shrek 7 Devils, a coquettish look. Dai Mubai didn't even give her a glance. He had seen numerous beautiful women, and most disliked this kind of heavy makeup. From the start he didn't have even a bit of interest. Dai Mubai wasn't interested, but he didn't represent the interest of the others, for example a certain fatty. Right now his evil fire was already rising. Secretly swallowing, in his mind playing out some fantasies not suitable for children. Behind the flirtatious woman were 2 slightly built youths, constantly watching in every direction with flickering gazes. Walking last of the Mad Battle Team was their oldest member, at least over 40, appearing very average, his clothes also quite simple. If he wasn't in this great spirit arena, it would be difficult to connect him with the 2 words Spirit Master. As the Shrek 7 Devils observed the opponents naturally also observed them. Unfortunately, among the Shrek 7 Devils, apart from Fatty's distinctive figure, the others all had very ordinary builds, and with their faces all hidden behind Shrek masks it was very difficult to discern anything. The team spirit fighting stage was much larger than for 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2, its diameter reaching 40 meters. The surrounding audience was also twice as large, and by now the stands were already packed. On the spirit fighting stage were some bloodstains, clearly left behind from the previous team spirit fight. The Mad Battle Team's appearance at once ignited the audience's craze. Strong cheers resounded from everywhere. Tear them to shreds. Kill them. Similar calls not only increased the pressure, but also made people's blood boil. The announcer on the stage was unexpectedly that manager AO who helped the Shrek 7 Devils out before, standing in the center of the ring. The 4th bout, team battles. The 2 sides ready to fight are Mad Battle Team and Shrek 7 Devils. Regarding the Mad Battle Team, I think there is already no need for a lengthy introduction. They have already obtained a brilliant record of 7 successive victories. If they can keep it up, and in the future win a few more bouts, then they will very possibly set the Suotuo Great Spirit Arena's record for fastest reaching copper spirit fights. Next, let us have a look at the mysterious assembly on the other side. This team completed registration just today. This is also their first team spirit fight. How unfortunate that they must face Mad Battle Team. These masked spirit masters are called Shrek 7 Devils. Whether it was because the Mad Battle Team had too many supporters, or the Shrek 7 Devils masks gave the spectators a bad feeling, as manager Ao announced their name, the surrounding audience immediately booed. The area of the round 40-meter diameter spirit fighting stage was already exceptionally large, more than 1,000 square meters, therefore even though both sides lined up had more than 14 people, it still didn't seem crowded. Following manager Ao's proclamations, the Shrek 7 Devils and Mad Battle Team each assumed their formations. On the Mad Battle Team's side, furthest in front was the team captain Mad Shi, and close behind his back were those 2 gloomy middle-aged men, the 3 people adopting a triangular formation. The flirtatious woman was in the center of the 7, still wearing a charming smile. The 2 slightly built youths were on the 2 flanks, and that appearing very ordinary older middle-aged man was last. The whole formation resembled a pointed awl. The Shrek 7 Devils side similarly got into their formation. Different from the opponent's 3-3-1 formation, the Shrek 7 Devils assumed a 3-1-1-2 formation. The 7 people split into 4 rows. Furthest in front was Dai Mubai, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, second was Tang San, third was Ma Hongjun, and last was Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Oscar stuck close to where Ning Rongrong stood. At present he didn't have any assignment. The 3 sausages Tang San requested for everyone he had already handed out. Even if they had to be replenished, he could accomplish it quickly. "What are you doing this close to me?" Ning Rongrong said in a low voice. Oscar said, "In case someone attacks you, I can shield you with my body." If she had heard Oscar's words in an ordinary situation, Ning Rongrong would certainly have thought he was trying something. But right now Oscar's words didn't sound a bit joking. His gaze all along fixed on the opponents not far away. His voice also clearly became thick. Having 2 auxiliary system spirit masters was admittedly good, but it also meant the Shrek 7 Devils' fighting strength was 5 people. Facing a team of 35th ranked or higher members, the pressure was obvious, and Ning Rongrong with the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda spirit would clearly be the opponent's main target. One must know that with her there they could increase their strength by 30%. The announcer separately asked both sides if they were ready. As team captains, Dai Mubai and the other side's Mad Shi simultaneously indicated their preparations were complete. Starting countdown from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Team Spirit Battles, 4th bout. Begin. 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2 bouts didn't have this countdown. For the sake of letting both sides' spirit masters have time to release their spirits, like this, in the fight, it could prevent effects of someone releasing their spirit slowly. Of course, to the Great Spirit Arena, it was in order to let the spirit fight become more dramatic and attract the audience. "Brothers, release spirits!" Dai Mubai shouted loudly. His imposing manner suddenly increased, the muscles all over his body expanding in a flash, both arms stretching out to either side, releasing his spirit white tiger body enhancement. At the same time, both sides simultaneously released their spirits. In a moment, Beast Spirit Masters' bodies changed, Tool Spirit Masters summoned their spirits, the whole spirit fighting stage immediately becoming incomparably dazzling. Tang San finally understood why the audience liked watching team spirit fights. This starting moment alone already couldn't be compared to the two other kinds of spirit fights. Imagine 14 spirit masters simultaneously releasing their spirits, dazzlingly beautiful spirit rings shining simultaneously, such a grand scene. On the Shrek 7 Devils side, the colors of the spirit elders' spirit rings were the same. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San and Xiaowu all had 2 yellow and 1 purple, in other words 200 year and 1000 year, altogether 3 spirit rings. The other 3 also each had 200 year spirit rings. Compared to the Shrek 7 Devils, the opposing Mad Battle team clearly had somewhat unevenly matched spirit rings. Mad She had 1 white, 1 yellow, 1 purple. A standard 10-year, 100-year and 1000-year assembly. The 2 gloomy middle-aged men at his side each had 1 white and 2 yellow. Clearly a lot weaker spirit rings. The only one with a first-rate spirit ring configuration was unexpectedly that flirtatious woman, the same as the 4 spirit elders on the Shrek 7 Devils side. She also possessed the aid of 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit ring. Of the other 3, although they were also 30th ranked spirit masters, a 1000-year spirit ring only appeared over that last very ordinary-looking older middle-aged man. His spirit rings were the same as Mad She, and the other 2 had 1 white and 2 yellow. The Shrek 7 Devils side's neat colors immediately formed a clear contrast with the other side's uneven matchup. Although Mad She, who had previously already sounded out Dai Mubai's strength, had a certain preparedness, as he saw the Shrek 7 Devils unexpectedly had 4 spirit elders with first-rate spirit ring arrangements, he was still alarmed. Fortunately, they still had 3 spirit grandmasters, otherwise perhaps he would have immediately thought of surrender. From the contrast of spirit rings before them it could be seen just how rare higher-level spirit rings were. For common spirit masters, obtaining a good spirit ring was exceedingly difficult. After all, spirit beasts that produced excellent spirit rings were all much more powerful than spirit masters. They could only be obtained safely with powerful assistance. The originally noisy crowd now became silent. The impact of seeing 4 purple spirit rings was absolutely not small. To say nothing of the Shrek 7 Devils side not having even 1 white spirit ring, this was sufficient testimony of their backgrounds. Manager Ao was equally startled by the Shrek 7 Devils spirit rings, but he still recovered to normal very quickly, and along with declaring the start retreated swiftly, his speed incredibly high. Clearly he was a spirit master with not inconsiderable strength. The first to act wasn't the battle spirit masters both sides had in front, but the auxiliary system spirit masters in the back. Light shone in the palm of that older middle-aged man. In his hand was already a silver disc. The white and yellow spirit rings over his body simultaneously flared. Wishful disc, let defensive light blossom. Wishful disc, let offensive halo blossom. 2 halos the same color as the 2 spirit rings released in a flash, giving each of the 6 comrades in front of him a layer of yellow and white light. On the Shrek 7 Devils side, dazzlingly beautiful light already shone in Ning Rongrong's hand. In her right palm was a more than 1 chi tall 7-colored pagoda. Gem-like light twinkling, exuding a noble air, Ning Rongrong had a smile on her face, her entire body floating in the air like an immortal. Auxiliary system spirit master spirit incantations rose from her lips. 7 treasure words, first, strength. 7 treasure words, second, speed. The 2 spirit rings circling around Ning Rongrong spiraled up simultaneously, enveloping the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. 14 lines of light were released simultaneously, separately reaching out to her and her 6 companions. Relaxation and warmth. These 2 kinds of feelings simultaneously spread through the bodies of the Shrek 7 devils, physical strength and speed in a moment receiving a 30% boost. This 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda was actually too familiar to many people, seeing their opponents unexpectedly had a 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda spirit master. The expressions of the Mad Battle Team's members immediately became unsightly. Let alone the 7 glazed tile pagoda's effect on teammates being first among auxiliary system spirit masters, the 7 treasures glazed tile school background alone was already enough to give them pause. Up, the arrow was on the bowstring, there was no choice but to let it fly. Right now she already didn't have the time to think too much, although in his heart he regretted the previous provocation to Dai Mubai. At this moment he could only finish the battle before him before talking about it again. Plotting this time's victory, they absolutely couldn't before injure the opponent. They mustn't offend the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Mad Shi's spirit was indeed rhinoceros. After releasing his spirit, not only did his body grow 1 size, his skin growing a layer of horn that was just like armor. What changed the most was his head, growing a more than half a chi long horn that twinkled with light brown light. Along with his loud shout, light rushed out from his 10-year spirit ring. With an imposing manner he charged towards Dai Mubai. The 2 spirit masters by Mad Shi's side were also classified in the power system. Both were beast spirit masters, using identical spirits, heads growing 2 horns, skin a layer of white fur. They were grand sheep spirits. In concert with Mad Shi, they charged simultaneously. As a team, coordination was extremely important. The Mad Battle Team's auxiliary system spirit master gave them a 5% defense boost and 10% offense boost. Compared to the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda's amplification, the difference was really too far. Otherwise, how would the 7 glazed tile pagoda be called the premier support spirit? Behind Mad Shi's trio, the 2 agility attack system spirit masters also moved swiftly. Their spirits were monkey, their bodies covered by yellow fur. With incomparable speed they detoured around either side of Dai Mubai's trio, directly aiming for Ning Rongrong. At the same time, that flirtatious young woman with the first-rate spirit rings acted. She was also a beast spirit master, able to hold the central position of the team. Besides strength, it was her spirit master cultivation direction, the same as Tang San. She was also a control system spirit master. What amazed Tang San was that this flirtatious young woman's beast spirit was unexpectedly spider. In the instant of her spirit-body enhancement, Tang San finally took note of her. As the flirtatious young woman's spirit released, her whole body was covered by a layer of pink light, wavy long hair rising into 8 locks, unexpectedly taking the shape of 8 spider legs to the sides of her head. On her forehead was a spider web mark. Her 2 eyes also became pink. Along with the first spirit ring flaring, raising both hands, a line of spider silk shot out from her palm, aimed into the air where it began to weave together. Seeing the opponent's control system spirit master was a spider, even Dai Mubai couldn't help but smile. The man-faced demon spider had a name among arachnid spirit beasts. That was Spider King. He didn't even need to think about it. He already knew the other side's spirit was restrained by their side. Tang San coolly observed the situation. He shouted loudly, "Fatty, midair, Phoenix Fire Wire launch." Ma Hongjun was already prepared from long ago. Purple-red flames sprayed out, going straight for the spider web in the air. It was also at just this moment that Tang San also acted. Several tens of blue-silver grass abruptly spread out from below him, not at all forward, but rather to the sides, the binding ability activating doubly, directly blocking those two monkey spirit agility attack system young spirit masters. Control system restrained agility attack system, this was something any spirit master knew. Seeing the blue-silver grass mill out, the two surprisingly fast monkey spirit masters immediately came to a halt. Tang San's hand also rose, without even looking to either side. The round green light in his palm was already thrown with the arrow hand throw technique, targeting Mad Shi furthest in front of the opponents. Mad Shi naturally saw the green light released by Tang San. He also understood this person on the other side was a control system spirit master, and without thinking launched his second spirit ring. Along with his enormous body rushing forward, he simultaneously swung his fists. A dazzling black light shone from the fists. The two unexpectedly collided in midair, becoming an enormous black light wave, rushing straight for the yellow-green light Tang San sent out. It had to be said that Mad Shi's actual combat experience was unusually rich. The target of his black light wave wasn't just the green light Tang San launched. Once it smashed the green light, then its next target was Dai Mubai. But could he truly stop that green light? Mad Shi in the end still overlooked one thing. When Tang San released the green light, it was his third spirit ring that shone, just that purple thousand-year spirit ring. The green light wasn't destroyed by the black light, it also didn't clash with the black light. The black light's attack swept down, but at this moment, a blue-silver grass quietly stretched out from a tricky angle, just enough to nudge behind the green light. At the soft touch, originally about to meet with the black light, the green light floated up into the air and again back down. Mad Shi, careful! The flirtatious young woman's face changed, hurriedly shouting a loud warning. Right now, in midair, that not fully formed spider web was already completely changed before Ma Hongjuan's evil fire, without reaching half its original effect. With Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda amplification, the originally not inconsiderable spirit power difference had been substantially pulled closer. This artillery-like attack of Ma Hongjuan's could display the full might of his evil fire. Mad Shi of course knew he had to be careful, but speed was after all not his area of expertise. The black light his fists threw out was now already impacting the second spirit ability White Tiger Light Wave Dai Mubai unleashed. The white and black colors colliding immediately caused an enormous boom. This time, Mad Shi didn't have any advantage. At the same time as Dai Mubai came to a stop, he swayed once. The green light finally revealed its true nature. In a flash, spreading out into a large net dropping from the sky, completely enveloping Mad Shi's body within. The spider web abruptly tightened, closely twisting Mad Shi's body together. With spider web restraint having double the toughness of blue-silver grass, Mad Shi wanting to break free from within the large net became practically an impossible matter. A burst of smoke simultaneously appeared under the spider web. The spider web's additional corrosive and paralyzing types of poison unleashed simultaneously, starting to erode the horn layer on Mad Shi's skin. Little San, well done. Dai Mubai, seeing Mad Shi successfully contained by Tang San, immediately roused his spirit, stomping down forcefully. He shot forward like an arrow. His target the leftmost sheep spirit master. Confronting the opponent's charge, he basically lazily sidestepped. Just what is called a lamb in a tiger's den. With their spirit's innate contrast, the atmosphere around Dai Mubai already had a not inconsiderable effect on the opponent. Xiaowu's figure flashed. meeting the other sheep spirit master, and Zhu Zhuqing accelerated with all her strength, flanking from the side, regardless of that control system spirit master, directly targeting the rearmost wishful disc support spirit master. The fight was now already in full swing. In the first exchange, it was clearly the Mad Battle team that had suffered greatly, their principal fighting strength Mad. She was twisted up in Tang San's spider web restraint, making their frontline situation immediately disadvantageous. At this moment, the Mad Battle team revealed the strength of their 7 successive victories. Among any one Spirit Master team, regardless of the number of people, the control system Spirit Master was the soul of the team. The flirtatious young woman seeing Mad She trapped didn't reveal any impatience, instead swiftly advancing, pouncing towards Mad She, at the same time shouting in a loud voice. Both monkeys withdraw, protect wishful disc. Both sheep hold fast. The 2 monkey spirit masters previously blocked by Tang San's blue-silver grass were already swiftly retreating to their side. Now hearing the flirtatious young woman's orders, they pounced at Zhu Zhuqing without the slightest hesitation. Mad Shi in his violent struggle had now already fallen down. He wanted to rely on his physical strength to struggle free of Tang San's spider web restraint, but that corrosive poison constantly coming from the spider web was swiftly eroding his horn layer. His defensive power was admittedly very high, but this didn't at all mean he was immune to poison. The outermost horn layer had already been corroded, and the more violently he struggled, the tighter the spider web became. Right now it was already gradually deepening. When the flirtatious young woman saw Tang San in an instant shooting the spider web, she was already greatly shocked. Although Tang San's spider web was constituted of blue-silver grass, she clearly understood that the opponent's 3rd spirit ring certainly came from an arachnid spirit beast. But she with a spider spirit confronting this kind of opponent didn't have any confidence. Right now her goal was very simple. First she had to dissolve the spider web over Mad Shi. Your opponent is me. Tang San's calm and steady voice echoed next to the flirtatious young woman's ear. Blue-silver grass milled out, going straight for entwining her body. He absolutely wouldn't give Mad Shi the opportunity to recover his fighting strength. Dai Mubai confronting the sheep spirit master already held the absolute advantage, even though the opponent's spirit power wasn't weaker than his spirit's advantage was really too big. Before his berserk tiger claw attack, the opponent could only retreat step by step. But neither side had used their 3rd spirit ring. That was a last resort, only for when absolutely necessary. No one would use it lightly. Different from Dai Mubai's relaxation, Xiaowu ran into some trouble. Her opponent was equally a sheep spirit master, and besides clashing with spirit abilities, this sheep spirit master's 2nd spirit ability was unexpectedly a rare trampling. Even though trampling didn't have much range, whenever Xiaowu was about to get close, he unleashed the trampling ability, and basically didn't give Xiaowu the opportunity to close in. At the same time, after Xiaowu was shaken by the trampling ability, she still had to face the opponent's charge, several times narrowly escaping injury. For the moment she still didn't dare press the attack. Her teleportation ability was unexpectedly sealed by a 2nd spirit ring trampling ability. Although the opponent's ability could only restrain her for a second, this second still left Xiaowu largely helpless. To say nothing of the opponent's spirit power being higher than hers, for the moment they could still only tangle up each other. Neither of them had a method to deal with their opponent. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was matchless. Under the effect of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, by practically only dodging sideways a few times she had already reached the other side's wishful disc spirit master. Right now, those two monkey spirit masters were still a short distance away from her. The first spirit ability, Hell Rush Stab, activated. With the help of her spirit ability, Zhu Zhuqing's speed redoubled. The sharp claws on her fingertips already extending, directly targeting the opposing spirit master's neck. As long as she could successfully down the opponent, his support capability would disappear, and her goal would be achieved. Blue-silver grass rushed out frantically, tangling towards the flirtatious young woman. Facing Tang San's attack, the flirtatious young woman didn't dare take any chances. As the linchpins of both sides, they at last collided. The flirtatious young woman's second spirit ring flared, both simultaneously lifted their heads. This time, she was no longer squirting spider thread from her palms, rather spider silk welled out from her whole body. Although the spider silk was more delicate than blue silvergrass, it won out in quantity, forming a protective screen in front of her, able to rigidly block the blue silvergrass. Where the spider silk came into contact with blue silvergrass, they constantly made a popping sound. That was the confrontation of poison. With a spider spirit, how could the flirtatious young woman's spirit ability not contain poison? The flirtatious young woman's spider silk apparently had an identical development direction as Tang San's blue-silver grass. Spider silk was tough. Blue-silver grass itself also relied on flexible strength. Both sides were deadlocked in midair, nobody able to deal with the opponent. They could only rely on poison to attack each other. In this respect, blue-silver grass with the man-faced demon spider's toxicity clearly held the advantage, the supplemental corrosive poison constantly corroding the spider silk. Although the flirtatious young woman was inwardly shocked, right now her goal was already attained. As long as she could use this opportunity to release Mad Shi, then the chance for victory still lay on their side. At this time, with a pu sound, a flame as thick as an arm passed through a small opening in the blue-silver grass, directly bombarding the flirtatious young woman's woven-together spider web. The purple-red flame not only directly opened a gap in the spider web, but at the same time adhered to it, quickly spreading to the sides. It was the arrival of Ma Hongjuan's support. Tang San praised him inwardly, and with a flick of his wrist, again launched a round green light, just right to thread its way through the hole in the opponent's spider web, going straight for that flirtatious young woman. As long as he was able to restrain the other side's control system spirit master, this fight would lose any suspense. If the flirtatious young woman didn't duck quickly, she would have been injured by Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire Wire. Phoenix Fire Wire, when Ma Hongjun had already released Bathing Fire Phoenix, greatly increased its attack power, its temperature incomparably high. Most terrifying, his Phoenix Fire Wire didn't just attack in a straight line, but under Ma Hongjuan's control it moved like a long whip of flame, able to destroy her spider web in a few waves. Seeing Tang San's attack already arriving, the flirtatious young woman could no longer manage to help Mad Shi. By falling down, she managed to avoid Tang San's spider web restraint. Spider web restraint spread out in the air. How could its 5-meter diameter range be so easy to escape? At this moment, the third spirit ring over the flirtatious young woman finally flared. On either side of her head, the 8 locks of hair extended, enveloped by pink light, becoming 8 2-meter whips. Swinging simultaneously, they unexpectedly halted Tang San's spider web restraint. Most peculiarly, these pink whips weren't affected by the adhesive on the spider web. Rolling her body, she escaped the covering range of the spider web. Ping! The wishful disc spirit master confronting the agility attack system Zhu Zhuqing basically didn't stand a chance. just like control system, subdued, agility attack system, also especially subdued auxiliary system. Zhu Zhuqing's one hand sliced at the opponent's neck. The wishful disc spirit master didn't even groan, collapsing unconscious to the ground. But the moment Zhu Zhuqing appeared before him, he knew he was unable to escape and also released his third spirit ability. That wishful silver disc discharged a layer of strange silvery light. Immediately afterward, at the same time as Zhu Zhuqing hit him, that silvery light already successfully transformed into 6 parts and simultaneously infused into the other 6 members of the team. And this moment was also just when that flirtatious young woman escaped from Tang San's spider web restraint. The silvery light entering them, the mad battle team's bodies trembled once. The next moment, their eyes unexpectedly simultaneously reddened, their bodies also expanding a full size. Even Mad Shi on the ground still in the spider web restraint, relied on his waist strength to leap up from the ground. Dai Mubai originally already held the complete advantage, but after his opponent was infused with the silvery light, he unexpectedly suddenly became frenzied, not only greatly increasing spirit power, but at the same time both eyes turning deep red, firmly forcing Dai Mubai to retreat, and moreover frantically charging at him. Xiaowu's circumstances were still worse than Dai Mubai's, that silvery light infusing her opponent more than increasing spirit power and becoming frenzied at the same time, that trampling ability's range also became much greater. Along with the intense shaking, Xiaowu's body immediately grew stiff, unable to dodge the opponent's charge. In this key moment, team coordination at once showed its effects. A blue-silver grass quietly twisted around Xiaowu's waist, forcefully pulling back her body, getting her out of the way of the opponent's attack. The 2 monkey spirit masters' speed suddenly increased, unexpectedly catching up to Zhu Zhuqing and pressuring her. And the flirtatious young woman's long pink hair in front of Tang San grew longer in a flash, diverting 4 to directly strike at the spider web on Mad Shi's body, tearing with all their might, adding to Mad Shi using all his strength. That spider web restraint on his body unexpectedly gave way slightly. Although Mad Shi's body had a large web of scars, as long as he was able to break away from the spider web restraint, then, with him joining the opponents, the situation would immediately change. The other 4 locks rapidly extended, whipping straight for Tang San. Right now Tang San was a bit empty. Successively releasing 2 spider web restraints had already consumed 2/3 of his spirit power. Confronting the opponent's fanatical attack, blue-silver grass was already insufficient to obstruct it. Helplessly, he had no choice but to use Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to swiftly withdraw. Fortunately, he had Fatty's Phoenix Fire Wire cover blocking the other side's attack. Among the 7 of the Mad Battle team, besides the wishful disc spirit master unconscious on the ground, the majority had already sunk into a kind of special state. Apparently only that spider woman spirit master still kept her head clear. Although Phoenix Evil Fire was her nemesis, she used Mad Shi's body as a shield in front of her. Ma Hongjuan's burning Phoenix Fire Wire, although it made Mad Shi bellow repeatedly, was still insufficient to injure him, but Tang San's spider web restraint was equally affected by the evil fire. Under the utmost efforts of Mad Shi and the spider woman's spirit master, the spider web restraint was finally removed. Originally in a vastly superior position, the situation completely transformed under the wishful disc spirit master's spirit ability. 1,000-year spirit ring's ability indeed wasn't common. What the Shrek 7 Devils didn't know was that the reason the opponents were called Mad Battle Team was their relationship with the current condition. That wishful disc spirit master's third spirit ring ability was obtained from a fanatic devil lizard, When used, this 1,000-year spirit ring's ability was able to grant a fanatical condition for 3 minutes. After gaining the fanatical condition, one would lose the sense of pain, and if one's mental strength was too weak, one would also simultaneously lose consciousness. In exchange, it would boost all attributes by 50%. And once gained, the auxiliary system spirit ability also lasted independently for 1 minute. In other words, even if that wishful disc spirit master was now already unconscious, the effect of his efforts on the Mad Battle team members would still be sustained for 1 minute under fanaticism's own power. It was also just like this that they could reverse the situation in an instant. Of course, the fanaticism ability being this tyrannical, it naturally also had flaws. The flaws were very straightforward. The fanaticism ability only had a duration of 3 minutes, and after 3 minutes the ones affected by the fanaticism ability would be unable to use or condense spirit power for 1 double hour. In other words, if they couldn't defeat the opponent under the effects of fanaticism, they would die themselves. This was an all-in spirit ability, but its effects were also absolutely beyond the ordinary, capable of reversing heaven and earth in a key moment. At this key moment, it displayed Tang San's importance as a control system spirit master and the soul of the team. He gave up attacking up front. Blue-silver grass quickly shot out, and following Xiaowu Zhu, who was being chased by the enemy team's 2 monkey spirit masters, was pulled back beside Tang San. Who also came back was Dai Mubai, who just got forced away by his opponent. In a short time, he gathered the 7 people on his team. Control system spirit masters not only have to control the enemy, they also have to control their own team. What Tang San did showed how well he knew his job. Surprisingly, Mad Battle Team's 6 people with spiked strength did not attack. With a shrill scream, the flirtatious young woman gathered her team up as well. Surrender. Or else, even I can't control what damage we might do. The flirtatious young lady's voice was very pleasing, yet her tone was full of helplessness. Yet the members of the Mad Battle team beside her were breathing heavily, their surging spirit power fluctuations formed an assaulting pressure. Dai Mubai coldly shouted, "You want me to surrender? Quit dreaming. Beat us first and then we'll talk." The flirtatious Spider-Woman spirit master disdainfully twitched her mouth. "If not for the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda spirit master, you think I would waste time talking? If so, I can only say sorry for the damage soon to be caused by us." A shrill scream sounded from her again. Fanaticism only lasted for 3 minutes, so she couldn't afford to delay any longer. Mad Battle Team already earned 7 consecutive wins. If they continued winning, then their income would be incalculable. Even if the enemy had a 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda spirit master, they wouldn't give up. In the previous spirit battles, the reason Mad Battle Team could repeatedly beat stronger enemies was the support ability fanaticism. And it was also because of it that their members lost their consciousness and often ended matches with crippled or even dead enemies. As the commander, Tang San promptly shouted, "Everyone levitate!" Shrek's 7 monsters almost simultaneously ate a peculiar mushroom sausage. As the Mad Battle Team neared, the 7 of them suddenly sprouted wings of light and shadow, levitating 20 meters into the air. The opponent suddenly disappeared, so the members of the Mad Battle Team lost their targets. As the only clear-minded one, Spider-Woman's spirit master turned pale. She never thought her enemies all had the ability to fly. In the air, Shrek's 7 monsters each ate another recovering sausage, recovering their spirit power and strength. Tang San didn't mind the enemies below. Mad Battle Team didn't have a single flying spirit master and wasn't adept at long-range attacks either. Even the control system spirit master of theirs couldn't control people over 20 meters away. Little San, what do we do now? The mushroom sausage only allows us to fly for 1 minute. Oscar can only fly for half a minute. Though Dai Mubai wasn't afraid, seeing the people with rank 35 and above all grow even stronger made him feel helpless. Tang San didn't panic. If I guess correctly, the reason their power suddenly increased was because of the 1000-year spirit ability that support system spirit master used before he fainted, instantly increasing all their strength. But have you noticed that other than the Spider-Woman's spirit master, all of them have lost their consciousness? According to teacher's knowledge of support system spirit masters, this situation won't last very long, just like Oscar's mushroom sausages. Also, after the effect, they must have great side effects, or else wouldn't that support-type spirit master's spirit be as strong as Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda? Ma Hongjun said, but what if we fall down and they still haven't lost their buff? Tang San said heavily, then we can only bet. Victory is what we want, but everyone's safety is more important. In their current state, Mad Battle Team is already beyond what we can go against. Little Ao, how many more mushroom sausages can you make? Oscar first passed a sausage to Tang San. I do not have much spirit power left. I gave one to Boss Dai when we were doing 2 versus 2 battles. After, I made one for each one of us, and this is the 9th one. I can at most make 1 more. Little San, let me do it. Dai Mubai already understood Tang San's meaning. He wanted to rely on the longer flying time to bet that the fanaticism will run out first, and also bet that fanaticism would have severe side effects. Tang San said, no, let me do it. Right now, everyone has used quite a bit of spirit power. In close combat techniques, you aren't as skilled as I am. Also, I have techniques that can keep me alive. Even if their fanaticism really lasts longer than I expect, I can still leave. Since you let me command, then just listen to me. A minute's time passed quickly. Soon the minute was going to end, yet the fanaticism effect on the members of the Mad Battle Team didn't look like it was going away anytime soon. Spider-Woman's spirit master also calmed down from the starting panic. As a fellow control system spirit master, her real combat experience was plentiful. If only a few people flew up, they might have flying spirit masters, but if all 7 flew up at the same time, then it could only be a spirit ability. Tang San was betting, but wasn't she betting that their flying lasted shorter than their fanaticism as well? Oscar gave his last mushroom sausage to Tang San and immediately flew off stage. He was almost entirely depleted of spirit power, his face pale. His entire body was feeling the side effects of the emptiness within him. At this time, the 3 months of devilish training was paying off. Though it felt very painful, he was still very awake, not unlike a normal person. The major side effects of using excessive amounts of spirit power wasn't showing that much. Another half-minute passed, and Shrek's 7 monsters, other than Tang San, all flew off the spirit battle platform. Spider-Woman's spirit master saw them all fly down one by one. Especially after seeing the 7 treasures glazed tile spirit master leaving, she let out a pent-up breath. But when everyone left except Tang San, her expression changed again. At this time Tang San already ate his 2nd mushroom sausage. You're not going to leave, Spider Woman's spirit master beamed an enchanting smile at Tang San. Tang San calmly laughed. Though I'm the only one left, who can say the last winner isn't us? At this moment, all the spectators started an uproar. When they saw the entire Shrek's 7 monster fly upwards, they were already surprised. Seeing the checkmate happening, both screams of delight and anger sounded. Screams of delight were for the unique sight of everyone flying, and the anger was naturally from the lack of action. And all the anger was of course pointed at Tang San. Tang San didn't mind the audience's attitude. Right now he put all his attention on observing Mad Battle Team. His eyes shined purple. Purple demon eyes were activated. When Dai Mubai and the others left the stage, Tang San clearly saw the Mad Battle Team members shiver once, their vigor decreasing and their spirit power fluctuations not as great as before. Of course he didn't know it was actually Mad Battle Team's 2 previous buffs that disappeared. In his eyes, this was a sign that their fanaticism was about to end, and he was a lot more confident in his own judgment. Mad Battle Team's unconscious members were continuously roaring under him. Spider Lady Spirit Master's gaze was also fixed on Tang San. Both sides were waiting for the situation both sides yearned for. The last laugh was, in the end, Tang San's. After eating the 3rd mushroom sausage, just when he was about to give up, Mad Battle Team's members all shuddered at once. Other than Spider Lady Spirit Master, the others' fanaticism slowly faded, revealing confused expressions, their gaze becoming clearer while their spirit power fluctuations rapidly decreasing. Success! Tang San's heart leapt with joy, but he couldn't afford to be careless right now. He didn't want to get tricked by the enemy and lose. Spider Lady Spirit Master's face changed. Though her body was still shaking, it wasn't shaking as much as her teammates. Her spirit power still decreased majorly, causing her to look clearly weaker. Mushroom sausages flying effect finally wore off. Tang San slowly floated to the ground. With Oscar's recovering sausages, his strength has recovered to its max already. His spirit power was also recovered to about 40%. Just as I thought. You couldn't keep on flying. Spider Lady Spirit Master displayed her calm, not even glancing at the pale and pained teammates, still staring at Tang San, as if she recovered her sharpness. Tang San laughed calmly. Are you not the same? The status after all couldn't last that long either. If I'm correct, even if your support system Spirit Master did not faint, he could only use this ability once. What? Don't tell me you still think you can win. Don't forget, right now you're alone, and you're facing us 6. The Spider-Woman's Spirit Master showed no weakness in her words. Tang San smiled slightly, saying, but perhaps only you still has the strength left to fight. Although I don't know why you're able to maintain a clear head and command your companions in that kind of state, you must all the same suffer the side effects of that kind of strengthening condition. Perhaps you still have a certain amount of spirit power left, but it can't be at peak condition. Since it's like this fight will have to come to decisive battle between you and me, isn't that right? Mad she was by now already completely sober. His spirit body enhancement had already faded away, but his powerful body led him to already shrug off the pain. Who says I don't have fighting strength? Even if I rely on muscle strength, I can still crush this punk. Mad she's anger hadn't at all drained away along with his spirit power. He had never been as angry as today. His valiant strength unexpectedly hadn't been able to display a bit of its effect under Tang San's spider web restraint, putting him at a severe disadvantage. Without speaking further, he immediately dashed towards Tang San. The Spider-Woman's spirit master didn't block Mad Shi. She clearly understood that with Mad Shi's strength, even if he didn't have the support of spirit power, just relying on physical strength alone, he was able to move a healthy bull. The reason she was able to maintain consciousness under the fanaticism condition was because of the side effect that thousand-year spirit ring produced. Besides intense toxicity and supple toughness, her thousand-year spirit ring was also able to weaken negative effects by 50%. In other words, while she got fanaticism's full effect, she only had to endure half of the negative side effects. As a result, she was able to as much as possible maintain a clear head, and the drain only took away half her spirit power. After the consumption of the previous battle, and the drain after fanaticism, right now the spirit power she had left only amounted to 30%. Seeing Mad Shi charge at him, Tang San didn't again use blue silver grass. He had to preserve his spirit power to confront that strongest Spider-Woman spirit master on the other side. Having lost his spirit power, Mad Shi was like a toothless tiger. Dealing with this kind of opponent, who would still need the assistance of his spirit power. Watching Mad Shi spread his arms wide as he charged, Tang San, rather than retreating, advanced. Using Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, he went to meet him light as a feather. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track moved Tang San erratically, and although he seemed to charge straight ahead, Mad Shi couldn't catch his true form. Ducking slightly, Tang San already passed close to Mad Shi's body. Left foot deftly stepping under Mad Shi's feet, left arm rising horizontally, elbow thumping into Mad Shi's back. Although Tang San didn't appear as robust as Mad Shi, their strength wasn't far apart. Working as a smith from childhood, along with the body-strengthening training this time, gave him an extremely powerful physique. Mad Shi's feet were tangled by Tang San. Only feeling a force at his back, he was already sent tumbling. But at this time, the Spider-Woman's spirit master finally acted. Since she didn't have enough power for her third spirit ring's ability, it had already faded away, but countless spider threads in her palm took advantage of Tang San throwing Mad Shi, in a moment covering his front, enveloping the space Tang San could use to dodge. Tang San frowned minutely. "You're still not giving up?" This time he didn't dodge at all, rather letting the Spider-Woman's spirit master's spider silk twine around his body. In practically just a moment's work, he was already tied up like a dumpling, his whole body covered in a layer of pink spider silk. The Spider-Woman's spirit master was exalted, loudly shouting, "Quick, throw him off the ring, it's our win!" However, she very quickly discovered her mistake, as none of her teammates responded to her words. Looking to the side, she discovered to her shock that those teammates without spirit power were already tightly bound by blue-purple-blue-silver grass. Without the spirit power to resist the paralysis poison, one by one they had already even lost the ability to speak. The Spider-Woman's spirit master suddenly felt her heart skip a beat, a kind of vague premonition welling up. Immediately afterward, without waiting for her to pull the wrapped-up Tang San off the ring, an incomparably powerful pressure abruptly released from Tang San. That wasn't the pressure of spirit power, rather a special atmosphere, but to her, this rising atmosphere was still incomparably dominant. In a strange scene, the spider silk over Tang San, starting on his back, suddenly flowing like melting ice and snow, all the spider silk frenziedly gathered on his back, as if it already no longer was a material substance, but more like a kind of energy. In just a few eye blinks, the spider silk on Tang San had already disappeared. The Spider-Woman's spirit master discovered to her shock that he was looking at her with a monstrous gaze. The spider silk's starting point was the spider woman's spirit master's hands, and after the spider silk over Tang San was completely absorbed at his back, following the spider silk's extension, a strong force abruptly pulled the spider woman's spirit master swiftly towards Tang San, and by the time she could react she was already before him. The spider woman's spirit master wanted to resist, but that stifling pressure made her unable to even move. The spider woman's spirit master didn't see it, but the audience behind Tang San could clearly see that the clothes on Tang San's back were gone, and 8 dark purple shining lumps were rising from his back. It was there that those spider threads were broken up and absorbed. Raising his right hand, Tang San grasped the spider woman's spirit master's neck, blocking the spider woman's spirit master from using her strength to strike at his body. Right now in Tang San's purple eyes flickered a demonic light. As he turned his head to look at the clamoring audience, each spectator that saw the light in his eyes couldn't stop from lowering their heads, their bodies shivering. That was how sinister his atmosphere was. Tang San's left hand's forefinger rose to the lips of his mask, making a silencing motion towards the audience. The battle situation already couldn't change. Apart from the spider woman's spirit master, including the thrown out by Tang San Mad Shi, even that already unconscious auxiliary system spirit master, all were already covered in blue-silver grass, and the spider woman's spirit master had her neck squeezed by Tang San. This spirit fight had now ended. The 8 lumps of purple-black light at Tang San's back quietly disappeared, the gathered-up spider silk destroyed. That pressure stifling the spider woman's spirit master also faded away. Her expression was complex, somewhat challenging looking at Tang San. How? Tang San naturally knew what she wanted to ask, squeezing her neck, pulling her closer, using a voice so low only the two could hear. Because my 3rd spirit ring is a 1,000-year man-faced demon spider. Do you understand? The spider woman's spirit master's body suddenly shuddered. You clearly are a control system spirit master. Why can you absorb? There's nothing impossible about it. Too many people have the wrong idea, that's all. Plant system spirit masters are also members of the tool spirit masters. Since that wishful disc teammate of yours is able to absorb beast-type spirit rings, why would my blue-silver grass be unable to? Seeing the announcer, that manager Ao, walk on stage, Tang San casually swung his hand, throwing the spider woman's spirit master several meters. This battle was already concluded. Absorbing the spider woman's spirit master's spider silk, naturally it was Tang San's bizarre external spirit bone. As an external spirit bone bearing the man-faced demon spider's energy, it possessed an incomparably intimidating effect to all types of arachnid spirits. At the start of the fight Tang San still held back, without using the power it provided, but in the last moment his own spirit power was also insufficient. At the same time he also didn't want to delay further, in the end still releasing the atmosphere of the external spirit bone. Of course, nobody would know that was the effect of an external spirit bone. Over these days of training with his external spirit bone, Tang San discovered that every time he used his external spirit bone 8 spider lances, his mood would suffer a certain influence, as if he was infected by the ruthless atmosphere of the man-faced demon spider. When he stopped using 8 spider lances, the vicious tendencies would completely disappear. This was also why he made such an arrogant gesture towards the audience, in contrast to his normal self. Tang San had asked Grandmaster about this kind of condition, and Grandmaster's reply was very simple. Since the man-faced demon spider's energy was currently more powerful than Tang San's spirit power, Tang San was still unable to completely master 8 spider lances, therefore he would suffer the remaining influence of the man-faced demon spider from 8 spider lances. There was no need to worry about this. When Tang San's spirit power was sufficient, this kind of negative influence would naturally also fade away. But with Tang San's steady willpower, even now he still wouldn't lose his nature to 8 spider lances influence. At most his temperament would change. Shrek 7 Devils Victory. The announcer-manager AO found it somewhat difficult to declare this result. His gaze with a somewhat particular meaning looking at the only person still standing on the stage, Tang San. In his heart a kind of indescribable feeling. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that these green-masked spirit masters would not long after become the favorites of Suotuo Great Spirit Arena. Tang San got his deserved result, turning around and walking off the platform. Just then, Spider-Woman's spirit master's enchanting voice sounded with a terrified yet special tone. "Can't you tell me your name?" Tang San stopped walking but didn't turn his head. Third of Shrek's 7 Devils, Thousand Hands Azura. This time, Tang San didn't hide his voice. Not only did the Spider-Woman's spirit master hear it, Manager AO and the closer audience all heard it. When Tang San walked off the platform, the first to welcome him was Xiaowu's passionate hug. "Little San, you are so handsome." Xiaowu's way of hugging may have been affected by her spirit abilities. Her slim body wrapped around Tang San like a squid, her legs coiled around Tang San, her arms around his neck, and her face red from excitement. It looked like it was just Xiaowu's impulsive actions, but Tang San's real age was after all already over 30. Looking at the other's playful smiles, his face couldn't help but burn red. "Xiaowu, quickly get off." Dai Mubai laughed out loud. "Today we seized total victory. Let's go, brothers and sisters, I'll pay for the meal. Let's go drink." The 7 people, still wearing their masks, registered their points under the loud cheering, retrieved their rewards and left Suo Great Spirit Battle Arena. When the audience bit by bit leaving Spirit Arena 13 saw them, many of them were whispering, especially when they saw the simply dressed Tang San, who drew the most gazes. In the previous team fight, Tang San immediately controlled the enemy's defensive spirit master Mad Shi, and also controlled the entire stage. In the dangerous situation, he also led his teammates out of danger and won the match single-handedly. In the audience's eyes, they naturally couldn't see Mad Battle Team was actually inflicted with side effects from fanaticism. All they saw was Tang San's amazing win. In the crowd, there were already quite a few people shouting his nickname, Thousand Hands Azura. The 7 did not linger, quickly moving away from the crowd. Regrouping with Grandmaster, Flender, and Zhao Wuji, they quickly left the area of the Great Spirit Battle Arena. When no one was paying attention to them anymore, the 7 finally took off their masks. Looking at each other, they couldn't help but start laughing. In usual training they always fought together, but they never knew how it felt to fight real people on a platform like the Great Spirit Battle Arena. The people who felt it the most were Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu, who were pulled back by Tang San's blue-silver grass. At that moment the power of teamwork avoided injuries. Their understanding of the importance of teamwork that Grandmaster spoke of instantly grew deeper. Back at the hotel, Grandmaster once again told everyone to come to Tang San's room, including Flender and Zhao Wuji. Looking at their tired but high-spirited students, he calmly asked, "Tell me, what are your impressions of today's fights?" Dai Mubai. In the individual battles it was still fine. However, in the team battle we were evidently not well coordinated enough. After all, this was the first time we faced this much pressure. Oscar, slightly pained, said, "In the team fight I became everyone's burden. With one less fighting power, it is hard to win against strong opponents." The others also wanted to say something, but Grandmaster raised his hand to stop them. A small smile gradually expanded on Grandmaster's face. Other than Tang San, the others couldn't help but rub their eyes, thinking their fatigue was giving them hallucinations. "You are all wrong. What I wanted to say is, you all did well today. I am very satisfied. Yes, you are not well coordinated with each other yet, but this is after all your first time fighting together. And what you faced was a team of rank 35s and above with a 7-win streak and a complete team. In the enemy team, the Spider-Woman Spirit Master's controlling power, Mad Shi's defense and that support-type Spirit Master all excelled their own rank. But under the uncoordinated situation you were in, you still won. Thank you for giving me this surprise." Getting praise from a perpetually smiling person might not feel like much. However, getting a sincere praise from the stiff-faced devilish teacher made Shrek's 7 monsters feel even more excited than the wins today. The smiles on Shrek's 7 monsters vanished, but their eyes were all blazing with excitement. Even the steadiest Tang San and the cold Zhu Qing were not excluded. Grandmaster looked towards Oscar. "Little Ao, you don't need to be too humble. Yes, in real combat you can't fight with them. But you never stopped helping the team. If I am correct, you were the only one that used all your spirit power. Because of your soaring mushroom sausages, everyone was safe. Tang San admittedly controlled the situation, but if not for your support, this fight would not have been ours. More correctly, every one of you had a key role in today's fight. Since you are a team, then, not a single one of you can be taken out. Let alone, as a food system Spirit Master, your real use isn't on the spirit battle arena. If you went to the front lines of a war, the continuous fighting capability that you can give to everyone would be way more than those in Mad Battle Team." Flender, who was aside, heard this and couldn't help but laugh. "Grandmaster, you didn't come back just to praise them, right?" Grandmaster smiled. "Of course not, I just wanted to tell them they are the best, but not perfect. Tomorrow I allow you to stop fighting at the spirit battle arena for 1 day. But other than resting, you have to reflect on today's gains and losses. The day after tomorrow, you each have to tell me what you learned. Okay, I need to go now. Remember, when we aren't here, don't cause trouble, especially not with any spirit master. It is very likely you will meet a spirit master that belongs to a giant family." Flender said, "Grandmaster is correct, don't cause any trouble. However, if bullies you, don't lose face for our academy either." Ma Hongjun stuck out his tongue secretly and looked at Oscar, laughing out loud. A few days ago they just provoked a spirit ancestor and Ma Hongjun even fried a certain part of that person. Grandmaster and the others walked out of the hotel. Flender said, "Xiao Gang, these children bring me more and more surprises. Looks like it was a good idea to give them all to you to train." Grandmaster replied, "This is also due to their talent. Against a team that is 5 levels higher than them and 3 more spirit rings, they still won. This isn't only because of their spirits or spirit rings quality anymore. Their cooperation is also crucial." Flender sighed. "But I still lost. Compared to Tang San, Ma Hongjun is way behind. After teaching this many years, I'm still worse than you." Hearing Flender surrender, Grandmaster smiled again. That's obvious, but it's rare that you admitted it. Flender said grumpily. Do I look like I don't admit losses? Xiaowu, who was beside them, aptly interrupted. It seems so. Last time we made a bet, you lost 10 golden spirit coins and you never admitted it. You! Grandmaster laughed. Flender, I suddenly want to drink beer. Since you admitted your loss, then be our host. Okay, let's see how I drink you all to death. Flender said fiercely, but the joy in his eyes exposed his real emotions. Seeing Grandmaster again, for some reason, the long-lost emotion of happiness came back. Because all the teachers left, Shrek's 7 monsters naturally lost their restrictions. Dai Mubai hasn't forgotten what he said previously, and he didn't go far either. In a close restaurant, he ordered a full table of good dishes paired with 2 kegs of good wheat beer, inviting everyone to eat with him. Little San, I salute to you. Thank you for your prompt support earlier. Dai Mubai picked up his wheat beer and raised it towards Tang San. Tang San smiled and raised his beer towards Dai Mubai as well, and they both drained their cups. Of course he knew that Dai Mubai wasn't saying thank you for himself. Though he was pulled away, he wasn't in any real danger. He was thanking Tang San for pulling Zhu Zhuqing back in her dangerous situation. Little San, I salute you as well. Though I'm not as strong as you, but I'm afraid you aren't as good in drinking. Oscar said slyly while raising his cup. Before Tang San raised his cup, Xiaowu blocked it. Oscar, you want to get him drunk? I'll drink with you. Saying that, Xiaowu showed her big sister persona, draining her own cup in one gulp. Oscar grudgingly drank his as well, but in the corner of his eyes he saw Tang San drink as well. Good, a good taste for wine means a good moral standing. I salute everyone. This time the person who stood up was Ning Rongrong. She didn't hurry and drink, standing there and looking around her, her eyes reddening. When I first came to the school, I gave everyone a lot of trouble. What third brother and little Ao said then wasn't wrong. If I had continued as I was, perhaps I truly never would have been able to understand what a friend really is. After so many days, after training together with everyone, fighting together experiencing trials of life and death. Thank you all, my companions. This cup, I drink to you all, at the same time, to say to all of you what I have always not managed to say. I'm sorry. After saying that last word, Ning Rongrong finished the cup in one mouthful. As she drank, 2 sparkling tears flowed down her soft white cheeks. Rongrong, don't drink so fiercely. Oscar reminded kindly. Seeing Ning Rongrong's current appearance, the happiest would probably be him. Since the first time he saw her, he had decided on his target, but instead ending up wounded. Now Ning Rongrong had already become this cute. It's commonly known that children have the most flexible characters, and the just 12-year-old Ning Rongrong had already become so different from what she was just a few months ago. Rongrong, we are companions and even brothers, now and forever. We had all already accepted you from when we were in the Star Do Great Forest. In the future, don't say such things. Come, everyone drink. But, because you are all too young, drink lesser. Oscar suddenly commented. Rongrong, why do you call Tang San third brother, but only call me little Ao? Don't you think that's a little unfair? Ning Rongrong's whole face turned red, glaring at him unhappily but not replying. To the side, Ma Hongjun spotted some clue. Little Ao, no wonder you're the second oldest, you really are second-rate. I wish I had this kind of discriminatory treatment. Oscar was a smart person and immediately thought better of it, looking deeply at Ning Rongrong, so excited, he almost laughed and quickly said, Right, it's my fault, I'll drink as punishment. Wine is one of those types of drinks where the more you drink the more bonded you are to each other. But also, the more you drink, the less you're in control. This included Dai Mubai, who shouted to drink less at the start, in the end could only drink non-stop. Even though the 7 of them were quite young, as spirit masters, their tolerance levels were already far beyond that of a normal person. In addition, after that period of training, their ability to digest alcohol was undoubtedly strong. This drinking session lasted a full 4 hours before ending. The next day, when everyone sobered up, they could barely remember anything. Only that, the person with the greatest drinking ability was the one who was last to stay awake. It was neither Dai Mubai with the greatest spirit power, nor was it Tang San with the greatest overall strength, but the one with the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, Ning Rongrong. At that time, the first to collapse was Ma Hongjun. Fatty's drinking limit was obviously nothing special. The second was Oscar. Closely following was Xiaowu. Who would have thought that the fourth to fall over would be the oldest, Dai Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San fell at the same time, and in the end the one who didn't fall was Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong not only didn't collapse, but she also drank the most. While drinking, it was practically all 1 cup in 1 gulp, with the great vigor she had before as a delinquent. But according to Ning Rongrong herself, this was her first time drinking. After that, whenever the other 6 people in Shrek 7 Devils recalled of this matter, there was only one word on their mind: genius. The spirit battles continued. Within the next month, Shrek 7 Devils battles in the Suotuo Great Spirit Arena's fields could even be described as the wind creating the waves. In that month, the Shrek 7 Devils participated in 27 team fights, 27 battles and 27 victories. Within the 30th ranked range, they had no competition. In the individual battles, 3-5 combination also attained a good record of 27 successive victories. Tang San and Xiaowu compatibility and teamwork was so strong that they left their opponents helpless. Dai Mubai and Oscar's dual-winged white tiger combination attained a total of 16 wins and 11 losses in 27 fights. This was mainly because Mubai was fighting alone. Oscar's sausages, in the end, in a spirit fight type of battle arena, could only do so much after all. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's 7 treasure civet combination scored a little better than the dual-winged white tiger group. After all, they participated in the 20th ranked Spirit Grandmaster Level 2 vs 2 Spirit fights. They obtained a good record of 22 wins and 5 losses in 27 fights, of which 8 were consecutive victories, earning them quite a bit of points. For the individual competitions, Shrek 7 Devils were even more astounding. Dai Mubai in the 30th ranked range, besides meeting with Control Spirit Masters twice and losing, won 25 rounds. Tang San's luck was superb, and he never met a fire-type opponent, with his inferior 32 ranks. In the 30th ranked Spirit Elder grade, he unexpectedly maintained complete victory. After all, against his spider web restraint, without a way to conquer it, for those in his level range, it is very hard to escape. Xiaowu was worse by a little bit. Although her teleportation was very extraordinary, several times she encountered opponents who just happened to restrain her ability, but still had 20 victories. Ma Hongjun, in the 20th ranked range, was very successful and won 23 battles of the 27. Zhu Zhuqing's individual competition record wasn't inferior, winning only one less battle than Ma Hongjun. Counting it like this, Tang San won the most out of everyone. Although the points scored in the 3 types of Great Spirit Arena battles were counted separately, relying on the many consecutive victories, his points increased very quickly. If it wasn't for the rules at the Great Spirit Arena, that the extra points earned from consecutive matches would only be added at the end of each month, right now they wouldn't just be in iron rank spirit fights. Still, Shrek 7 Devil's stunning performance already garnered the Great Spirit Arena's attention, if not for their fighting spirit badge rank being too low, and thus not meeting the minimum requirements of the Central Spirit Battle Arena of at least a silver rank, perhaps they would already have been invited to participate in the Central Great Spirit Battle Arena. When the Shrek 7 Devils arrived at the arena, this time was just the 2nd day of the month. This month's altogether 30 days, with the exception a rest day. After today's spirit battles, the 1-month period would be over. Then, they would get their points calculated. At that time, they would definitely not be in the current iron rank. Even more praiseworthy, in the Shrek 7 Devils, their captain, Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai's spirit power had broken through the 38th rank. This is not just because of his hard work in cultivation, but also because of these 4 months of body-strengthening training and actual battles. At the same time increasing spirit power were Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, reaching the 28th rank and 27th rank respectively, rushing towards the 30th rank. As night fell in the heart of Suotuo City's downtown area, Suotuo Great Spirit Battle Arena was brightly lit. The spectators came streaming in from all 4 corners of the city. From time to time one could even see luxurious carriages under the protection of retinues enter the Great Spirit Arena via VIP passages. These were either from great clans or aristocrats. Naturally, the battles in the heart of Suotuo Great Spirit Battle Arena caught their eyes. Today was the last day of the month and also a weekend. Suotuo Great Spirit Arena would obviously become one of the greatest source of Suotuo City people's entertainment. Here, not only would one be able to see spectacular spirit battles, one could also try their luck and place small bets supporting their spirit master fighter. Including Grandmaster, Flender and Xiaowu, Shrek Academy's party all dispersed into the Suotuo Great Spirit Battle Arena. This is not because they had to be careful to hide their identity, but because it was necessary. After this month of battling, the Shrek 7 Devils had made remarkable achievements, thus naturally becoming the focus of attention of the audience. Although they have not yet been to the center of the main spirit fighting arena, but the audience in their surroundings were already very familiar to them. Shrek 7 Devils' title has already become familiar with crowds, making them excited. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble and struggle. From 10 days ago, the people of Shrek Academy started walking in as they were normally and completely change clothes once inside, then move to the designated place to sign up for a battle. Thus trying to guess where the Shrek 7 Devils were going to compete had also become one of the crowds in the surrounding section's enjoyable customs. Today, like the last few times, they specially wore a plain outfit into the Great Spirit Battle Arena. No one would notice a few teenage children. After these few months, Tang San and Ma Hongjun were already 13 years old. In another few months, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing would also all be 13 years old. With age being their best disguise. The foresight of Grandmaster's decision to let them wear masks was really praiseworthy. Even though group battles were the last to start, it would be the first to be registered. This was to ensure that it didn't coincide with the individual and pair battles. Grandmaster instructed and dispersed all of them to fight in different districts, so as not to meet each other and avoid affecting their winning streak. Following which, Grandmaster handled the group battle registration as their broker. Today, Grandmaster chose the 8th district and helped his disciples register. After a month of battles, the originally incredibly hard to attain silver rank, in everyone's effort of consecutive victories, have just about been confirmed. Now they only need to wait for today's spirit battle to be over and collate the extra points was all. Grandmaster didn't want to bring his disciples too much attention. Once someone dug out the information about their age, then the attention from around the world would bring them a lot of trouble. Thus he decided, after today, he would bring Shrek 7 monsters into his specially prepared 3rd stage of training. Coming to the registration point as usual, Grandmaster took out the Shrek 7 Devils battle badge and presented it battle group staff. "Excuse me, I'm signing up for team battles." The staff took the badge like always, but when he saw the words engraved on the badge, his face paled and he gasped softly. "Shrek 7 Devils?" Grandmaster wrinkled his brow. The quality of staff of the Great Spirit Battle Arena was good, where their expression would not change much even if they met a high-ranked spirit master. However, at this moment, the performance of the staff was clearly not satisfactory. "I'm sorry, sir. If I may ask, are you the Shrek 7 Devils team leader?" Grandmaster slowly nodded his head. "I can be counted as one. Would you please hurry it up a bit?" "Sir, please wait a moment." The staff, under Grandmaster's surprised gaze, quickly left his post and ran toward the back, hands tightly clasping Shrek 7 Devils team battle badge. Although Grandmaster was extremely dissatisfied, the staff had already taken the group's battle badge used to register, and without it, he could not do anything even if he wanted to change districts and could only patiently wait there. But what Grandmaster did not know was that as long as he appeared showing this badge in soulland Great Spirit Arena, in no matter what district, he would have experienced the exact same thing. Without having to wait too long, the staff member brought back another person to the registration point. "Sorry for having you wait so long." The staff member politely commented and presented the badge back to Grandmaster. Grandmaster had an impression of the man that the staff brought along. At that point in time when Shrek 7 Devils participated in their first group battle in the soulland Great Spirit Arena, he was their host and announcer. Tang San said before the fight that he had, out of kindness, tipped Tang San off about the Mad Team's impressiveness, thus giving Grandmaster a relatively deeper impression. Manager Ao smiled. "Hello, respected team leader, sir. May I have a conversation with you? It will not take up too much of your time." Grandmaster coolly replied. "Are you representing yourself or representing the soulland Great Spirit Arena?" Manager Ao quickly replied. "Of course, I'm representing the soulland Great Spirit Arena." Grandmaster nodded his head. He had already expected this to happen. After all, Shrek 7 Devils had obtained outstanding results within this past month. Not being noticed was an impossibility. Especially the one who was the most outstanding this entire month, winning all his battles, Tang San was sure to have been at the center of their attention. Even though Grandmaster was very unwilling to deal with the Great Spirit Arena, their sphere of influence was simply too great. Even countries would be afraid to offend them. He too naturally wouldn't voluntarily offend them, thus nodding his head. Following Manager Ao, Grandmaster was brought into a quiet back room behind the registration point. "Mr. Leader, I'll get straight to the point." Manager Ao managed with some dignity. "I'm representing the Douluo Great Spirit Arena, in hopes that today, Shrek 7 Devils will participate in the Central Spirit Arena on the main stage." "Oh!" Grandmaster was not surprised, but instead maintained a plain voice. "This doesn't seem to follow the rules. According to the arena's rules, only Spirit Master of Silver rank or above can appear in the main stage, but the Shrek 7 Devils are only of Iron rank." Manager Ao laughed bitterly. "You don't have to be modest. With the battle history of Shrek 7 Devils within just this past month, after today's battle, they will all receive silver battle badges. There is nothing wrong even if they are promoted to silver rank one day early." Grandmaster's expression still had not changed. "If that is so, then you wouldn't mind one day later either, would you?" Manager Ao sighed. "I'll just speak frankly then. 3 days ago, a team of Spirit Masters came. They were an all-silver ranked Spirit Masters team, probably brought to this city by a few aristocrats. Because for 2 straight days, those more prestigious families have heavily bet on them, and they had won overwhelmingly, bringing a large loss to the Douluo Great Spirit Arena. Since you are familiar to the arena, you should know that normally, to reach the silver rank would take at least 40th rank Spirit Ancestor and above. But this team is one made up of entirely Spirit Elders. We can't break our own rules and invite a level 40 Spirit Ancestor team to fight against them, but if this situation persists, the Great Spirit Arena will not be able to continue handling these losses. Maybe because they tasted sweet success, today many aristocrats again increased their bets. If we continue to lose like this, I'm afraid." Grandmaster's doubts in his heart cleared like a clear mirror. He immediately understood Manager Ao's words. His resolve shook, saying, "To have already reached silver rank at only Spirit Elders, they must be quite strong. Then, for the past few days, what teams have the Spirit Arena matched them against?" Manager Ao replied, "Because the Spirit Arena has no Spirit Elder teams that are in the silver rank, with no choice, we could only send out Spirit Elder teams of copper rank to fight against them, one of which was the recently promoted to copper-ranked Spirit Master team, the Mad team, who had once fought against Shrek 7 Devils. But they completely lost." Grandmaster raised his eyebrow. Among the Spirit Elder rank teams, Mad team's ranks were already considerable. Can it be that the silver rank team members are of a higher rank than them? Ao Director shook his head and said, "No, it's not a problem of the spirit rank. Mainly, it's the gap the soul rings bring. This only silver rank team like the Shrek 7 Devil have the best soul rings, spirit ability-wise, giving them a great advantage over the Mad team, giving them not even the ghost of a chance." After listening to these words, Grandmaster's face finally showed some changes. As the Spirit Master world's most famous theoretical master, he certainly knew what the so-called best rings refers to. Meaning that the first ring has the soul of 100 years old, the second ring being older than 500 years, and the third soul ring should straightaway be 1,000-year one. Appearing around a Spirit Master should be 2 yellow and 1 purple rings, like Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar and Xiaowu. Even so, why does the Great Spirit Arena think our Shrek 7 Devils will be able to win? After all, we only have more than 4 over 30 ranked spirit power, while none of the remaining 3 have even reached the 30th rank. Director Ao smiled and said, "Now you're being modest again. Who doesn't know that the Shrek 7 Devils can be counted as one of the best out of the all-spirit elder teams? But even still, in the previous 27 groups spirit battles they fought in, they achieved complete victory. This record can be said to be unprecedented in the history of our Douluo Great Spirit Arena. As the saying goes, if it exists means it must be reasonable. I believe that the Shrek 7 Devils will have the ability to compete evenly with that Silver Spirit fighting team. The light in Grandmaster's eyes flashed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If I remember correctly, when participating in the center of the main spirit fighting arena, there should be an added bonus." When Manager Ao saw that Grandmaster seemed to have a change of heart, he was secretly pleased, quickly adding, "Of course, when participating in competitions of the main spirit arena, every spirit master will receive a direct reward of 500 gold coins, and if your party accepts our invitation and win this spirit battle, the spirit arena would also like to pay an extra 10,000 gold coins as a reward. However, because Shrek 7 Devils, after all, hasn't gotten a silver spirit fighting badge, the accumulation will be unaffected. Fortunately, they have always been winning consecutive battles, thus the accumulation is not little." Not giving Grandmaster a chance to open his mouth, AO Director continued, "For this spirit battle, please allow the Shrek 7 Devils members to not participate in their individual and dual spirit battles today. Although we cannot break the rules and give them extra points, within the limits of our influence, the spirit arena can count their individual and dual spirit battles today's as victories, by showing that their registered opponents surrendered on their own. Thus, Shrek 7 Devils would be able to go all out when facing the opponent." Grandmasters had never been a calculating person, not to mention the other side was already being very generous. Most importantly, he agreed to this fight, not for the accumulating points or money but the experience for his disciples. For Douluo Great Spirit Arena to treat this silver rank team so seriously, in addition to the entire team having the best soul ring arrangement, this kind of honing could only bring the Shrek 7 Devils benefits. Master nodded slowly. "Well, I'll accept your conditions. Please ready the opponent's information. I'll first recall my disciples." "No need to trouble yourself. Let our staff recall the Shrek 7 Devils. I have the opponent's information already. You can discuss with them first. Later I'll take you into the main stage of the spirit arena to prepare." Manager Ao quickly turned away, obviously to report the matter of Shrek 7 Devils having agreed to participate in the spirit battle to his higher-ups and at the same time, to make the appropriate arrangements. There was an hour from now to the beginning of the group spirit battle, long enough for Douluo Spirit Arena to make a lot of arrangements. After a short while, not only did the staff bring all Shrek 7 Devils to the room, even Flender and Xiaowu were also invited over, clearly showing that Douluo Great Spirit Arena had been observing their entire group for more than just 1 or 2 days. Grandmaster calmly repeated what Manager Ao previously mentioned at the same time, putting the recently received information flat on a table in the room. While standing at the side, Tang San suddenly understood something when he saw the eyes of Grandmaster. His gaze, which seems to be burning with brilliance, but also the flames of war. Even for him, this is the first time he saw such strong fighting intent in the eyes of the Grandmaster. Flender said a little helplessly, "I say, Shao Gang, you shouldn't have promised them so quickly, and at least waited for us to rush over. They say there are great nobles repeatedly betting. The stakes clearly are enormous. If discussing it properly, they should pay even more." Grandmaster unhappily said, "When did you become such a profiteer?" Flender smiled wryly. 1 cent confounds the hero, you believe I think about it? Grandmaster said. If this time is a victory, our earnings will already not be inconsiderable. 10,000 gold coins is a very large sum. I've already thought it through, 1,000 for each of the children, the remaining 3,000 set aside for the academy. A good match with my 3rd stage training for them. Do you have any objections? The last line wasn't for Flender and xiaowu but directed at the Shrek 7 Devils members. The 7 practically simultaneously shook their heads. They all knew about the academy's financial situation. Furthermore, none of them still lacked money. After this month of spirit fights, not only did their points go up, they still obtained the corresponding rewards. After more than 5 successive victories, each successive victory was 100 gold spirit coins. Surpassing 10 successive victories, it was 200 gold spirit coins. Flender the day before yesterday even mentioned that right now these children were all wealthier than the academy. Grandmaster raised his hand to tap the cloth and silk materials spread out on the table, saying with a serious expression, "Good, these matters can wait for later. First we'll research your enemy. For you, this will be an exceedingly challenging spirit fight." The white cloth and silk was lined with gold lace, both sides embroidered with Suotuo Great Spirit Arena's emblem. On it was recorded a team's information. Everyone bowed their heads to read. Even if it was the unyielding Dai Mubai, he still couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. Each person's heart had a kind of spasming feeling. According to the Spirit Arena regulations, each team could at most have 10 people, the smallest must not be less than 7 people. In a spirit fight, the number of people on the smaller side decided how many people both sides would field. The team before their eyes appeared the same as Shrek 7 Devils, only 7 people, material as follows. Emperor Team, 7 members, all Silver Spirit Fighter badge holders. Captain, Yu Tianheng, Spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, 39th Ranked Power Attack System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Dugu Yen Spirit, Jade Phosphor Serpent, 38th Ranked Control System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Shermaw, Spirit, Black Tortoise, 38th Ranked Defensive System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Shermaw, Spirit, Black Tortoise, 37th Ranked Defense System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Yufeng, Spirit, Wind Chime Bird, 36th Ranked Agility Attack System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Osler, Spirit, Ghost Leopard, 36th Ranked Agility Attack System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Xie Lingling, Spirit, 9 Heart Flowering Apple, 35th Ranked Auxiliary System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. In all the material there was no mention of the opponent's spirit abilities. Regarding this, Grandmaster understood that it wasn't that Great Spirit Arena didn't want to supply them, but that they couldn't. Who could be sure that the other side hadn't held back in their previous 2 spirit fights? If the spirit abilities were determined incorrectly, it very likely would lead to disaster. Therefore, Great Spirit Arena let Shrek 7 Devils figure it out on their own. Having read the opponent's data, the 7 raised their heads and looked at each other. All saw that everyone's expressions were amazed. Although they all anticipated that an opponent that could reach Silver Spirit fights certainly wasn't weak, but they also didn't expect they would be just this powerful. Flender pushed up the crystal glasses on his nose. If I guess correctly, this team certainly has a great deal of fame in some city. Why would they suddenly come to Suotuo City? Xiao Gang, you really shouldn't have committed to a spirit fight with them. Perhaps we won't be their match. Grandmaster calmly said. Pressure pushes you forward. Shrinking back when facing challenges, one will also always be unable to truly become a power. Flender, where is your youthful spirit? Flender's expression was somewhat unsightly from Grandmaster's words. To the side, Xiaowu didn't neglect to fan the flames, taking joy in calamity. Grandmaster really is strict. What you say is right. Only meeting and overcoming difficulties will have any rewards. Fine, but the main thing is safety. Flender glared at Xiaowu, then faced Grandmaster. Grandmaster nodded. I've already guessed this Emperor team's origins. If my conjecture is correct, then there won't be the slightest amount of danger. Tang San. Teacher. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward. Grandmaster said, although this time I still ask you not to use your hidden weapons, I will permit you to use 8 spider lances. Before the last moment, you can't admit defeat. Seeing Grandmaster wasn't optimistic about the outcome, Tang San frowned, saying, Teacher, are we really unable to overcome the opponent? Grandmaster looked deeply at him. The chance is only 30%. And the chance mainly relies on you, Mubai and Zhu Qing. Raising his hand to point towards the materials on the table. The other side's 7 people, as shown by the materials, are a kind of unusually perfect combination. You must pay most attention to 2 individuals, their captains. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master and Jade Phosphor Serpent Spirit Master. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Xiao Gang. Flender seemed to suddenly think of something, but his words were prevented by Grandmaster's expression. Grandmaster continued, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon has an exceptionally powerful first-rate attack power among beast spirits, considered to be the most powerful attack beast spirit. Its rank among beast spirits is equivalent to Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda among support spirits. As for this Jade Phosphor Serpent Spirit Master, since she opted to be a control system Spirit Master, then she lets me recall one person. Flender, you still remember him? At Grandmaster's reminder, Flender's expression abruptly changed. You're not saying it could be him? Grandmaster nodded. I'm saying it's him. Dai Mubai couldn't help but say, Dean, Grandmaster, don't speak in riddles. What are you actually talking about? Grandmaster sternly said, on the continent, the Jade Phosphor Serpent is just like several great clans, classified as a rare spirit. But since the beginning of history, there has only ever been one famous Jade Phosphor Serpent Spirit Master. He is considered an extraordinary control system Spirit Master. To be precise, he should be called Jade Phosphor Douluo. I think some of you should have heard the name. Hearing the words Jade Phosphor Douluo, Dai Mubai's complexion immediately changed greatly, urgently saying, You're saying it's that most unreasonable Jade Phosphor Douluo, known as the world's king of poison? Grandmaster breathed in deeply, slowly nodding. Besides him, there's no other Jade Phosphor Douluo. According to what I know, apart from him, Jade Phosphor Serpent Spirit Masters are a rare existence. Even if it was, it still wouldn't be a control system Spirit Master. Since the other side's vice captain is a control system Jade Phosphor Serpent, I can be certain that she is closely linked to Jade Phosphor Douluo. Others might not be aware, but I know the Jade Phosphor Douluo is also named Dugu. Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke up. Then don't tell me that captain of theirs is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Flender smiled wryly. Besides the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, at least I've never heard of Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragons existing anywhere else. This Emperor team's background is terrifying. Not only these two, Black Tortoise is equally as famous as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Only the Black Tortoise Spirit Masters are considerably fewer and don't have an intact school, therefore they're not as well known as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Although it's like this, among defense-type spirits the Black Tortoise is the #1 existence. Tang San seemed to suddenly realize something. As a control system spirit master, his biggest concern was naturally the other side's control system spirit master, asking Grandmaster, "Teacher, in the end what does that jade phosphor serpent spirit master use for control?" As a snake spirit, it doesn't seem like it would be expert in control. Grandmaster replied very simply, only using one word, poison. Using poison to control the battle, Tang San's pupils involuntarily contracted, but his mood was steady. Poison, what a familiar and dear word. Slightly nodding, saying, "If it's like this, then we still truly have a chance to defeat them." What was Tang Sect's most prominent in? Lightness skill, hidden weapons, and also their famous poisons. Although since coming to this world Tang San hadn't had time to gather the required poisonous substances, let alone extracting Tang Sect toxins, he still had knowledge and understanding of poison, the essence of Tang Sect. A person using superior poison naturally also had outstanding knowledge of and methods to resist poison. Grandmaster misunderstood Tang San's meaning. Oscar's small sausage is only a second spirit ring ability. I'm afraid that when repeatedly resisting the jade phosphor serpent's poison, it will only be able to restrain it for a short time, that's all. Ning Rongrong said. Grandmaster, can I make a suggestion? Grandmaster nodded. Go ahead. Ning Rongrong said. In the spirit fight, our most important objective must be that auxiliary system spirit master. Eh? Why? Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, even Grandmaster couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. Even he hadn't heard of the 9-heart flowering apple spirit, such circumstances were extremely rare, but considering the two sides' auxiliary system spirit masters, with Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, he had no concern this side would be weaker than the opponent. Ning Rongrong said, I know of the 9-heart flowering apple spirit. Different from other spirits, this spirit is inherited in a single line. Each generation can only have one successor. There can also only be 2 9-heart flowering apple spirit masters alive at the same time. Only when one dies is it possible for another to appear. It can be said to be the rarest spirit. My dad once said that the 9-heart flowering apple is a marvel among spirits. Who Ning Rongrong's father was, let alone Grandmaster, Flender and Xiaowu, even the other Shrek 7 devils knew, the master of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Representing the authority of auxiliary system spirit masters, if even he described a spirit like this, then, the scale of this spirit's effect could well be imagined. Regarding new and odd spirits, Grandmaster was always even more curious than ordinary people, immediately asking for details. Then what is this 9-heart flowering apple's effect? In what respect does its support effect appear? Ning Rongrong lowered her voice. The 9-heart flowering apple only has one kind of effect. No matter how many spirit rings it has, it only has one spirit ability. This is also where it's frightening. Its effect is in the scope of healing. The degree of healing is controlled by the spirit master's intentions. The higher the rank, the the more spirit rings, the more its healing can be used. My father said, with a 9-heart flowering apple spirit master, even if you wanted to die it wouldn't be easy. Therefore, after the fight starts, we have to first separate her from the stage. Otherwise, until she runs out of spirit power, we will basically be unable to cause any injury to the opponents. Listening to Ning Rongrong, Grandmaster's complexion seemed to become rigid, blankly standing for a long time, then slowly saying, "This really is a close to perfect combination. We can win." At this low point of morale, everyone falling silent, Tang San suddenly loudly spoke up, brimming with confidence. Everyone's gazes turned to him. "I say we can win. Mubai, Little Ao, Fatty, Xiaowu, Rongrong, Zhuqing. Have you forgotten, we already possess a record of 27 successive victories. The opponent is admittedly powerful, but we're also not weak. We have Mubai as a first-rate domination system spirit master. We have Little Ao's support to sustain out battle capability, we have Fatty's top-notch variation battle spirit, and Xiaowu's mysterious soft skill. Rongrong, don't tell me you believe your 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda can't compare with 9-heart flowering apple? Still, Zhuqing, your speed is the fastest of any agility attack system spirit master I've ever seen. Although the opponents are powerful, don't tell me we're small and weak. No, we are certainly able to prove we're even stronger than them. Even more, you mustn't forget our age. I dare say, they're older than us, even if we really lose, then what about it? Failure is the mother of success. Even if we aren't their match today, inevitably there will be one day when we certainly will beat them. Victory inevitably belongs to us, Shrek 7 Devils. If our confidence from successive victories is already lost, then, why should we still participate in spirit fights?" Tang San's words were like a fuse igniting everyone's confidence. No member of the Shrek 7 Devils team lacked talent. Monsters among monsters. How could they be resigned to defeat? No one spoke, but their expressions all became steady. Dai Mubai took the lead to extend his right hand, immediately followed by Oscar. Shrek 7 Devils, 7 people's palms folded over each other. Everyone's gazes burned. The lost confidence was already retrieved. Right now, their hearts were already brimming with intense fighting spirit. "Teacher, this spirit fight, can I have full authority to plan it?" Tang San steadily looked towards Grandmaster. He knew that this fight was their most challenging trial. The reason why he said this wasn't that he was unwilling to see his companion's lifeless appearance. As a person of 2 lives, he knew that if you wanted something, then you could only rely on your own effort to win it. Before all their previous spirit fights, Grandmaster would give out tactical directions. But this time Tang San actively asked to take over Grandmaster's work. Although it appeared somewhat arrogant seeing it, Grandmaster, Flender and Zhao Wuji all nodded inwardly. A team required tactics, required unity, required coordination, but they also couldn't lack another thing, that was bloodthirst. A team without bloodthirst would never be able to rouse their deepest potential. And right now Tang San as the team's soul already accomplished this bit. To the 3 teachers it already seemed like victory wasn't important. These children's growth already surpassed their expectations. Right now all they could do was watch these children give them even more surprises and miracles, looking at what level they could reach in the end. Suotuo Great Spirit Arena, VIP Resting Area, VIP Lounge Number 3. The luxurious room was more than 200 square meters, an immense leather sofa was more than 15 meters, enough to let more than a dozen people rest comfortably. The room's decorations were all gold. Golden lanterns, golden wallpaper, and every kind of golden ornament, nothing detracting from a splendorous, dazzling feeling. In front of the white leather sofa was a crystal side table, furnished with every kind of pastry and beverage. Most important, one wall of this room was a single transparent crystal, through which the outside clearly could be seen, but nobody could look in from the outside, and outside the crystal window was soul's Great Spirit Arena's most important central main spirit arena. Right now there were only 7 people in the room. All 7 each possessed clear characteristics, appearing to be 20 years old. Sitting in the middle of the sofa was a black-haired slender youth, not considered handsome, facial expression very lacking, like the muscles of his face were rigid. Wearing blue skin-tight clothes without any decoration, giving people a kind of uncomplicated impression, but against expectations this kind of simplicity made people feel he was very dangerous. He was leaning back in the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Sitting next to him was a woman, her posture certainly not as ordinary, not leaning against the back of the sofa, rather leaning against the shoulder of the blue-clothed youth, face with a lazy appearance, deep purple short hair giving a strong impression of heroic spirit. Astonishingly, she possessed a pair of green eyes that gave people a somewhat strange feeling, unable to say just why, but with a kind of bewitching charm. Right now she was leaning against the shoulder of the closed-eyed youth, playing with her green-painted fingernails. Yan, don't always be so affectionate with the boss in front of the rest of us. Our brothers are all still a group of virgins, it's no good if it arouses any urges. Hey! The speaker was a handsome youth, not tall, moderate weight, short golden hair, a pair of extremely active eyes, leaning against that giant crystal window with a leisurely appearance. The young woman in the sofa shot him a glance, green eyes exuding an enchanting smile. Then you come, let big sister teach you how to become a man? Ah, I'll pass, only boss can survive your jade phosphor poison. I unfortunately can't enjoy it. The youth hurriedly declined, face alarmed, looking at the green-eyed young woman with clear dread. Serves you right. Who asked you to tease Yen? Directly across the room from the crystal window, dressed entirely in black, was an equally blonde person, appearing more elegant and younger than the woman, enjoying the spectacle while waving a drink in his hand. The handsome youth angrily said, Leopard, what's your meaning? Wait until today's team spirit fight is over, we'll settle it 1 versus 1. Watch me teach you a lesson. The black-clothed youth snorted disdainfully. 1 versus 1 with me? You have some nerve. You, a flying spirit master, wants to go 1 versus 1 with a ground spirit master like me? Clearly it's bullying. With skill, you try for a 1 versus 1 with the boss, let alone winning. As long as you can last 3 minutes, I'll admire you. You. Although the youth didn't want to accept it, he had no choice but to concede. He was indeed unable to stand up to the captain for 3 minutes. Fine, be a bit quiet. Can't you be as quiet and focused as the Sher brothers? The blue-clothed youth sitting motionless in the sofa finally spoke up. The Sher brothers he spoke of sat on the floor by the wall, meditating cross-legged. Both were straight-nosed and square-jawed, built large and sturdy. Just sitting there they gave people a kind of heavy and unflustered feeling. The handsome youth said, Boss, what do we still have to focus for? With us reaching silver spirit fight rank before 40th rank, I dare say this Suotuo Great Spirit Arena absolutely can't find us opponents. Let alone here. Even if it was in the #1 Imperial City Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, there still wouldn't be anyone that could stand up to us. The blue-clothed youth calmly said, even if that's the case, you still can't cultivate bad habits. The Spirit Master World's powers come forth in great numbers. Who can say for certain if even greater powers will appear before us? Lingling, you can sit on the sofa. Always standing like that will use up strength. His last words were directed at another woman standing in the room. That woman stood in the absolutely darkest corner of the room, not only entirely dressed in black, even her face was covered by a layer of black muslin. A graceful figure, long blue hair draped across her shoulders and back like a waterfall, eyes the same color as her hair not revealing any feelings. From her body could only be sensed loneliness and solitude. No need, I'm fine here. Xia Lingling's voice was very pleasant, but completely empty, giving people a kind of unreal feeling. The 7 people in this room were precisely the members of the Emperor team in Tang San's group's material. Sitting in the sofa was Captain Yu Tianheng and Vice Captain Du Guyan. The handsome youth was Wind Chime Bird Spirit Master Yu Feng. The black-clothed man arguing with him was Ghost Leopard Spirit Master Osler. The 2 brothers sitting on the floor meditating were naturally the 2 black tortoise spirit masters. And standing in the corner was Emperor Team's auxiliary system spirit master, 9 heart flowering apple Xia Lingling. Suotuo Great Spirit Arena, in the highest level VIP area room number 3, the Emperor Team's members were waiting for the team battle to arrive. At that time the door swung open and a person entered from outside. This person's appearance made all the Emperor team members spread out over the room perform the same action, even Captain Yu Tianheng sitting in the sofa, even the Shi brothers sitting on the floor meditating opened their eyes. The 7 people all stood up, making respectful salutes. Teacher. The person walking in from the door was a middle-aged man, appearing 30 years old or so, ordinary appearance, simple black hair, simple and unadorned clothes, only his eyes were especially bright. He wasn't as eye-catching as the Emperor team members, rather giving the impression of an entirely ordinary person. But, able to obtain the respect of all the Emperor team members, how ordinary could he be? The middle-aged man's complexion appeared somewhat strange. Emperor Team Captain Yu Tianheng had never seen this kind of expression before, quietly stepping forward a few steps and lowering his voice. Teacher Qin, what's going on? Light flashed in Teacher Qin's eyes, glittering black pupils displaying a deep luster. This time you will perhaps meet your match. I've just received the basic information on your opponents today from the City Lord. This was determined just now by Suotuo Great Spirit Arena. Have a look. While speaking, he walked over to the sofa behind the crystal table and sat down, in his hand already holding shining cloth and silk, unfolding it on the tabletop. The Emperor team members all gathered round, looking at the cloth. Vice Captain Dugu Yen read, Shrek 7 Devils Team, 7 members, history unclear. Iron Spirit Fighter Badge. Teacher, what's with this Iron Spirit Fighter Shrek 7 Devils Team? Are they qualified for a team spirit fight with us? Teacher Qin calmly said, That's right. For the past month, they indeed held Iron Spirit Fighter badges. But through spirit fights in this month, their total points have already reached the Silver Spirit Fighter level. Although they still haven't been calculated, Suotuo Great Spirit Arena has already decided to confer them Silver Spirit Fighter qualifications in advance. Just in time to challenge you. According to the city lord, Shrek 7 devils have participated in 27 team spirit fights. 27 fights, 27 wins. How much time did you use to reach silver spirit fights? It wasn't 1 month, but a whole year. To the side wind chime bird spirit master Yu Feng, somewhat unconvinced, said, "Then it's because they haven't met any formidable opponents to so easily hold these victories. How can Suotua city compare to our imperial city?" Shooting a glance at Yu Feng, according to the city lord's investigation, Shrek 7 Devil's first team spirit fight was against the Mad Battle team you faced. You should clearly know the Mad Battle team's strength. Their spirit power level wasn't unlike yours, only somewhat lacking in spirit abilities and the spirits themselves to be able to defeat you. Don't tell me Shrek 7 Devils won? This time the speaker was the Black Leopard Spirit Master Osler. Vice Captain Dugu Yen gave him a look. Is there still a need to ask? Teacher already pointed it out. Yu Tianheng continuously looked at the cloth information, suddenly saying, "Teacher, their spirit power is so low, how are they able to beat the Mad Battle team?" Low? The Emperor team members couldn't help but again cast their glances to the cloth, carefully reading the material. Shrek 7 Devils Team. Captain, Evil Eye White Tiger, Spirit, White Tiger, 38th Ranked Power Attack System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Thousand Hands Azura, Spirit, Blue Silver Grass, 32nd Ranked Control System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Soft Bones Demon Rabbit, Spirit, Jade Rabbit, 31st Ranked Close Quarters Power Attack System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, Evil Fire Phoenix, Spirit, Evil Phoenix, 28th Ranked Power Attack System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow. Member, Hell Civet, Spirit, Hell Civet, 28th Ranked Agility Attack System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow. Member, Sausage Monopoly, Spirit, Sausage, 31st Ranked Auxiliary System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, Spirit, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, 27th Ranked Auxiliary System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow. Underneath this team information was still an annotation. Shrek 7 Devils in this month obtained a complete victory record in team battles. Their true strength is not as simple as levels suggest. Among them, the Control System Spirit Master Thousand Hands Azura is of particular note. This person's control strength is extremely high, often capable of turning the tide. Reading the material, Dugu Yen couldn't help but giggle. Teacher Qin, who gave you this information? It could make the dead laugh. A blue silver grass spirit master is unexpectedly of particular note. What turning the tide? I expect he probably can't even stand up against my first spirit ability. Teacher Qin snorted coldly. The Emperor team members simultaneously felt their hearts contract a moment, intense shock making their faces reveal somewhat aghast expressions. Yen, even if Yu Feng is a bit careless, you as vice captain would unexpectedly underestimate your opponent like this. With this kind of attitude in the ring, I can practically guarantee you will immediately suffer an enormous setback. Dugu Yen stuck out her tongue but didn't dare speak. Although these Emperor team members were all a cruel and untamed generation, they only had deference and admiration for this Teacher Qin before them. It was not only because this Teacher Qin was their specially coaching teacher, at the same time it was also because of his strength. Teacher Qin's full name was Qin Ming, 34 years old this year. At the beginning of the year, he had just recently broken through the 60th ranked threshold, becoming a spirit emperor. Reportedly, in Spirit Hall's records, he was the second youngest spirit emperor, second only to another gifted genius. Spirit emperor at 34, this was the goal of every member of the emperor team. Yu Tianheng waved his hand at Dugu Yen behind his back, hinting that she mustn't say more, himself speaking to Qin Ming. Teacher Qin, in this Shrek 7 Devils team, in the end what is there for us to pay attention to? Going by their spirits, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is undoubtedly worth our attention, but the level difference between them and us is large. Even if they have the support of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, at most they can only pull close the spirit power gap between them and us, that's all. Perhaps this is the main reason they've been able to obtain a perfect record in their previous fights. Of the other 6, their captain, Evil Eye White Tiger with the White Tiger spirit should merit attention. Still the Evil Phoenix spirit. I've never heard of such a spirit's existence. Perhaps this evil part should be due to variation. As for the control system spirit master mentioned in the material, Thousand Hands Azura, on this point my opinion is the same as Yan's. Even if his spirit rings are remarkable, his spirit is after all only blue-silver grass. How powerful can it be? Qin Ming nodded faintly. Your analysis is cool-headed. This is the only information we have on the Shrek 7 Devils. We'll have to wait until actually fighting them before learning everything. Remember what I said, you must never underestimate any opponent. Since Suotuo Great Spirit Arena dares dispatch them, they will certainly have some confidence. Furthermore, I have a requirement for you. Whatever the outcome of this fight, nobody can kill anyone, you mustn't even injure your opponents. Do you understand? Yen, you especially, if you poison the opponents, after the fight you must immediately treat them. You cannot delay. Dugu Yen said baffled. Why? Teacher, aren't you always telling us that on the battlefield are no sons and fathers, one must use all one's effort. If one doesn't injure the opponent, perhaps one will suffer wounds in turn, and that we absolutely mustn't start off leniently. Qin Ming's face showed a wry smile. This time is different. You still don't need to know. Wait until after this fight ends, I'll give you the answer. Good, it's time. Follow me. Finished speaking, he took the lead to leave the VIP lounge. While walking, Qin Ming secretly sighed. Children, I can't tell you the reason. I hope that this time you can suffer a bit of a setback. Growing too smoothly will often lead to brittleness. Suotuo Great Spirit Arena's central main spirit arena. This place wasn't as large as those commoners who could only spectate in the sub-arenas. In fact, if they came here, they would certainly believe that this was another subfield. The entire area of the central main spirit arena was only a bit larger than the sub-spirit arena fields. The most peculiar thing was that this central main spirit arena was exceedingly calm. The reason was that the surroundings didn't have any outdoor stands, but each was a completely sealed box, only viewing the scene from behind crystal glass, concealing the VIP audience from outside. These people didn't wish to easily reveal their identity here, even more they wouldn't cheer like ordinary people. They had to be classified as having their own kind of arrogant and aloof feeling. Even more, the stakes here were big. Even all the bets in the sub-venues put together would fall far short. In order to avoid conflicts between the nobles due to bets, it was even more important to conceal their identities. At least then nobody would know who won their money, and even if they wanted to make reprisals they still wouldn't have any means. Although the inside couldn't be seen through the crystal glass windows, the central main spirit arena's golden spirit tool lanterns shone dazzlingly, and the spirit fighting ring here was especially huge, since without outdoor spectators, the spirit fighting ring was able to have a diameter of over 70 meters. Let alone team spirit fights with less than 10 people. Even if both sides had 100 people, there was enough room and spare for close combat fights. The central main spirit arena altogether had 12 high-level VIP rooms, and 320 common VIP rooms. These rooms were practically never empty. The high-level VIP rooms had permanent owners, while the common VIP rooms were booked ahead at the start of each year. Suddenly, in the central main spirit arena, the already extremely bright golden lanterns once again increased in brightness, and their brightness was no longer spread in every direction but focused on the spirit ring, as if an enormous golden spotlight shone down from the sky, just right to envelop the entire spirit fighting stage. It was from the use of this kind of lantern-type spirit tool that it could be seen how wealthy the spirit arena was. In the middle of the spirit ring, the ground suddenly buckled upwards in a 2-meter in diameter circle. The section slowly rising up from the stage could be seen supported by a thick golden pillar, and rising with the golden pillar right now was a young woman. The young woman only appeared 18 or 19, wearing a dignified beautiful white dress, brown long hair in a large wave, well-rounded chest and an excitingly slender waist, an incarnation of astonishing beauty. In her hand she held a conical sound-amplifying spirit tool, on her charming face a professional smile. "We are very honored to once again see such distinguished guests." The young woman in the white dress, after rising to the intended location, stepped out on the stage, turning in place and waving out at the surroundings. That platform that delivered her to the stage quietly withdrew back down, very quickly restoring to its original location, unexpectedly without leaving behind any trace. Able to once again before all distinguished guests preside over the main spirit arena's great team spirit fight is Douluo's great honor. We hope all distinguished guests will be able to enjoy yourselves this evening. Today we have one highlight. We have tonight also only arranged this one spirit fight. Although both sides battling are only spirit elder level, they both already possess silver spirit fighter badges. If one absolutely had to give them a title, I think the word genius would be exceedingly suitable. Douluo will from beginning to end conduct commentary for all distinguished guests. Next, I would like to introduce to all distinguished guests the sides ready for battle. Emperor Team, Captain, Yu Tianheng, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master. Shrek 7 Devils Team, Captain, Evil Eye White Tiger Spirit Master. This white-dressed young announcer Douluo very skillfully introduced both the competing teams, the purpose very simple, precisely to raise the expectations of each VIP spectator. Well, Douluo has no more to say. Next, will the team members of both sides please take the field? Douluo is also a spirit elder level spirit master, and is truly very eager to see what brilliant display these spirit masters on the same level as Douluo will show us. While she spoke, white light suddenly burst out from this presenter Douluo. Immediately following, in her brown long wavy hair suddenly appeared a lock of white, and behind her back extended a pair of pure white wings. 3 yellow spirit rings simultaneously appeared around her, the third spirit ring flaring, wings lightly beating, unexpectedly bringing her soaring into the air with the sound amplification tool. Just like what Douluo said herself, she was also a spirit elder level spirit master. Although her third spirit ring wasn't an ideal 1000-year level, the ability bestowed on her by this spirit ring was clearly flight. To a flying-type spirit master, this was extremely significant. Douluo's spirit was a kind of adorable and gentle animal symbolizing peace. White dove. On either side of the spirit ring, 2 sliding doors silently opened wide, both sides' team members simultaneously entering the venue, walking into the center of the spirit fighting stage. On the left side was Emperor Team. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Yu Tianheng walked at the front of the team, Dugu Yen customarily snuggled up to his side. Following closely behind the two were the Shi brothers. After came Black Leopard Osler and Wind Chime Bird Yufeng. Walking last was that mysterious 9-heart flowering apple spirit master Xiao Lingling. Compared to the all uniquely dressed Emperor team members, Shrek 7 Devil's side appeared much more uniform. The same black tight-fitting clothing, the same green masks. Although their height varied, with one look could be seen this was a group in orderly formation. These clothes were specifically made to order for them by Grandmaster to change into for spirit fights. One reason was to hide their appearance, the other was also to let them feel even more like a team. The clothes could conceal the body, the masks could conceal their features, but there was still no way to conceal their eyes. As both sides' team members just started to appear, the gazes of Dai Mubai walking at the front of Shrek 7 Devils and Emperor Team's Captain Yu Tianheng met resolutely. Their expressions seemed to congeal for a brief moment, the whole spirit arena seeming to echo with a dragon's howl and a tiger's roar. Yu Tianheng's heart trembled, looking face to face with those double-pupil evil eyes of Dai Mubai. He immediately felt an immense pressure hit him. He immediately understood that this opponent only 1 rank lower than him wasn't easy to deal with. Coldly opposing, bright light flared in the eyes of both sides. The spirit fight had not yet begun, but both sides' spirit already clashed with each other. Both sides participating in the team spirit fight, please take note, you have 1 minute to begin summoning your spirits. As I declare the beginning, both sides can attack. Until one side concedes, all have collapsed or been thrown off the spirit stage. Douluo, hovering in midair while flapping her white dove wings, used her gentle and beautiful voice to speak to both teams. That gentle and beautiful voice in the ears of the VIP guests was a kind of pleasure, but to the ears of Shrek 7 Devils and Emperor Team's members, it was the sign the spirit fight was about to start. As the 2 spirit fighter teams appeared, at the mouths of the passages stood the 2 sides' leaders. As the team members took their places, they naturally also observed the counterpart. The leaders on the Shrek 7 Devils side were Grandmaster, Flender and Xiaowu. They didn't have VIP qualifications, and naturally could only observe from the side. On the other side, the Emperor Team's leader was that teacher Qin. Flender glanced at Qin Ming 100 meters away on the other side, his expression suddenly changing, then immediately gradually relaxing. His originally nervous mood seemed to ease up a lot. Look, this time we don't need to be anxious. Wuji, you see who is on the other side. Xiaowu also looked at Qin Ming, his eyes immediately widening. Why, isn't he? Grandmaster gave the 2 a puzzled look. You know the other side's leader? What's going on? Flender smiled mischievously, saying, Secret, wait until after this spirit fight is over. In the center of the spirit ring, practically simultaneously, both sides with altogether 14 people completely released their spirit power, their intense battle lust surging out, scaring the white dove spirit master Douluo in the air to once again increase her altitude. It's not like she hadn't seen more powerful team spirit fights than these people below her, but both sides with such powerful battle lust as right now was still a rare sight. To Douluo's eyes, the 14 people below her could only be described with one word: power. As the arena announcer and commentator, right now she didn't know what words to use to describe this competition. She knew right away that an extremely fierce spirit fight was about to begin. A tiger's roar issued from Dai Mubai's throat, worked up, somewhat scorching air surged out from his body, his bones making cracking sounds just like bursting peas, the muscles all over his body swelling in a flash, sharp claws ejecting from his hands, although wearing a mask, his knife-sharp eyes were brimming with wild atmosphere. At Dai Mubai's lead, the Shrek 7 devils all released their spirits. Oscar's 3 kinds of sausage had already been divided out between everyone before the fight, still standing with Ning Rongrong at the very rear of the formation, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing respectively at Dai Mubai's left and right sides, Tang San standing behind the 3. Ma Hongjun actually stood a bit further ahead than Ning Rongrong and Oscar, purple-red flame constantly throbbing in his palms. Blue-purple-blue-silver grass quietly roamed out into the surroundings from Tang San, along with spirit power rising. After entering the spirit elder realm, the quantity of blue-silver grass he could release was much more than before. Blue light constantly flickered in his palm, blue-silver grass surging out like it was limitless, while occupying the floor next to him. Simultaneously, 6 blue-silver grass quietly rose up, twisting around the waists of the other 6 Shrek 7 devils. Under the effect of blue-silver grass, the 7 people immediately formed a single entity with Tang San at its heart. As the Shrek 7 devils side released their spirits, the other side naturally wouldn't stay idle. The Emperor team's formation was entirely different from the Shrek 7 devils. Standing furthest ahead wasn't at all their captain Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master Yu Tianheng, rather the 2 Black Tortoise Spirit Master Shi brothers. One left and one right, as Douluo announced the start of the spirit fight, simultaneously shouted loudly. Earth and yellow light rose from under their feet, their bodies issuing sounds even more fierce than Dai Mubai's bones. Before releasing their spirits, the Shi brothers threw off their jackets, revealing muscles like solid granite. Following the release of their spirits, the pair's shoulders slowly stretched out, their entire backs half-curving, all their spirit power condensing into earth and yellow light gathering and coagulating at their backs, actually forming an immense dark yellow tortoiseshell. The pattern on the tortoiseshells was pale yellow. The Shi brothers' bones appeared to also transform somewhat along with this tortoiseshell appearing. Not only did the tortoiseshells appear at their backs, the same appeared on their fronts, and their 4 limbs all also became somewhat shorter. At the center of their front tortoiseshells was an enormous symbol. With faint flickering blue light, 2 yellow and 1 purple, 3 spirit rings rose from bottom to top twining around their bodies. On account of their bodies swelling from growing tortoiseshells, the spirit rings coiling around them also appeared to have changed somewhat. After the Shi brothers released their spirits, the intense pressure Dai Mubai emitted was unexpectedly blocked in front of them, entirely unable to pressure the other Emperor team members behind them. From a small crack between the Shi brothers, Yu Tianheng could be seen. With the one of the first-rate spirits Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, just at the beginning, ignited all the VIP spectators' mood. A dazzling blue light suddenly shone between Yu Tianheng's eyebrows. Immediately following, the blue light spread in a flash. From his eyebrows falling into his body, streams of blue-purple violent lightning erupted all over him like small snakes, migrating around his body. On the surface, Yu Tianheng's change didn't seem very large. Besides a blue lightning symbol on his forehead, on his whole body there was only one change from spirit body enhancement. But the one change was even more thorough than all beast spirit masters present. The change that appeared was his right arm. The sleeve that originally covered his right arm swelled up and completely burst to ashes, the arm's length increasing by half a chi, the entire arm extremely bulky, covered with blue-purple scales, the hand becoming a claw, covered by the same scales, each of the joints in the hand becoming extremely bulky, the blue-purple snakes of lightning revolving around his body constantly coagulating or scattering on his arm. 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit ring did not revolve around his body like other spirit masters, rather spiraling around this arm. Tang San's gaze carefully watched the change in Yu Tianheng's body past Dai Mu Bai. Grandmaster once explained this first-rate spirit Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon to him in detail. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and his own spirit were somewhat different. First of all, as a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master, all spirit rings had to be obtained from dragon subspecies spirit beasts, similar to Oscar obtaining spirit rings from types like that phoenix tail crest serpent. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Masters starting from 30th rank, with each obtained spirit ring, when using the spirit would have a part of their body replaced with a dragon analog. Like Yu Tianheng's right arm just now was his first limb to change. Up until the 70th rank, when Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Masters were truly incarnations of dragons, bursting with extremely terrifying strength. Among equally ranked, they were the most terrifying power attack system Spirit Master. Put simply, if Yu Tianheng was the same rank as Xiaowu, then Xiaowuji's spirit vigorous Vajra Bear incarnation would in no way be the match of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's incarnation. How could bear and dragon be on the same level? Thus, Yu Tianheng's current right arm was already completely not classified as human but rather a dragon arm, with dragon scales adhering to the skin, the right hand also becoming a dragon claw. Behind Yu Tianheng was a dark green color. Red hair and green-eyed Duguyan's body right now seemed to become soft, lightly swaying, pressing close to Yu Tianheng's back, a pair of green eyes becoming especially sharp. Her ice-cold atmosphere couldn't in any way be classified as human. Between her brows was a rhombic green scale. When looking close, all the Shrek 7 devils couldn't help but be shocked, since right now Duguyan already had no legs. No, it should be said that both legs had fused together, becoming a thick serpent tail, relying on the serpent tail to prop up her upper body. It was no wonder she would be swaying. Black Leopard Spirit Master Osler's change wasn't large. He was basically entirely dressed in black, and now even the hair on his head turned black. His elegant like a woman kind of face seemed somewhat pale, but his pupils already became vertical slits, his whole body brimmed with danger waiting to be released. He equally had 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit ring. This kind of spirit ring configuration was for the entire Emperor team, apparently nothing out of the ordinary. Among all the Emperor team, the last spirit body enhancement and also the biggest, perhaps had to be the Wind Chime Bird Spirit Master Yufeng. A pair of medium-sized wings stretched open from his back, different from that White Dove Spirit Master Douluo in the air. His wings were light brown, and the feathers on the wings would appear to lack any kind of softness, but had a solid texture. These wings of Yufeng's weren't at all baseless, rather were actually his 2 arms transformed. Right now beating the 2 wings, he already rose into the air, attentively observing the movements of the Shrek 7 devils from up high, still not forgetting to take a look at the beautiful Douluo in the air overhead, even so much that he whistled at Douluo's long legs. Of course, he basically didn't take the opposing 7 Shrek devils seriously. As a result of the team members crowded together, from Shrek 7 Devil's angle the opponent's auxiliary system Spirit Master couldn't be seen, 9 Heart Flowering Apple Xia Lingling. The pressure brought by the opponents all having the optimal 2 yellow 1 purple spirit ring configuration was incomparable. Whether it was in spirit quality or spirit ring configuration, this time the Shrek 7 devils were in an all-round disadvantageous position. And these 2 areas were also where they had the advantage when confronting other spirit fighting teams. Although this battle hadn't yet begun, the faces hidden under the Shrek 7 devils' masks were already extremely serious. To them, this would definitely be an unprecedentedly bitter struggle. At this time, flying in the air, Daodu's charming face was already somewhat heated from Yufeng's stare after his spirit body enhancement, but she still cultivated a great deal of professionalism. From her cherry-red lips was uttered a very simple word, but still the fuse to an explosive substance. Begin! With a tiger roar towards the sky, Dai Mubai used action to shake up his side's vigor, taking the lead to charge at the opponents, fully using the white tiger body barrier for his protection, whole body enveloped in golden light, again adding his indomitable manner, giving of an extremely alarming impression. The Sher brothers' expressions were like the tortoise shells on their bodies, from beginning to end without any change. Watching Dai Mubai's brazen charge, the pair hadn't the slightest amount of fear, simultaneously drawing close to the center, obstructing Dai Mubai's advancement from the front. The first spirit ring brightening, a stagnant air released from these 2 black tortoise spirit masters, filling the air around them with yellow light, and again merging with their thick tortoise shells, clearly already prepared to meet Dai Mubai's attack. Dai Mubai's left foot stepped heavily on the floor, soaring into the air, the sharp tiger claw blades ejecting, both hands swiping left and right, going straight for the Sher brothers' heads. And at this moment, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda 30% boost reached him, immediately making Dai Mubai's attack speed and tiger claw power rise yet again. Although this would seem like a very common change, the power and speed boost very easily made the opponent's defense suffer. The Shrek 7 devils had spent this time rehearsing, and their coordination was already without the need for words. With Dai Mubai's spirit power and the sharpness of his tiger claws, let alone a human head, even solid rock would be cut. But the Sher brothers used a very simple yet strange move, at once dispelling Dai Mubai's attack. The 2 brothers Sher Ma and Sher Ma, when about to be struck by the tiger claws, pulled back their heads, unexpectedly withdrawing into their chests, to be precise, withdrawing into those incomparably solid tortoise shells. Dai Mubai's tiger claws naturally could only scratch at those tortoise shells. Resounding through the entire audience, Dai Mubai's tiger claws, scratching the Sher brothers' tortoise shells, unexpectedly created sparks. Dai Mubai's body right now soared into the air, both arms abruptly jolted high from the shock, despite having white tiger body barrier to dispel a lot of the impulse. His tiger claws still suffered a moment of paralysis from the inherent intense counterforce in the tortoise shells. Black Tortoise, as one of the most powerful defensive spirits, couldn't be so easy to break. Also at this moment, a blue silhouette already appeared before Dai Mubai. The bulky dragon arm shone with a dazzling blue luster under the lighting of the central spirit arena. Before the person even arrived, blue lightning already congealed in the air into the shape of a claw, swatting straight at Dai Mubai's wide-open chest in the air. All of this was already calculated long ago. At the same time as Dai Mubai emitted force to rush forward, Emperor Team Captain Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master Yu Tianheng already launched his assault, but at the same time the 2 Black Tortoise Spirit Masters drew together, completely sheltering Yu Tianheng's actions behind them, making the Shrek 7 Devils side unable to see it. And the moment Dai Mubai's fruitless attack revealed a big opening, Yu Tianheng soared up, his first spirit ring flashing, condensed thunder dragon claw already swatting. This was all part of Emperor Team's coordination. The lightning was so fast that at the same time Dai Mubai saw the blue silhouette, the blue-purple lightning had already reached his chest. Even if Dai Mubai was right now capable of pulling back his splayed open arms, he could still only use his arms to block the opponent's attack, and would still be at a major disadvantage. As a blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit master with the most powerful attack, as long as Yu Tianheng could pursue and attack, further coordinating with his team members, the scales of victory or defeat would immediately tilt in their direction. But at this time, Dai Mubai suddenly disappeared, at once disappearing from before Yu Tianheng without warning. Even with Yu Tianheng's calm, soaring in midair, he still couldn't help but stare blankly. Dai Mubai naturally couldn't teleport, but one mustn't forget, around his waist was still twisted one of Tang San's blue-silver grass. Dai Mubai jumped into the air, pouncing towards the twin black tortoise spirit masters, while Tang San just stood there, in the middle of all his blue-silver grass on the ground. At this point, a strand loosely wrapped around his waist gently pulled him back, allowing him to land, causing the thunder dragon claw to barely miss Dai Mubai and pass overhead. Yu Tianheng's thunder dragon claw flashed across an additional 20 meters in the air before finally dissipating. As it passed through empty air, it would violently twist the air, giving menacing crackles. The fight really started with this crackling. As Dai Mubai landed, he didn't even pause for a moment. With Tang San in the middle of the formation, Shrek 7 Devil had already become used to fighting in this formation, combining their powers and fighting as one in order to narrow the gap that is their spirit levels. Dai Mubai stuck his foot out, in an attempt to sweep-kick the legs of both the currently advancing Shi brothers. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu at the same time dodged to the sides, bypassing the Shi brothers and rushed toward the rear of the Imperior team. The Shi brothers' shells noisily fell as both legs retracted into their shells within a hair's breadth of Dai Mubai's attack. Seeing that Dai Mubai would only kick the shells, the blue-silver grass wrapped around his waist again acted, pulling him back 1 meter, making his kick sweep the air instead. If Tang San only had the spirit blue-silver grass, he would not have been able to control every strand of blue-silver grass as skillfully as one controlled one's arms. After all, it is never easy to correctly control everything and produce good results. However, with the Tang Sect's controlling crane-catching dragon skill, Tang San had complete control over everything going on the stage. Before, when Dai Mubai's tiger claws hit the enemy's tortoise shells, Tang San saw everything clearly. He knew that the twin black tortoise spirit master's defensive abilities was not something that anyone on their team, with their current spirit power, could break through. If Dai Mubai had connected that kick on the shells, he would have ended up hurting himself first. And as the only one with a spirit level anywhere close to the opponent's main force, Dai Mubai must not be so easily injured. When Yu Tianheng, who was in the air, saw his thunder dragon claw fail to hit anything, he was momentarily shocked. Quickly recovering, with one foot stepping on the shells of the black tortoise's shells, he catapulted himself forward, rushing straight for Tang San behind Dai Mubai. The blue lightning dragon's arm moved again and another thunder dragon claw appeared, this time its target changing to Tang San. As the captain of the Emperor team, Yu Tianheng saw that the opponent's most important member was not Dai Mubai with the greatest spirit level, but instead the one using blue-silver grass to wrap around every member's waist, the control system spirit master, Thousand-Hand Azura. As long as they destroy this weakness, then the Shrek 7 Devils formation would crumble by itself. When Yu Tianheng shot out his Thunder Dragon Claw attack again, he was already facing Tang San on the battlefield. Yet he was surprised to find that the opponent's control system Spirit Master's eyes had completely turned purple. In addition to his quick footwork, his entire person seemed unreal. But in that mysterious footwork, his upper body was still. His entire person had already shifted 8 feet away, causing the Thunder Dragon Claw to noisily land on the ground. As Tang San was using his ghost shadow perplexing steps to shift away, his first spirit ring flashed and countless blue-silver grass rose from the ground, wrapping around the airborne Yu Tianheng. At the same time, the blue-silver grass around Tang San's teammates' waist suddenly taut. In a flash, a strange scene appeared on the battlefield. On the Emperor team's side, Osler, the Black Panther Spirit Master, jumped forward to receive Zhu Zhuqing's rush. Up in the air, the Wind Chime Bird Spirit Master's first spirit ring flashed, the wind whistling as he flew towards Xiaowu, with arms which had transformed into wings, suddenly became razor-sharp. Which was his first spirit ring ability, Wing Edge. And as these two Emperor team's main offensive Spirit Masters were just about to close in on their opponents, without warning their opponents disappeared. Just before disappearing, Xiaowu could still smile and wave at the Wind Chime's Bird Spirit Master Yufeng. Obviously, this was all part of the plan. Too graceful figure was thrown into the air, not rushing forward but flying backwards. Together with them was the Evil Eye Tiger Spirit Master Dai Mubai, who also retreated before the Black Tortoise Spirit Master's very faces. Shrek 7 Devil's 3 frontline attackers withdrew at the same time. All with a common objective. Not good. We fell into their trap. Quickly, attack. Dugu Yan's expression quickly changed. The Jade Phosphor Serpent's body quickly rushing forward. The other Emperor team teammates also recognized a bad situation, but their reactions were slower by a moment. Purple flames surging from Ma Hongjuan's body suddenly soared. This was closely followed by the 2 spirit rings around his body flashing. A stream of purple flame as thick as a man's thigh shot out straight towards the blue electric tyrant dragon spirit master Yu Tianheng. All that was happening was all in Tang San's calculations. Dai Mubai's attack was only to act as a bait and attract the opponent's attention. Knowing that the Shi brothers specialized in defense, their team had never expected Dai Mubai to be able to defeat the Stone brothers quickly. Yet, when Tang San used the blue-silver grass to help Dai Mubai to evade the Thunder Dragon Claw, he wasn't afraid Dai Mubai wouldn't be able to take the attack, but most importantly it was to let Yu Tianheng notice him. Yu Tianheng was fooled till the end. In other words, deep in his heart, he had underestimated these seemingly much weaker opponents and thus was careless. In addition to being misled by Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing's rush attack, resulting in him making a fatal error, to wade in deep behind enemies' lines alone. Under his feet, the madly binding blue-silver grass was inescapable. In front of him, with an extreme heat, bringing his outrageously brilliant phoenix fire was the Phoenix Spirit Master lunging. Behind him was the Evil Eye White Tiger, the soft-boned Demon Rabbit and the Hell Civet Cat as the 3 main attackers who cut off any escape routes. The Yu Tianheng was already in a completely hopeless scenario. Before the battle, the Shrek 7 Devils came together and talked about their opponents in detail, but no matter how they analyzed it, they all understood that the opponents this time were much stronger than themselves. Based on competing in pure spirit power, it was physically impossible to win. Thus they had to rely on the strength of the team as a whole. The strongest in the Emperor team would be their strength attacker, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, Yu Tianheng. Not only was his spirit power the highest, he was also the emperor team's captain. There was no doubt that his offensive strength was the sharpest point in their spear, and was even their team's morale. If the tip of this spear is broken, then there wouldn't be such a big gap in this spirit battle anymore. With his body in the air, Yu Tianheng couldn't escape Tang San's blue-silver grass. Within moments, he was completely covered. Without caring about the blue-silver grass wrapping around him, he moved his right arm, shooting another thunder dragon claw, which clashed with the phoenix fire wire shot by Ma Hongjun. The resulting detonation sounded off a rolling thunder, scattering numerous purple sparks in all directions, just like a dazzling fireworks blooming. Although it was only Yu Tianheng's first spirit ability, his spirit power was much larger than that of Ma Hongjun's. Thus, it only required his Thunder Dragon Claw to tear apart Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Wire attack. Yu Tianheng naturally knew that he was in an extreme state of peril. Under the pressure of such danger, he released all his stored energy. Both his third and second spirit ring flashed. At this moment, he didn't have any reservations. As long as he could break through this absolute kill plan, then this group's spirit battle's victory would belong to Emperor Team. The blue lightning tyrant dragon raged into action with its 1,000-year spirit ring ability. All of a sudden, a storm of blinding blue lightning burst forth from all around Yu Tianheng's body. Accompanied by the tremendous sound of an explosion, the blue-silver grass wrapped around his body instantly turned into ashes as it scattered in all directions. Thunder Fury Effect. Within a certain period of time, the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit master would run wild. His lightning abilities were increased by 100%, and his spirit power was increased by 50%. If he didn't take the initiative to stop the ability, it would continue until he exhausted his spirit power. But, every time he used Thunder Fury, he would have to sacrifice a large amount of spirit power. Also, it placed no small amount of burden on the body. It was a sink-or-swim situation. If it wasn't for this dangerous trap, Yu Tianheng would never so easily use his third spirit ability. Blue-silver grass itself was originally not conductive, but because the inherent power of Thunder Fury was too great, the blue-silver grass could not stop its explosive energy. But as Thunder Fury was explosively released, a streak of purple flame suddenly bombarded Yu Tianheng in the chest. His Thunder Dragon Claw was, after all, only a first spirit ring ability. Although the Phoenix Fire Wire was blown apart, how could Fatty's Spirit Variations abilities be so easily dealt with? Here, the Phoenix Fire Wire showed its superiority with its apparent endlessness. Taking advantage of opponents' momentary pause when the blue-silver grass was blasted away, the heavy bombardment had already landed on Yu Tianheng's body. Yu Tianheng howled loudly, but he ignored the Phoenix Fire Wire's bombardment and forcefully turned his body in mid-air, turning around to face Dai Mubai and the other two who were charging at him from behind, shouting, "Thunder Crash!" At this point, the countless snakes OT lightning coiling around his body expanded and exploded outwards into countless streaks of lightning flashing in all directions. This was the real strength of Yu Tianheng's fully charged attack. Under Lightning Fury's 100% increase, his second ability, Thunder Crash, exploded out with unmatched strength. Initially as it exploded, it clashed with Fatty's Phoenix Fire Wire, breaking it and diverting majority of Thunder Crash towards Dai Mubai, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing. Yu Tianheng believed that as long as it was able to block them, maybe even injure them, then, under the influence Thunder Fury, he would be able to bring the opponents a large amount of destruction. But then, He basically didn't need to retreat. His companions would also reach this side of the battlefield, attacking and dispersing the opponents. Shrek's 7 devils were able to obtain a 27 bouts, 27 win record in Suotuo Great Spirit Arena. How could they be so easily beaten? Although Yu Tianheng's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit was immensely strong, right now he was a single soldier behind enemy lines, all alone. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu's silhouettes quietly vanished, disappearing behind Dai Mubai's back. The starting point of the blue-silver grass twisting around their waists was Tang San. When approaching Tang San, the three clearly would again close together. And this first priority was naturally due to Tang San's control with blue-silver grass. Dai Mubai confronted Yu Tianheng from the front, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu taking the 2nd and 3rd places behind his back. And at the same time as Yu Tianheng released his 3rd spirit ability Thunder Fury, Dai Mubai also equally released his 1000-year spirit ring ability, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. His body, already made imposing from spirit body enhancement, now swelled again, muscles swelling exaggeratedly, his clothes bursting completely, exposing a terrifying muscle outline. Most bizarre were the black horizontal stripes that appeared on his skin. A pair of tiger paws again growing a size, the sharp blades ejecting on top becoming silver, and most peculiarly was his body becoming enveloped in an intense golden light, as if gilded. Blood-red double pupils expressing a bloodthirsty light, all over wearing that kind of king among beasts aggressiveness. Dragon and tiger, equal powers among spirits. Even if tiger was slightly inferior to dragon, the gap was only a fine line, and Dai Mubai's spirit power when compared to Yu Tianheng's was also only 1 rank below, that's all. Accompanying a berserk tiger roar, the double pupils of Dai Mubai's evil eyes instantly united. A ball of dazzling white light released from under the golden light of White Tiger Vajra Transformation, the white light swelling in the air, reaching a diameter of 2 meters, just like a shooting star launching towards Yu Tianheng. Equally power attack system spirit masters, equally powerful spirits. Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng's spirit abilities were somewhat similar, as White Tiger Light Wave under the effect of White Tiger Vajra Transformation met Thunder Crash under the effect of Thunder Fury. What would happen? Thunder Arrow and Intense Light Wave collided in the air with a loud bang. The entire spirit ring trembled violently a moment. The terrifying explosive force became an intense blast wave that flew out in all directions. Douluo hovered high in the air observing what went on down below, a burst of dazzling blue-white light blossoming before her eyes, stupidly thought out loud. Is this really a spirit fight between spirit elders? After Thunder Crash launched, Yu Tianheng was already falling to the floor. Dai Mubai equally dropped, the all-out collision of spirit power and spirit abilities making the two practically simultaneously withdraw. Yu Tianheng retreated 3 steps, but Dai Mubai only withdrew 2 steps. At the corner of the mouth both had a line of blood. Clearly, in the confrontation just now Dai Mubai held the advantage. That wasn't to say that Dai Mubai was capable of overpowering Yu Tianheng. Rather because Yu Tianheng had previously already suffered Fatty's flame attack. Although Thunder Fury had counteracted the flame, Fatty's Phoenix Fire Wire wasn't only more blazing than an equivalent flame, at the same time it had the adhering effect. Right now Yu Tianheng's chest was already burnt pitch black. Furthermore, although Thunder Crash's attack power was terrifying, nevertheless it was intended to kill or injure, while Dai Mubai's attack was a shock blow. In spirit power density, clearly it was Dai Mubai's White Tiger Light Wave that held the advantage. Despite this, Yu Tianheng only retreated 1 more step than Dai Mubai. it could clearly be seen what kind of tyrannical existence the blue lightning tyrant dragon was. It was a pity Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda presently didn't have any amplifying effect on spirit abilities, only amplifying strength and speed. Otherwise, with Dai Mubai's one attack, they could have given the opponent a great setback. Although on the surface it seemed like Dai Mubai had suffered a somewhat smaller attack, right now his body was already completely paralyzed. White Tiger Barrier and White Tiger Vajra transformation couldn't completely offset the lightning strength supplemented in the Thunder Crash. But it wasn't just Dai Mubai launching an attack towards the opponent alone, rather all the Shrek 7 devils. Dai Mubai's attack had ended, the Thunder Crash had also dissipated to the front. It was also at this time, a quick silhouette quietly flickered, appearing from behind his back. Hell Rush Stab increased Zhu Zhuqing's speed to the limit, even to the extent that her body left behind remnant shadows in the air, the 2 spirit rings over her simultaneously flashing suddenly. Yu Tianheng still hadn't found his footing when Zhu Zhuqing already appeared in front of him. Hell Civet second spirit ring ability Hell 100 Claws launched. Countless claw shadows struck out, weaving a frightful net of sharp blades. Yu Tianheng's internal energies still hadn't settled, also having released too much lightning power with the previous Thunder Crash. Right now his old strength had just been used up, and new strength still hadn't been generated. In the crucial moment, Yu Tianheng showed remarkable psychological quality, without the slightest hint of being flustered by the opponent's attack. The blue lightning tyrant dragon arm rose vertically, as much as possible defusing Zhu Zhuqing's attack. However, Zhu Zhuqing's attack was really too fast, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda strength and speed boost completely coming to their right in her Hell 100 Claws. Sparks constantly burst from Yu Tianheng's dragon arm, splashing out simultaneously was still a bloody light. Yu Tianheng was only able to defend his vitals, but at his other arm, shoulder, both legs, all paid a not inconsiderable price under the Hell 100 Claws attack. One must know that Zhu Zhuqing's primary capability was reflected in speed and attack power. The attacks she launched all had supplementary puncturing effects, while the wounds wouldn't appear very deep. Spirit power already permeated within, frantically destroying Yu Tianheng's energy channels. With the assistance of Thunder Fury, Yu Tianheng finally recovered his breath. Intense thunder power once again erupting, but Zhu Zhuqing in the instant before that thunder moved several meters to the side, just evading Yu Tianheng's attack. Without a doubt, again it was Tang San's blue-silver grass battle control rhythm. Tightly following on Zhu Zhuqing's horizontal shift, a slender lovable human body appeared in front of Yu Tianheng, precisely xiaowu. Violent aches transmitted from the 100 bones of the 4 limbs, a heat at his back. Clearly it was that blazing phoenix fire wire already attacking his back, but there still appeared an enemy in front. Yu Tianheng knew that with further passivity before help could arrive from his side he would fall here. Strongly raising spirit power, from Yu Tianheng's mouth issued an indignant howl. Coming forward to meet xiaowu's delicate body was a Thunder Dragon Claw. Under the boost of Thunder Fury, Thunder Dragon Claw's range and power were more than doubled. With xiaowu's current speed forward, she was clearly unable to dodge. Also at this moment, the Shrek 7 Devils team's fighting strength erupted completely. Facing the Thunder Dragon Claw, Xiaowu didn't have the slightest intention of breaking off. The stimulation of the lightning already made her body spasm slightly. The purple 3rd spirit ring flared like it was declaring the end of Yu Tianheng's spirit battle for this time. Soft Bones Demon Rabbit's 3rd spirit ring ability, Teleport, launched. Yu Tianheng only caught a flash in front of him, as Xiaowu's silhouette had already disappeared. The next moment, that slender lovable body suddenly magnified before him. A long braid directly coiling around his neck, Xiaowu leapt up, both hands with the help of the braid pulling within the hook of Yu Tianheng's dragon arm, resisting the supplemental thunder strength. Both feet simultaneously stepping on Yu Tianheng's lower abdomen. Soft Bones Demon Rabbit's first spirit ring ability, Waist Bow, launched. Yu Tianheng was unable to resist the enormous force used, and was suddenly thrown up, despite his spirit power being 8 ranks higher than Xiaowu, despite Thunder Fury amplifying his spirit power by 50%. Right now his body's condition had already dropped to the bottom of the valley, adding Xiaowu possessing the 30% strength boost from 7 Treasures glazed tile pavilion. He was left basically without the chance to resist Xiaowu's soft skill. As Yu Tianheng swept past Dai Mubai's tiger paws simultaneously swatted down at his ribs. It has to be said, despite Yu Tianheng right now already having received enormous injuries, his experience with facing enemies was abundant, managing to use the dragon arm to block his chest, relying on this solid arm to endure Dai Mubai's attack, with the clear sound of shattering bone. These 2 paws still had a 30% strength boost. An attack with the strength Dai Mubai stored up since coming out of paralysis, even if it was the outstanding defensive power of Yu Tianheng's dragon arm, it still fractured the bone. With the assistance of Dai Mubai, his entire body accelerated to even higher speed, flying toward the Emperor team's side. From Yu Tianheng crossing over the Black Tortoise Spirit Masters to launch his attack, to being surrounded by the Shrek 7 Devils, to them inflicting serious injuries on Yu Tianheng, the complete process had only taken a very short amount of time, that's all. Hong. Yu Tianheng's body heavily struck the 2 Black Tortoise Spirit Masters' tortoise shells and came to a stop, his whole body cut bloody and ragged, from his mouth also madly spurting blood. Under the successive attacks, he already suffered serious injuries, even his Thunder Fury almost broken apart by the Shrek 7 Devils. This wasn't at all the Shrek 7 Devils wanting to casually kill someone, but the result of showing some leniency. Otherwise, if Tang San also had attacked, it wouldn't have been as simple as Yu Tianheng spitting blood. Bastards, I'll kill you. Yu Tianheng's serious injuries undoubtedly infuriated the Emperor team, especially the Vice-Captain Dugu Yan, as Yu Tianheng's intimate friend, watching her man suffering serious damage by the opponents from all directions, but herself without the time to assist him. How painful was this kind of feeling? At this moment, she had already completely forgotten what Qin Ming said, and with a sharp hiss, her 3rd spirit ring abruptly shone. The originally dark green eyes completely became violet, even the scales of the snake tail were covered by a faint layer of violet light. Opening her mouth wide, a dense violet mist burst out, rapidly spreading in the air, surging in the direction of the Shrek 7 Devils. Everyone return! Tang San shouted loudly, pulling back Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu, who wanted to dash forward for a follow-up attack behind him. Right now, he stood furthest ahead of the Shrek 7 Devils. But the opponents Wind Chime Bird Spirit Master and Black Leopard Spirit Master taking advantage of their speed to launch attacks, seeing the violet mist panicked, broke off their approach. From how the 2 recoiled to the sides, it could clearly be seen they were terrified of Dugu Yan's violet mist. Tang San with a serious face attentively watched that violet mist floating over. Right now, the violet mist already resembled a protective screen separating the 2 sides, moreover slowly advancing in the Shrek 7 Devils' direction. Apart from flying up, or perhaps stepping down from the spirit ring, they would inevitably be enveloped by the violet mist. Before the violet mist had arrived, already a fishy smell assailed the nostrils, making people feel nauseous and faint. The Shrek 7 devils without hesitation swallowed down one of Oscar's sausages, and Oscar himself swiftly began to make detoxifying small sausages in preparation for future need. Both hands pressing on 24 moonlit bridges at his waist, Tang San pondered for a moment, calmly saying, "A jade phosphor serpent of the jade phosphor 5 poisons, that's all, I'll break your snake venom." Tang San raised both hands, each with a very large water skin, each water skin large enough to hold 10 jin of drinking water, generally speaking, for use when traveling long distances. Tang San exerted himself to whip out both hands, the 2 leather bags thrown into the air, at the same time shouting loudly, "Boss, White Tiger Light Wave! Fatty, Phoenix Fire Wire! Launch!" The Shrek 7 devils hadn't been cooperating for just 1 or 2 days. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai understood intuitively. Dai Mubai right now still in White Tiger Vajra transformation without hesitating spit out a White Tiger Light Wave, going straight for the water skins Tang San threw out, Fatty's Phoenix Fire Wire following close behind. Hong! The 2 water skins hit by White Tiger Light Wave were without a doubt instantly smashed to pieces, the water, within spreading upward in a huge cloud of dispersing water under the intense spirit power attack. And at this moment, Fatty's Phoenix Fire Wire also arrived. Instantly, the former water cloud unexpectedly completely turned into a cloud of fire, bringing a special fragrance to fill the air and pervade everyone present. Furthermore, it completely enveloped the violet mist. The dense violet mist unexpectedly also ignited under this sudden blaze, making a series of popping noises, disappearing in a moment. In the air, under the shining stage lighting, only those 2 smashed water skins slowly fell to the ground. The protective screen between the 2 teams had already completely faded away. "No, this isn't possible. How could you break my jade phosphor violet poison?" Dugu Yen stupidly stared across at Tang San, her eyes brimming with a disbelieving expression. Not just her but each member of the Emperor team stared dumbfounded. They all clearly understood Dugu Yan's jade phosphor violet poison. Even if it was the powerful Yu Tianheng, he still wouldn't dare lightly come into contact with it. This 3rd spirit ring ability was even more Dugu Yan's most poisonous attack, the poison acting extremely quickly, with just a little bit of contact with the violet mist. In a short time one would issue pus and die. Distantly at the entrance of the passage, Qin Ming's heart became greatly anxious as he saw the violet mist, wanting to call out to stop it, but before he could speak up, Dugu Yan's violet mist had already been dispersed. He as well hadn't expected it. Tang San calmly said, "Jade phosphor serpent poison is no more than an insignificant talent. If it was the jade phosphor 5 poisons together, perhaps I would have taken some notice of it. Your jade phosphor serpent poison still has insufficient heat control." Poison was what Tang Sect relied on for its fame. What genuinely made people fearful was how Tang San toyed with the poison before him, like he was Lord Guan toying with a broadsword. Tang San's method for unraveling it was actually very simple. In those 2 water skins wasn't actually water but extremely high-strength alcohol. Furthermore, in this alcohol was also realgar powder. Wine fortified with realgar, generally speaking, was used when entering an area with a lot of snakes, to guard against snake and insect bites. Tang San threw out the water skins, using Dai Mubai's White Tiger Light Wave to scatter it as mist in the air, further using Fatty's Phoenix Fire Wire to ignite it, thoroughly cooking the poison. Although jade phosphor serpent poison was extremely toxic, it was still unable to be preserved when faced with ruthless flame. Earlier, when Tang San learned Douluo Yan's spirit was Jade Phosphor Serpent, he already made preparations to deal with her. Of course, this realgar wine was something he always carried. 24 moonlit bridges space was so large, how could it be wasted? In fact, although Tang San was calm on the surface, in his heart he was secretly shocked. Douluo Yan's Jade Phosphor Serpent poison was still more potent than he had imagined. And since coming to this world, he still had never had the time to search for poisonous substances and drugs that could be used for Tang Sect poisons and antidotes. Right now he inwardly resolved to learn from his experience this time, and certainly soon mix antidotes and poisons. Then, he could truly display the strength of the Tang Sect. At this moment, a clear calm voice suddenly came through from the rear of the Emperor team. "What are you waiting for? Is a tiny setback enough to make you fear the opponent?" Immediately following, accompanying a faint aroma, a white light fell from the sky. That white light appeared extremely peculiar, unexpectedly in the form of petals, gently drifting down, falling directly on Yu Tianheng, lightly merging into his body. Yu Tianheng trembled against Douluo Yan's chest. His open wounds miraculously closed rapidly, his entire body's complexion seeming to already become much better. Unexpectedly getting up on his feet. In a stern voice he said, "Lingling's right, what are we waiting for? Get to it." The light of thunder again appearing, though just now still beaten bloody by the Shrek 7 devils, he unexpectedly took the lead to charge ahead, lightning snakes surging around him, even raising that fractured arm again. That petal-like white light came from Emperor Team's only auxiliary system Spirit Master Xia Lingling's hands. Right now, Emperor Team's formation was no longer as neat as at the start, and the Shrek 7 devils could finally see Xia Lingling's spirit, 9-heart flowering apple. Resting in Xia Lingling's hands was a pink flowering apple, formed by white and pink petals. The flowering apple was gorgeous, flowering with beauty and elegance. The flower leaves and branches welled from either side of Xia Lingling's hands, softly spreading in the wind, drooping and fluttering, as if beautiful hair covering a virtuous woman's face, affectionate deep love, charm pitying people. Right now a purple light was fading from her body. Clearly those white light petals just now was her 1,000-year spirit ring ability. Seeing Yu Tianheng completely recovered once again on the Shrek 7 Devil's side, everyone's complexions couldn't help but change. One must know, their attack at Yu Tianheng just now could be said to have been planned since long ago. It was also their method for pulling close the gap to the opponents. After all, Yu Tianheng wasn't the only formidable person on the other side. If they could first take away Yu Tianheng's fighting strength, then with one person less their side would have a much larger chance. But right now Yu Tianheng charging once again meant that not only did the Emperor team still possess all its intact strength, it was even more of a blow to the Shrek 7 Devil's morale, that the opponent's 9-heart flowering apple spirit master could heal the wounded at any time. How would they still conduct this battle? Right now everyone truly understood why Ning Rongrong thought so highly of the 9-heart flowering apple. This peculiar auxiliary system spirit was indeed one of a kind. With the previous lesson, Emperor Team clearly wouldn't be as careless as before. The two Black Tortoise Spirit Masters followed closely behind Yu Tianheng, Wind Chime Bird Spirit Master Yu Feng dashing directly at the rearmost Shrek 7 Devil 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Ning Rongrong, and the Black Leopard Spirit Master Osler charged at Zhu Zhuqing from the side. And Douluo Yan blew out a green mist into the air, from all around enveloping everyone present. Right now, the Emperor team members each put something in their mouths, not suffering the slightest effect within the green mist. The true battle would begin right now, but the advantageous position carefully set up under Tang San's control had already been obliterated completely. He couldn't be flustered. This was the first problem Tang San realized. Dai Mubai roared deeply, meeting Yu Tianheng from the front. His white tiger Vajra transformation had a time restriction. Right now he couldn't delay. But Yu Tianheng's thunder fury also hadn't been revoked. These two dragon and tiger great spirit masters once again clashed. Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered, fighting the black leopard spirit master Osler. Her attack and spirit power were inferior to the opponent, but her speed was a lot higher, for the moment unlikely to fall into a too great of a disadvantageous position. Of course, this required the assistance of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Otherwise, lacking 1 spirit ring, she wouldn't be a match for the black leopard spirit master. Right now, only Xiaowu remained at Tang San's side. Behind them Fatty using Phoenix Fire Wire to tangle with the Wind Chime Bird Spirit Master, blocking him from attacking Ning Rongrong and Oscar, basically unable to assist. And right now what Tang San and Xiaowu confronted wasn't just the green mist alone, but still the 2 black tortoise spirit masters, and the constantly using abilities Jade Phosphor Serpent Spirit Master.